Okay, check. This might turn into an e-begging campaign as the computer failed yesterday. So what I'll do is I'll start this recording and set up for the show like I would normally. And then if it ends up turning into an e-begging campaign at the end, because Craig helped me with the failed hard drive that I had yesterday, then I'll cut this as a show. But I will present it as though it's an actual show. Let's do that.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, EST. Now you know it's flat, below ground. Measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, J Mel's 24, Unimento, Ironton 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Young Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video. With that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord or Google, so I can set up for today's live show. I say set up for today's live show. I'm going to see if I can get hold of Craig. I'm going to take him through all the things that have now gone wrong with this computer. So there's all sorts of taskbar issues, so I can't bring things up quickly and slickly and efficiently when I'm doing the live show, which I definitely want. I want to almost be able to do it without looking. Now, what's actually happened is yesterday I did an 8-hour, maybe 9-hour show in Earth Awakenings, and as a consequence, the drive that gets recorded to while I'm doing the live stream, or Uncut and After Show at least, goes to a specific hard drive. Now, Craig, the guy who helps me set up this computer you can see behind me, had in his infinite wisdom the suggestion of putting the drive that gets the most constant wear and tear in a separate bay to the one that's actually the main C drive for the computer. So the computer functions on a drive that doesn't have any bearing on the things that are constantly going to be written or deleted or transferred somewhere else. So the show gets written to a separate 4 terabyte stick, bubblegum stick, whatever you call them, drive, little SSD, and that drive with 4 terabytes on it is what I use to, as a scratch drive, I think they call it, like, so you can put stuff on, take it off, send it somewhere else. And also I put my games on there. Now, at first, when Craig showed me doing it in this way, I was a bit annoyed because it kind of made it more difficult to find files. Now that I've done probably 1,000 shows on that drive, it's the case that it's starting to wear out, which is understandable. But because it's got a lot of space, it's annoying because it was expensive, but it means the computer still functions. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Craig if he can help me transfer, or his suggestion now, back up the limited amount of stuff that's on that drive, and then this might turn into an e-begging session to buy a new hard drive once I've backed that up. But it's reached the point now, hey Surf Daddy, where, I don't know, the book is about to come out. I'm poor. I've put off doing any e-begging for stuff that's broken for about 2 years, probably 3. Now I'm in a position where this computer is actually really old. It was bought in COVID. You know, it was bought when the chip shortages were all upon us, and that's like a long time ago. It just seems like it's new because time flies when you're having fun. Anyway, this iPad's now buggered. It's got a cracked screen and it's got a port that doesn't work, and the battery's knackered because I use it for 14 hours every day and have done for probably more than 5 years. So this old first generation or second generation iPad Pro, the first one that had the curved edges. I don't know what number that is. I think it's probably fourth generation or something like that. Is now in need of replacement. I'm going to need a new hard drive. So if this ends up being an e-begging campaign, I'll put the link at the end of the video. If it just turns into a regular Uncut and After show, then so be it. But as Craig's not showed up, let's just start minimising these drives. Setting the screen up so we can see Discord and such like. You hear me okay in there, Surf Daddy? He's probably disappeared. Not to worry.
I'm just trying to find my damn buttons. No, I'm seeing. Are you asking what I can see?
No, I'm just asking if you can hear me. I was just saying hello, basically.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I'll put both my mics out because all the windows are open. It's back to, it's not the hottest day that we've ever experienced this year, but it's bleeding hot. There's just no escaping it. And I can already feel with the lights on me, there's going to be points in this stream where I look like a stand-up comic when he's on stage, or anybody on stage generally, but especially stand-up comics, because for whatever reason they like going out in sharp suits on stage. And you see them, and when they do the close-up, they've got sweat pouring off them. And I can relate. I mean, I've been on stage under hot spotlights, and it does get real hot real quick. It's worse in certain studios where you're in a more confined space, and there's a lot of lights because they're just that much closer to you than on a stage. But I just know by the end of this stream, I'm going to have sweat pouring off me. But that's just the way it goes. That's fine. Still going to do the show, if nothing else, because I'm hoping I can snap Craig.
Show must go on.
At least you're not in a stall in 85 degrees Fahrenheit and cleaning muck out of a stall. And
Well, you've got fresh air around you. It's hotter than that. Far hotter than that.
Not the barn. Not in the barn. We got fans going in the barn. It's still not enough when it's stifling.
You love every minute of it.
I love every minute of it too. That's why I'm here. Right, anyway, until Craig comes here, I've got a great deal to do because I've not set anything up.
10-15% weight reduction, and then 10-minute charge time. The range won't be a problem anymore. No one will really even care about the range.
Dude, I'll get a Tesla if that happens. But right now, I'm not Tesla. If they do something crazy like that, the range won't be a problem anymore, and the car won't be 6,000 pounds.
Yep, his marketing team is apparently trying to target like $11,000 to $15,000 electric platforms with the new gen. So I'll be shocked they release something like with a very lightweight, quick charge, 15 to 20K even would be insane.
I see so many people with Teslas now, like in the hood, bro. Like I see hood niggas with Teslas, and like just it's like, dude, how the hell you guys afford Teslas, bro? What's going on?
Yeah, $1,000 a month. I think there's a rebate that makes it where it's like $750 or $680, or somewhere around there. I'm seeing a lot of people say their payments around $700, but without that,
without the insurance.
Oh yeah, good point. Insurance is so insane. Yeah, still $1,000. That's insane. So it's probably like $1,300. If you don't live in like one of those rebate financing states. That's so insane. Can you imagine your car is more than your freaking rent or your mortgage?
I mean, rent's way more than that nowadays, where I'm from, at least. But
yeah, good point.
You can get an old Ferrari, but it's not worth it for like $1,200 a month.
It's like a life hack.
2004 Ferrari.
Getting rid of your car payment. The life hack. But yeah, it looks like a ton of new tech is like kind of
Just had a thought, actually, Neil. I do need to do something
What is that word?
in
Coagulating right now?
Discord that I want you to help
A
me
bunch
with.
of different
Would
stuff.
that be all right? Let's just shut them up for a sec. What I need to do, Neil, is turn me up in Discord. So, as much as I was saying, they're pretending that they can't hear me, I've got a crappy mic. No, my levels are pretty crappy. Somebody happened to screen grab the Discord server from yesterday. Let's just turn this fan off. And when they were screen grabbing it, I could then effectively gauge, which is something I can't do. I can't monitor it in that way. How loud I am to them in Discord. Now, I did a search on it yesterday evening, and there is a way of checking it, but I just need your assistance. Are you about to do this? Because I'll go into a random Discord server with an empty room. And the flip side. Are you there, Neil?
Do you want to go to the flip side?
Yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into... Oh, you're already in FED voice. I'll go in there then. Okay, so you and I are now in FED voice. So I'm going to... Let's just have a think about this for a second. Let's go to radar while we do this so I'm not showing things I shouldn't. Make Discord big. Go to settings. Mute me. Oh, am I in the right Discord server? Am I in Flipside rather than disturbing? Yeah, I am. Okay. Right, Neil. It's not labelled as it said it in the bloody YouTube Google search. All I need to do is turn up... I think I need to turn up my input sensitivity. So, Neil. Can you hear me, first of all? Neil. Neil. Ugh. I need Neil to get a response to know if I'm turning myself up or not. Oh, well, that was a complete disaster. Neil, can you say something in Discord because I can't hear you to get a response to know if I'm having an effect or not?
Now I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Okay, so what do I need to do? I need you to tell me if I'm getting louder. So I'm going to talk at a constant volume, and in about 30 seconds, I'm going to say now. And when I say now, it'll be me starting to turn up the volume incrementally. So I'll turn it up by 10% at a time. So I'll say, I'm turning it up by 10% now, and then I'll start turning it up. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start turning it up by 10% now. So now I should be 10% louder. Am I 10% louder?
Sound the same.
Okay, I'm going to turn it up by another 10%. Am I 10% louder?
Sound the same.
Okay, I'm going to turn it up by another 10%. Am I 10% louder?
Sound the same.
Okay. So mic output volume is absolutely pegged. Couldn't be any freaking louder. Literally nothing else I can change in this Discord to make me louder. There is absolutely no reason why I should be as quiet as I was. Maybe the guy who was recording me just had me turned down on his local stream, but it doesn't. If there's been several people saying that I'm quiet in there.
You are chopping a little bit in the last few sentences you said.
Right. Well, that's no good. Let's turn the input sensitivity back to where it was. Is that any better? Should be perfectly fine now.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see what other settings I've got. Switch, voice, channel, wiring, automatic gain control. Let's get rid of that. Automatic gain control is now turned off. I think that's going to be the problem, isn't it? Yeah, let's try that. Okay, I'm going to turn up my input sensitivity now. I'm now 10% louder. Am I actually louder in Discord?
Sound the same.
I'm going to turn it up again, input sensitivity by another 10%. Is that any louder, Neil?
Sounds the same to me.
I'm going to turn it up by another 10%. Tell me if I'm any louder, Neil.
Sounds the same.
Nothing seems to change any of my controls in
What are you chopping now?
now I'm chopping.
Yeah.
I don't know what to do then, because all of the settings for Discord are maxed. So microphone volume maxed. The only thing that's not maxed is speaker volume. Can you talk to me and I'll see if you get louder if I turn this up. Keep
So
talking.
you just want me to randomly speak and say some things and just continue to talk to see if I get any louder?
Yes.
I can do that. Any
Okay.
change?
No, it didn't make any difference whatsoever. Okay. Excuse me. Am I any louder as I've now got speaker volume maxed out?
Sound the same.
What about if I turn this all the way down? Am I any quieter? Is that quieter?
Sounds the same.
Oh no, but you are. You're quieter. Okay, so I can turn you up to there. Okay, so this is definitely my volume, microphone volume's just maxed out. Okay, let's just have a little think. Can I... What I could do is... What can I turn up? Output to Discord. I think this one's my output to Discord. Let's just see if that... Check 1 2, 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 check 1 2. No, that's my output to OBS. So check 1 2, check 1 2. That should be louder. Is that louder in Discord, Neil?
Not for me, it's not.
Is that quieter in Discord? If I turn this all the way down, am I now quieter?
Can I interrupt a second there, Nathan?
Oh, hold on a second, Len. Is that quieter, Neil? He's not answering me, so I can only assume I'm now quieter. Am I quieter now, Neil? Is that quieter?
That got quieter and then you just got louder.
Is this a bit louder? A bit louder still?
Yeah, a little bit louder. Before you got really
Is that
quiet.
even more louder? Is that louder?
Yes.
That's now louder, yes?
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Okay. See if I can boost me a bit in EQ as well. Give this a bit of a boosty boost. Okay, while I do this, you can talk amongst yourselves now. Sorry, I'll just EQ this output to make it a bit louder, and then hopefully that'll solve the problem.
I was just going to say, Nathan, whoever's in Discord can individually change the volumes from each other person. So I don't know if that was the issue, whether you came through hot before and Neil's turned your individual volume down in there.
It might be
or
that, but
whatnot.
it might be it's just somebody else recorded the session, and I got to hear what a random person who was recording yesterday's show got to hear. So as a consequence, I was like, it's definitely, you know, a bit anemic. Now, even if he had turned me down, it was still a bit anemic in there. Now, the most I can boost that output is by a couple of dB on this desk, short of turning me up. But then I'm into compressors everywhere. If I turn my gain, I don't want to do that. So I hope that I've now got a clearer line. Just a couple of dB should make a difference in Discord. I would hope I'm a little bit louder, right, Neil?
What was that? You
I said-
sounded the same.
No, I haven't done anything. I'm just saying compared to when we first started assessing this, I should be a little bit louder in Discord now, right?
Yes.
Was that the video I sent you, Nathan? From the channel New Perspective?
Yeah, New Perspective was the one that was recording yesterday's session in wherever it was.
Is that just a video that videos that the server themselves put out, or someone else, you reckon?
I don't know, honestly. Oh, I didn't know I could do that in this parametric EQ. Better not start talking about this stuff. It's really dweeby. I will give myself a smidge more gain. just so everything's turned up a little bit. Even when I whisper now, should be all good. Okay, I don't know how to do this. Might give up in a minute. Okay. That should be a tiny bit louder in Discord again, Neil. How's it sounding?
Sounds the same.
Okay, well, you're probably monitoring on a phone, but am I clear enough to now join a different Discord server and not have people moaning that they can't hear me?
I think you are. Sounds fine to me.
That's fine.
We'll find out, right?
Or maybe it's just somebody... I mean, I have now boosted that output. So, I mean, normally I just don't care. I've got to be honest, in sincerity, right? Discord has always been very low priority, so I've never gone and tweaked it or EQ'd it or done anything with it. Whereas I can only boost it by a couple of dB from Unity on this particular desk. So it's now at 12 instead of... Oh, no, that's not 2 dB, it's 12 dB. It's definitely a lot louder in Discord now. It's 12 dB louder. Oh, that should definitely solve the problem. I'm going to stop worrying about it. Right, can you come back into G+?
As below, and two different objects, like two different glasses of water, one with more water, one with less, will go down further. The one with more will go down, even though it's the same density and buoyancy.
So you don't agree with the downward biasy or not?
No. There is a downward bias.
The downward bias is clear. It's based on the mass of the object, not just the buoyancy and density, but if the mass and the area or the volume of the object is less than the medium, then you'll get buoyancy.
Granted. I actually totally agree with you on that. Like, if I may say, it may be the few terminologies that I'm willing to agree with you on.
Well,
why?
I think so. You know the gravity explanation for buoyancy?
No, I don't. Do you want to hit me with it?
Sure. So I have a helium balloon and I have air as an example.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens is gravity is pulling on both of them down. However, the denser material,
what I'll do is I'll mute our line
is
going
pulled
into
down
Discord.
more effectively.
So if you guys did want to
than
comment
the
on what
less
they're saying, you
dense
feel free.
volume
They won't
of
hear you.
helium balloon.
And then if their address is
And
correct,
so when they jockey for
Make
the
sense?
same location,
Yes,
the air
this is so
wins and
cool.
crowds up under the balloon more and more as time
Exactly.
goes on.
So they can't hear us.
Yes,
So then the balloon is pushed upwards. That's the
precisely.
buoyancy.
Are you going for another
Yes.
9-hour stream today, then, Nathan?
So that's the effect
I doubt
of gravity.
it.
That's what
I
gravity
want Craig to have a
predicts.
look at my hard drive because
And
it started
that's
failing.
why.
Yeah,
yesterday.
more density.
So I did a little preamble before I did the show saying this might turn into a GoFundMe campaign, but then I did the intro, did it like an uncut and after show. So it's like, well, if this just ends up tailing into the show, I'll cut it both ways. So if Craig had joined, I'd have gone. Oh, he has joined. Just hadn't noticed. When you're around, if you can hear me, Craig, any chance you can help me do that backup? It's not actually a great. It's not a very big hard drive. In your wisdom, you suggested that the one that I do the show on and play games from would be a separate drive to the actual C drive. Very wise, because I've obviously now spent 3 or 4 years churning through shows on that drive, and it's just worn out. But the computer still loaded. I just suddenly was missing J drive, and the game wouldn't play, and OBS wouldn't load. So I think I've put OBS, Fortnite, and it's my storage space, my scratch drive for the shows. I don't even know if Craig's there. He's probably on the bleeding phone. I'll go through it again later. But I've made sense of it because I did it in the intro. I explained to the audience why I might be saying this, even if Craig's not about. Anyway.
Cubic area.
Yeah, although I don't know.
Matter.
I don't know if compression is quite the right.
Say again?
You're not going to try and cover those videos today?
I don't mind either way. I mean, I've got nothing to set up. I never have. We did have those 2 videos from yesterday, right, with that chick and the surveying video, going through surveying specifically. I mean, we can cover that if you want to, but between now and the live show, I've got, you know, a full room full of people all yakking away about flat Earth stuff, and because I'm unmuting their server, like they're not hearing this conversation, we are connected to them. We can comment on it until they address us specifically. So I'll just, as soon as you start talking, I'll just shut them up, and then we'll talk about them.
Just
You know what I
Is
mean?
there a way to decrease their volume? Because it's so loud that I can't hear if we're talking.
Don't worry about that. I'll close the line if I hear one of you comment, I'll close the line and we can talk about it. What I can hear is your freaking feedback.
That's also why life on Earth works, because water, frozen water, will go to the top, leaving
Well,
cold water underneath.
can I ask a specific question to Omnivore right now?
Well, this guy asks this question. They're talking about orientation with respect to a plane of reference for gravity, out of date or otherwise. It's a downward vector perpendicular to a plane.
That's correct.
So, I mean, we don't need to necessarily chat skank through their discussion.
I have 2 answers. Number 1, because we're special in the universe, and God made it that way. But number 2,
Okay,
Notice
you
how,
defer
he's,
to God.
notice how he's the guru.
I mean, he's being asked. That's fair enough.
so
Yeah, but listen to the way he's talking. He's
Let's
I
be
got
for
the
God, bro.
answers.
People sniff their own farts. We've talked about this a lot. I mean, I should just agree. Yes.
How about you're okay? Sorry.
So, the moon and the sun happen to work out the way they do, but the moon may have been closer or ejected from the Earth. Apparently, I don't really claim to understand how that
back and forth, so I
is
just need
supposed
to-
to work, but
We know. Yeah.
that's the theory that I read. So and it
doesn't make sense. Yeah.
Well,
agree.
it is moving away, although it will not, as Lion pointed out, and I checked, he's correct, it will not escape. So the length of the day will slow down over, a long period of time, and we may not have that perfect exact mesh in the future. But anyway, for now it is, and it's totally cool, and it may be evidence that we're special.
Oh, whoa. Okay, so it's evidence that you may be special.
Yes.
We're special.
So is that how do you derive that? Like, for the reason of the speciality, based on
maybe it's God giving us a hint.
So you're willing to consider the proportional relationship between the Earth and the Moon, and the relationship, given that it may be orchestrated such that there's a divine intervention.
Sure.
Really?
Yeah. Can I prove that to somebody who doesn't believe it? Of course not. I wouldn't try.
No, but you're willing to antagonize yourself with that proposition.
It doesn't antagonize me.
It does. Surely it does. It presents itself as you cannot actually acquire that equilibrium through any other interpretation, through all of the ways that
No,
it's crazy, dude.
Let me hit you with something else.
They're walking the tightrope with the creation versus natural causes that's going on, and that's what the cognitive dissonance is for this whole argument. The whole idea that it just can't be created, that can't be God. That is what fuels the fever of people who don't understand that this realm was created. That's my bit.
Yeah, I mean, I was just rolling my eyes thinking, guys, these just fat sniffing intellectuals, but let them. You know, I mean, I'm glad it's piqued your interest, but it certainly hasn't mine. Should we carry on listening?
Yeah.
I wonder, do either of you know, is Omnivore professing a Christian, or does he profess atheism, or is he just kind of sitting on the fence on that?
I automatically assume that Americans all profess to be Christians. Like, if you're a white American or even a black American, I kind of think you're by default going to be Christian because America's very Christian. So it's the exception to the rule to be atheist, wouldn't you say?
Not necessarily. I mean, I assume people like Omnivore, the way he sounds, is he's not professing Christian. He's not an atheist. I consider Toon, people like that, atheists. But he's not. I mean, you know, me and Neil and Christian and others, you know, we'll talk, you know, Jesus talk once in a while, you know, and we're comfortable with that. Omnivore's trying to walk the fine line of actually trying to be an intellectual atheist, you know, or someone who's I'll consider there being a creator, you know, and just kind of play with that. But he's not committing, so he's kind of agnostic. And the other guy is trying to nicely say, you know, so dude, how can you like think that this was designed and not believe in God? He's just trying to be nice to try to, you know, be nice.
What server are we in?
Worldwide debates.
Let me let them know in FED chat.
But you know, I know that this aspect doesn't interest you, but it, I think it is fundamental to the issue of that we're and the times we're in. I don't think that flat Earth, so to speak, in Robotham's day, was like it is now. I think they were all just, as you say, fart sniffing to try to push back a little bit on the Copernican stuff, and just like I don't know if Wilberforce did, but Martin Luther and Calvin do have quotes basically saying that Copernicus is a nut and he's changing things, and you know, basically the God created the world flat. And so there's always been pushback from people who do know that the Bible is true. And the description of creation is a horizontal plane under a containment of some sort. So I don't think you can get away from the idea that our realm is created. And that is where the angst and the gnashing of teeth comes in. I do give Omnivore.
Or do you?
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh no, I was saying I do give, if Omnivore is, you know, atheist agnostic, just a intellectual Christian, which is might as well be an agnostic. Do give him a little credit for that, for, you know, being kind of thoughtful about it. So that's why it's interesting to me.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, hugely imperfect. That's why the doctrine of absolute depravity doesn't appall me. or that's why it kind of works, in my opinion, because I'm full of all of these not so great human, thoughts.
So you yourself think that you're infallible because you make so many claims, such that
Infallible? No. No.
Well, I mean, you're making so many claims. Go ahead.
That sounds like the opposite of what I said.
Okay, so what makes you make a claim above any other claim?
Give me an example.
You make a claim about reality. It has to be actually necessarily sourced from what you refer to. But you seem very willing to do so.
You mean like, okay, so I say there's lots of evidence for gravity, therefore I think gravity. Would that work?
You believe in gravity?
Of course.
I can entangle with your notion of gravity if you want to assailant against it.
As an example, I mean, so
they're
we're talking about me.
I can take you on your idea what gravity is. I've got a little fart sniffing I can do with you here, Mr. Omnivore. They're drawing swords.
Gravity provides the best answer. In fact, for the options on the table, it's, as far as I'm aware, the only answer.
Okay. So what do we got? Let's work out. So essentially, you've got the gravitational value of the reason why people feel the downward bias, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And you think your explanation...
I look up at the clouds and go, what? Bias? What?
Well, you don't feel a downward bias right now, Nathan? I feel it.
Yeah,
You're pulling me down.
I look at the rock on the ground and I think 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah, I mean, again, since recognizing the perpendicularity of the downward vector with respect to a plane of reference, I kind of don't care about gravity anymore. So I could say, oh, I just farted and the gas spread out. That is not what we experience. There is no bias, right? I don't care anymore. So I'm glad that we're discussing it without us having been addressed. Like, who cares? In all sincerity, who cares?
Out of pocket there.
You think that so most of the human race, in your opinion, ascribes to gravity?
I think so.
Why so?
I've never been anyone except on Discord here who didn't think that.
I don't think they necessarily comport with gravity, dude.
Okay.
That is the modern interpretation of the reason for the down.
They're asking the wrong question. It's which gravity? Because in certain circumstances, you could say specific gravity, as in what they did detail. It's just detailed relative density disequilibrium quite eloquently, omnivore, as opposed to the flurf, I assume, that is talking now. Like, what's wrong with that? If you're going to describe that, it's just a useful convention, perpendicular to a flat plane of reference in a downward orientation. So who cares? Beyond the fourth dimensional pseudo geometry, which is inconsequential, it's pseudo, it's just a geometry, it's just mathematics, it doesn't exist in physical reality. There is no time that you can pass me in a bag, there is no bending of space-time geodesics. It is just conceptual when you get up to that end of the multiple gravities. But ultimately, all you're ever really trying to justify is a downward vector, perpendicular to a plane. And if you muddle the conventions, I kind of think I don't care. This really is inconsequential. Anyway.
From the necessary sort of, what?
So
scientific interpretation.
We all experience what I'm calling gravity. I'm naming it gravity. If you want to call it downity or something, okay, that's fine. If you say that most people can't recite the equations, I agree. if you say that most people don't know who Isaac Newton was or don't much remember their elementary school, physics, possibly true. I don't know. I don't know what the prevalence is, but I don't think that it's correct to say that most people don't believe in gravity.
It's believe. Good grief. There's nothing about gravity or knowing about Newton or anything that's useful and practical. Specific gravity is all we need, and that's just misnamed because that's just what they call it. But disequilibrium is hard to say. So specific gravity is a lot easier to figure out if your battery acid is correct or not, or if your alcohol in your still is doing right, or whatever.
Yeah,
but
there's useful applications for weight, is what you're saying, and you're right.
Yeah.
Give you that. You got the upper hand.
When you're talking about gravity, most people usually just think of it as weight, don't they? So like gravitas. So it's like
why is that? Why is that? How do we get here? So I'm not. You said
because weight is useful, omnivore.
Archimedes.
When I was talking about the extent of human fallibility, specifically in that case moral fallibility, I'm not sure how we got to a claim of intellectual infallibility. I'm not sure exactly how we got here. But the question I think you asked was, how do you comport with this, I'm not exactly sure what the question was. I was just using gravity as an example because I wasn't certain.
Gravity is complex, right?
You
want to make claims about the downward bias? We just went over into another channel earlier before, and I copped all the bullshit. So what is it to mean the downward bias, the so-called gravity? If you guys are so assured of your position, please tell me what is the downward bias?
This guy's just projecting his own ignorance and ineptitude and then demanding others start educating him. I mean, it's really weird watching in from the outside these people do this, but I immediately just identify a Dumbo. What about you guys? You agree?
Yep, because he's talking about a downward bias. What is he, an idiot?
Well, no, regardless of what he's talking about in terms of the subject, I'm saying he doesn't know much about it, regardless of what the subject is. And his consequence in that is to start demanding, well, you guys explain your position to me. It's like, okay, why are you making demands of these people? If you don't understand it, that's fine. But people have just got on both sides, have got such a lack of humility.
Now, he's at the stage where he's trying to be above the fray and demand that people back up their claims. And I mean, before, when we were listening earlier, Omnivore was just saying that the moon is moving away, definitely, and the moon's not going to move away that far, definitely.
It's not going to escape.
Yeah, it's not going to escape. And he made claims, and he kind of waffled on the Theia theory of the moon escaping from, being blasted from the earth, blah, blah, blah. But he's talking about it like he knows what he's talking about. So what I assume is the flat earther is like, dude, you just made a bunch of claims.
Yep.
And defended. So he's at that stage, but if he was at the stage of, I don't even care about gravity or relative density disequilibrium, specific gravity, that works, but nothing else of gravity works except for 9.8 meters per second squared, and if he knew all that, then he could, again, look at Omnivore and go, dude, I don't care. You're just in imagination land.
Okay, sure. Was
Well, whatever the placeholder is, it doesn't matter, does it? Because you could put A there, like Coulomb's law. It doesn't matter. That this is the point. You're talking about kinematics now, and you're kind of conflating that to dynamics, being gravity being the cause. Because by saying it's the only thing that can explain it, you're talking about gravity being the cause, but then you're conflating that with the kinematics of little g, of downward acceleration.
So you said
you're so cooked, bro. It's right there.
It's not true that we don't have it, Neil. It's just that a downward bias is afforded you for something that's more dense than the medium, in this specific instance with 9.8 meters per second, brought up by Surf Daddy a minute ago. You're talking about a solid object through air. Now, again, if you narrow the concept to what it's useful for, there's perfectly reasonable explanations that can be extracted from things like Newtonian gravity. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't mean it doesn't
but we
exist.
don't only have a downward vector.
I know. That's their, but it's back to that. That's their ignorance of what they're talking about, how useful it is as a definable convention. So understanding it all starts with which gravity. Nobody's asked that question. So there's going to be a lot of talking at cross purposes, and as we've already identified, from people talking from a position of ignorance. And they seem to project that ignorance immediately out onto their opponent. We see it all the time.
Well, and 9.8.
If I told you that the words that you said there, they're all words, but they don't really make sense together.
How do they not make sense?
No, because they don't. That's not how any of that works.
Do you understand what kinematics are? I'm sure you do, but I just want to ask.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain it?
Kinematics are descriptions of motions, and acceleration, velocity, and position, without any appeal to the dynamic forces that cause them.
Okay, which is what little g is defined as.
Well, not exactly.
That's how they determine what little g is. It's through kinematics.
In the kinematics, it is a force. I regret to inform you.
No, 9.8 meters per second squared is a constant, just like with
You'll fit right in there, sir.
Don't start doing. Oh, yeah, Neil's coming to you from a point of view of humour. I was about to come at you with a point of view of anger. Well, don't you start doing it, bloody fart sniffer.
You'll fit right in there. Get in there, Surf Daddy.
All right. No, this is piggybacking on you, Nathan. You're saying there are useful things for these formulas or for quote unquote Newtonian gravity. It's not Newtonian gravity. It's just all it is 9.8 is a constant. Just like there's constants in gas laws. And
I don't dispute that, but what I'm saying is there is no. They're not doing any of that though. I know you want to. You're flexing your intellectual prowess, and good for you, and you're right. You've identified that correctly in distinction with what they're discussing through their ignorance. Okay, I'll acknowledge it so we can quickly move on. All they're really doing, though, is having a good old-fashioned cock-off, aren't they? Who can piss further. It's just an intellectual fart-sniffing cock-off. That's what this is, isn't it? Now, it doesn't matter if they're right or wrong, and you're identifying where they're wrong, and that's good, but I've identified that. Neil is joking, going, yeah, you get in there too in this intellectual prowess cock-off. And I'm going, don't you start sniffing your own farts. So we're not focused on whether they're right or wrong or not. It's just what's actually happening here. Battle of intellectual superiority. That's all we're witnessing, isn't it?
Yes, and I admit that, but I'm using that as an example of how in understanding this and trying to express to other people how this pissing match, they're crossing swords, where you piss across each other's stream and when you're kids. Recognizing this stuff is what needs to be expressed to other people so they don't have to have these stupid fights. Again, that's what we hope that the book will portray is all of the stupid fights over 10 years have culminated in Earth is measured flat, move on.
I haven't necessarily identified it in that way, but I've just filtered in the Earth is measured flat in between the discussion points. So no, That's not how I've laid it out, unfortunately, for you in this context. It's just what is and how flat Earth is related, as opposed to this is how it's debated. Now, there are anecdotal examples. I can't remember if one of them is specifically tailored to what you've just got as an expectation, just to temper that. Anyway, let's listen to him a bit more.
Because of this, we just say, well, this is what we measure now, and this is what we expect to measure in the future, and that's it. It's got nothing to do with the dynamics of what's actually causing it to do that, which is big G. So do we see big G in these equations of light buoyancy? And that's the point. I don't think we do.
Yeah, you got big G. I'm looking for big G.
Big G is not in buoyancy. Big G
Show me your big G.
So big G is in Einstein's theory, and it's in Newton's. So it's not in buoyancy, so Papa Flurf is wrong about how kinematics works. In kinematics, A and G don't behave the same. Because in kinematics, you only derive a kinematic equation for gravity when you're using little g. You don't.
Kinematics is measurement, my guy. It's just measurement.
You can substitute little g for a. That's not how it works.
No, kinematics is measurement. That's it.
I promise you that Papa Flurf has never taken a class on kinematics.
Yeah, now here we go. Now you're like spiraling. Kinematics is just measurement, and then you make predictions based on those series of measurements where you get like a series of trends. So you can predict the future based on that. Dynamics is different. You are predicting the future without any historical data. So it's measurement. What we're doing when we're measuring the downward accelerator, we're measuring it. We've got a device or whatever. We measure the rate of what things fall.
Just again, I'll just highlight it. We'll start counting them off. That's the first from this point. Use of a flat plane that's been whistled past. Yeah, downward is perpendicular to a plane. So we'll start counting them off. Yeah.
I mean, you can Google this for yourself.
Yeah, kinematics is measurement. Anyone can Google this right now.
Acceleration for another force. The direction of that force is going to, the direction that force gives you is going to depend on what force you substitute it for.
Well, there's no force in being invoked, and that's the point.
So
there's no force being invoked.
You learned the term kinematic equivalence from Widget, but I don't think you understand what it means.
No, it's not about Widget,
I don't think you understand.
I'm talking about
because there's.
So when
I don't think you understand it because you're talking about forces again. You're conflating dynamics with kinematics by saying it's a force.
We just don't know. It's a kinematic equivalence, but that's not how kinematics works.
We're not talking about kinematic equivalences either. We're just talking about what kinematics are, and you're conflating that to force. You even used the force in the last sentence you made. It's nothing to do with forces. That's dynamics. With kinematics, we're just talking about measurements. And when we're talking about little g, we are just literally talking about measurements, the rate at which something falls. It's got nothing to do with what causes that to fall.
That's 2.
So the way that we, in any event, I don't think there's that much more to say here, right? The reason why...
Yeah, because you're saying it's the dynamics and gravity's proven.
And because of the way that we observe gravity to work. For example, we see plumb lines slightly pulled towards larger mountain ranges.
It's 3. That's the third one.
There goes 3.
So just so we summarise, now we've had 3. That's perpendicular to a plane in terms of the velocity, the vector, the plumb. That's downward vectors only with respect to a bloody hellfire. That's downward vectors only with respect to a plane.
Because when
But was he saying that the plumb bob was going towards the mountain?
Yeah. Plumb bob, doesn't matter what he says it's doing, it's still down with respect to a plane.
In fact, factors what you're implying there. So that's actually worse for you because you're getting away from the raw data by every time you do that because you're going into your second and third order measurements.
My God, this is boring.
Yeah.
So you go out and make a measurement, it doesn't work, and then you're saying, oh, look, this isn't vertical, or it might be, but that mountain must be pulling on our device, which is...
That's 4.
It's 4, right? Vertical.
Right.
Make your predictions, and you have to have external models to try and justify it.
A lot of flat Earth proofs that get whistle past when you're just listening.
Well, I mean, you can claim anything you want. Do you have citations for any of this, or is it just something
you claim the mountain was pulling,
and you're repeating it,
bro?
I'm not sure. I can't tell.
Yeah, you claim the mountain's pulling on the plumb bob. That's the claim, and then you build.
I'm going to count that as 5. Pulling on the plumb bob, even though it's an out of date force from 1915, doesn't change that he's describing something new. A force vector that's pulling, or what's it doing? Pulling down perpendicular to a plane. That's 5. I'm going to count that one.
Can you actually prove that you're not actually lifting from the diurnal aspect?
That's 6. Lifting, the opposite to what we've just described. So now we're moving away from a plane. That's 6. People just whistle past flat Earth prerequisites all day long, don't they?
Like you sit within a position, like discerning what's going on within the world from.
So I can show you citations for why I believe what I believe. I can point to experimental data for why I think what's going on is what's going on. I can talk about the history of the science, and in fact, up to a certain level, the mechanics and mathematics of the science. I can explain why the dynamics are important in this, and not just, appeal to something called kinematic equivalence.
That would really annoy me if I was the Flurf talking to him, because he's made it explicitly clear that he's talking about measurements. So he's dragged it into a couple of different category errors. I don't know if he's done that intentionally, but it would annoy me.
I would wish to, we could find some sort of, he's right there within the interpretation. But,
But what's funny, and this is kind of like the testament to the globe, is that when they go out and make these predictions and then they go and do the measurements and it never matches, it's just like, then they have to create a new model to interpret into the old model, and then they have to redefine the models because the dynamics actually don't work. It never matches the kinematics. Yeah, over hundreds of years, they've got it to work really well, but it wasn't originally like that. It weren't like they went out and made these predictions and it worked.
Say again, Neil.
Let's debunk a globe. Not prove how Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Just debunk a globe.
What do we get to? 5 flat Earth prerequisites whistle past. Now it's Earth's not a sphere. That's how it works. Use flat Earth 5 different times, 5 different ways, and then say Earth's not global. It's like, what are you talking about? You've just described force vectors perpendicular to a plane. That's the end of the discussion. Need a plane. That's how it's being described, measured in this particular instance for this guy's kinematics, which are also now being put into the category error of science.
Of the solar system, and was like, oh, this has lots of math. I'm going to start appealing to a kinematic equivalent. But
the dynamics don't work. That's why they had to revoke dark matter, dark energy.
That's involved in this works. All of it is based on the dynamics.
Yes, and it doesn't work.
When you're talking about when you just throw around the word kinematics, it makes me think you don't actually understand what that means.
No, it makes me think that you're conflating dynamics to kinematics when you're talking about kinematics and saying it's a dynamic prediction, when we're talking strictly measurements, and then you're saying it's the cause of something.
Makes me think, did I leave the oven on? This is really freaking tedious.
Which is why 96% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy. They can't predict 96% of it. And we don't know what dark energy and dark matter is.
Needed.
Well, do you need a citation for dark matter and dark energy? Do you believe that's real?
So now we've gone from.
Go ahead, Neil.
How did we get? See, this is what happens when you don't just deal with it right away. Now they're into dark matter, dark energy.
Yeah, it's a cock-off between a Flurf who's demonstrating his intellectual prowess with his newfound knowledge of what? Flat Earth? Heliocentrism. So now he's challenging the guy who's got a heliocentric belief for how wrong it is, isn't he? With his own rhetoric of heliocentric dark matter. Like, why don't you just point out how flat it is? It's because that doesn't get anybody to fart sniff around this dweeby deemed to be valuable by the saddest of communities that the world has to cast aspersions on. That's the fart-sniffing dweeb that believes he's on a ball. those guys invest in this information like it's valuable. And hippies, flurfs, come along, see the information, start to investigate it because they're forced to by an opponent, and then they start leaning into their newfound knowledge of heliocentrism and how it's wrong. That's how it goes on. That's how the discussion takes place. That's what's happening now. Nobody's pointing out the flat Earth prerequisites. Everyone's arguing about how heliocentric these concepts will function based on the flat Earth measurements of perpendicularity in this instance, downward vectors with respect to a plane. No one's mentioning those bits so they can argue about how heliocentric it is or isn't. It's sad, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is why when you come in with the measurements, you got enemies on both sides.
Dynamics and kinematics in ways that that make me think you're missing.
Or you just don't understand it. I think that's it. You can stop ad hopping now and projecting, because I think most people will probably understand what kinematics are and dynamics, and the fact that if you're invoking little g as dynamics, then you do not understand what dynamics is. So you need to stop projecting.
Here's the thing about Newtonian mechanics is Newton had this kind of weird belief that there was such a thing as an absolute rest frame, an absolute reference frame. But he also knew that there was no way to...
That's 6. I count that as another one.
There's no reason to think that there's an absolute rest frame, because even Newton knew that there was no way to detect it, and relativity has just gone the final step.
Yeah, you're measuring perpendicular to it. They've done it 5 times. This is the 6th mention where it's disregarded as though Newton rejects the reference frame. Okay, what are you perpendicular to for this downward vector? Of course there is. But apparently this guy's divining the thoughts without citation of Newton. Okay. Strong smelling salts, I think, is what he really needs.
We could have a device like an accelerometer that tells you what your velocity...
7. If this velocity is in a downward vector, I cut him off a bit too soon. This would be the number 7th, wouldn't it?
Absolute reference frame. Do you understand what an absolute reference frame is, John?
Yes, I think you don't.
What is it? Explain it to me. Explain what an absolute reference frame is.
An absolute reference frame, absolute rest frame, right, would be a frame with respect to which you could determine your absolute velocity. But there is no such thing. There is no evidence to suggest that there's an absolute rest frame or an absolute reference frame or an absolute velocity. There are devices called accelerometers that will tell you what your absolute acceleration is.
Yeah, which isn't.
There is no such device as an absolute velocity.
Can you have a conversation, a back and forth, or you're just going to like power through what he's saying?
Well, John will just talk for hours. You have to interrupt John because he'll just talk for like half an hour straight.
There's a selective hearing or something. Was Papa Flurf over talking?
I was over talking. I apologize. But he does kind of one point at a time, and he was talking about the absolute frame and just made a load of didn't really answer the question. So when we're talking about the absolute frame, it's what you measure motion against. Obviously, relativity is saying we measure motion between bodies.
The absolute rest frames.
Was that Sage?
Yes.
What did she say? But we're breaking up the fight.
Don't worry about what when Sage says something. Don't worry about it, bro. Just continue.
The point is,
Sage is pretty smart.
Omni says something. Don't worry about it.
Sage is terrible.
Okay. The point is, Omni
said hello to me and it told me what the subject was. That's what she did.
Okay, great. So the point is, Omni invoked Newton as evidence, and now we're saying that Newton was wrong because John seems to be conceding.
Some citations.
No, this is your claim. You said you invoked Newton. You said Newton's good, and then John's saying actually Newton was wrong because we can't detect the absolute rest frame. So
Newton knew that.
So then Newton was wrong then, or was he right? Well, what's your position? You two seem to be crossing each other right now.
He was wrong to believe in he believed that space was absolute. He believed there was an absolute rest frame, but he knew that you couldn't detect it.
He knew what?
Yeah, it don't make it's what you're measuring it against. You don't need to detect it. It's what you're measuring.
No, you don't. In Newtonian mechanics, all velocities are relative,
No, they're
relative to
not. It's
something
universal.
else.
They're using a universal frame in Newton mechanics. Everything's measured
Relative.
against a single point. They debate where
That's
that
simply
point
wrong.
is. They debate where that point is, but it's an absolute frame which all motion's measured against. And the alternative, what relative
from reading memes.
And this is how relativity gets around it, right? And this is something Omni misunderstood yesterday when he tried to conflate the two, because under Newton's paradigm, space is fixed and it's rigid, and that's completely different to saying that space and the geometry of space bends and warps based on the size of objects or how much mass they own. Those two frameworks are completely different. And then to measure motion, you're saying that you have to use the non-inertial frame really to pick up the motion. So then if you are invoking Newton, which is why they had to get rid of the ether, you would have to concede that Earth is stationary because of Michelson-Morley.
Nope. Simply wrong. There is no...
Yes, they inverted the reference frames to get around that. And you've got length contraction and time dilation as a way to kind of like fix the result, so to speak.
Hey, Tomster 12.
Time.
So
hey,
if you want
Mr.
to
Nice
invoke,
Guy.
if you want to invoke Newton, then welcome to Etherland. That's all I can have to say about that.
Look, all physicists in the 19th century were sure that there was an ether. Michelson and Morley
Hey, user
weren't setting out.
2858.
Thank you, Sage. They weren't setting out to determine whether or not there was an ether. All they were doing was trying to determine the velocity of the Earth through the ether.
Well, they was actually trying to clarify what happened in Erispelia.
Can I finish?
Papa Flor, can you not interrupt people being really nice?
So they were trying to determine the velocity of the Earth through it. So when they were unable to, they knew they would. They had a device that was clearly sensitive enough to detect the motion because it could detect motions smaller than the change of motion that the Earth went through over the course of 6 months. And yet they detected nothing. That was a huge surprise to them and all physicists.
Where we're at, one deck, is we're in worldwide debates and we're just commenting on their stuff, so they can't hear us talking about them. And until we're addressed, we'll just tag along in this server. If we do eventually get addressed, obviously we'll engage with them. Till then, you feel free to just comment on what they're saying. They just won't hear you saying it. And then we'll go live. We might cover a video at some point. We might get addressed and engage with this particular crowd. They might ignore us the entire time. We'll see how it goes.
Right. Okay, mate. Nice one. But it turned out that it did reconcile Michelson-Morley, and the failure of Michelson-Morley was is clearly interpreted today correctly, in the sense that it agrees with all experiments we've done that there is no such thing as an absolute rest frame. There's no such thing as an ether in the sense that it was thought of in the 19th century, and I'll end there.
That, which was the 5 fringes, I believe it was. And then, yes, you're in a problem because you can't even infer from that because the actual result, it was 6 kilometers per second, which was a 0.02. So you can't even say that, oh, it was close, because it wasn't close at all. So you couldn't even infer from that data that it was Earth. And there were some other factors involved that kind of disrupt the data. So there was nowhere near the results. So they just have to throw it all out. Throughout the ether, through everything out, but obviously kept the globe model because that's the priority.
Well, I confess there was a lot of stuff there.
They're telling lie type of lies, aren't they?
Yeah, I don't. There was a lot of stuff in there I just simply didn't follow. So I'll just leave that as it is. But I'll just mention one thing, and that is that the ether is kind of an odd thing because it's not really an absolute rest frame. It is really what it is simply the medium in which light travels. And so the only real role of the ether was to provide that. It wouldn't necessarily be an absolute rest frame because the ether itself could move relative to an absolute rest frame if there was such a thing. So I think that's another kind of
So in the
what's
pre-show,
ether?
well, in the pre-show, we got up to 7 flat Earth prerequisites that were whistled past in a discussion about this particular subject, ether and gravity, in terms of planes of reference perpendicular to downward vectors, plumb bobs, upward velocities, downward velocities, you name it. We've just had an 8th, but we'll stop counting there when they described the velocity over time, the speed. So that also would require a flat plane of reference to describe it. But we'll stop counting there. We got up to 8, technically 7, because we've transitioned from pre-show to live show. But there we go.
Because that would cause the aberration effect to not be there. You wouldn't have the aberration effect in the first place. So there was that's why we ended up ruling out the ether. But the only point I wanted to make was just that ether is not really an absolute rest frame. It's just the medium with respect. Light was thought to travel in the 19th century.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, so I'll just, because you said you didn't understand my point, so I'll just relate to the room just in case everyone else, I'm not being clear, or perhaps I'm not making sense and you want to push back and debate me on it, it's fine. So when you say it's measuring velocity components, so and the direction of Earth is actually critical with this interpretation, because if you've got a ray of light going, say, in the direction of Earth's motion, and then you have a ray of light that's being reflected perpendicular to the direction of motion, the distances traveled for each ray of light is actually different, because obviously if Earth is moving forward and it's got less distance to travel because on its return path, Earth's moved slightly as it's returning back to the light. But obviously other things can interfere with the light as well, because we know how sensitive light is. You can have temperature interference. You can have all kinds of interferences, just vibrations on.
Okay, so distance and direction would be 9 and 10. Both flat Earth prerequisites. I had one deck pipe up through it. I think we got to the end of the gist of what he was saying, so we can put our little 2 pennyworth in through his little mumbly conclusion.
And going back to the Fresnel drag experiment, which you mentioned earlier, what they did the same thing, but they shone light through a current. And they found that light did interact with the medium, and it was like 40% against the current and 40%. It was like an 80% difference overall, but yeah, 40% with the current and against the current. So they did find that the light did behave, or it did interact somewhat with the water. So they used that kind of thinking when they interpreted how they would figure out how the ether would originate, basically. But the key point is that it was designed to detect velocity components with motion, and it just didn't detect the Earth's velocity, but it did detect something else. It detected the 6 kilometers per second, which you could put down to human error, which some people try and argue, but that number keeps coming up time and time again with later.
Again.
I'm just saying kilometers, you say.
Yeah, we just counted it. We said distance a second ago, but yes, absolutely.
That says that this is measuring a velocity component, as you're saying, because I know for a fact they don't.
Well, they assumed that the Earth was moving at 30 kilometers per second, and that was right in the prediction. It was the 5 fringes. So they assumed that they would measure Earth's motion against a reference frame that's not moving, which was being interpreted as the ether is not moving. If the ether was moving, then they wouldn't give up plus or minus the ether's motion. But they assumed the ether was stationary, which is why they say at the end of the paper it debunked a stationary ether, because they did get a fringe, a 6 kilometer per second fringe. So it does kind of, there is interpretation there. You could take away that the ether, even though it's the absolute reference frame to which you always measure against, it is kind of moving, and it's got the slight drift or a wind or whatever you want to call it.
Hey, Ratman.
But it's right there in the prediction. There's a graph, and it will show you like what they expected to get and what they actually got.
Tune playing a soundboard?
Hey, Neil Cosentino.
Well, I stand ready to answer any.
No, that's just an AI component.
Playing his damn soundboard.
No, it's people being welcomed by their AI bot.
kind of inspired by my talks with flat earthers about Aries failure, which I didn't know about at the time, and some other things. Anyway, it's a 5-part series on 19th century attempts to understand the nature of light. And it starts with Bradley's discovery of aberration when he was looking for parallax, and then brings up parallax later on. Anyway.
Parallax is another flat Earth prerequisite, angles with respect to a plane. Same goes for Aries failure, regardless of it not being experimentation. It's still measuring angles with respect to a plane, the transition angle through the telescope. Not an experiment, definitely flat Earth by prerequisite with a measurement.
That's 11.
The notion of the antithesis of the scientific paradigm.
You're asking me why I think you look for alternative explanations.
Well, you've already presented that. You've already presented that, right? Those people
I'm not sure.
agree with that paradigm.
I thought you were asking what my theory is about why you guys look for alternate explanations. Did I miss it?
Is this guy talking right now? Is he Toon?
I don't know.
He sounds like McToon. I'm finding that more and more.
The world is your oyster. Please, by all means, provide me with the rationale.
Well, I think for many, I could be wrong, but I think for many, it's biblical in origin. I think a lot of people don't really.
Hey, Mikey, welcome to the live room.
Don't really understand why flat Earth, was defeated before Jesus was born, and why a lot of people don't understand that despite things that you might interpret in the Old Testament, which was written back in the time when people did think the Earth was flat.
Okay, so I don't consider myself to be a biblical sort of flat earther, for all intensive terminology. Why would you orientate yourself towards that?
Well, so if you want to suggest that I'm wrong, that's one thing. I think it is true that for many, if not most flat earthers.
Look, who cares? The guy's labelled John. Does it matter who he is? If it was, or if it isn't, who cares?
No, I'm just pointing out that more and more people are have his intonations and sound. It's just all sounding alike to me. So I'm just pointing that out.
They just all sound the same to you. Gotcha.
You couldn't have a flat Earth if you had time zones. But that's what Robotham did, and he did it primarily. He and what's his name, Gleason, and others did it largely because they felt like it was a path back to they felt like science was mining the Christian church.
John.
I could be wrong. Go ahead.
Do you want my take?
Sure. Okay.
So I think that the reason why Flat Earth has decided that the science has been degraded or corrupted, and that the scientific method.
Yeah, that's anthropomorphization. He's now turned Flat Earth into a person, hasn't he?
And all of the scientific evidence produces results that they feel are not what would make sense to them, counterintuitive. And when it produces a result that seems counterintuitive, they decide that means that it is wrong or that it doesn't make sense, and appeal to their understanding of deductive logic or reasoning or common sense to say things like, if the Earth isn't, encased by...
This has just turned into a glorified stereotype fallacy, hasn't it?
So I think that's really
annoying. Yeah, turn that stage off.
I think that intuition, it must make sense to me, and my grasp of it, without having done much of the deeper reading, and maybe having heard people who sound smart or who I think are smart talk about it and cast doubt on it, has convinced me that there's some problem here that I can see that all of these guys in lab coats do not see. They don't, when scientists look up at the night sky, they don't think, oh, that gas would all be flying off into space. But I know better because, I've seen a meme about it.
Because they know it's not true.
Well, they
up is perpendicular to a plane of reference. That's a flat Earth prerequisite. They just whistled past. We're going to keep count. Is that 12?
Absolute notion of like what is true and not true, and do your best, guys. Dude, this is going to be so fun. This is going to be so fun. So who have we got here right now? I feel like we've accumulated all of the best of the anti-flat earthers, and you guys produce to us.
I'm the best.
The best methodology by which you discern yourself.
So I think that the way that you determine
how do you define best, Rick?
Is fine.
Well, dude, this is what I'm going to try to say. Like, dude, these guys are going to.
If we don't have Blue Hill,
they got a hill to climb.
If we don't have,
hey, Toaster 12, welcome to the voice chat.
If you guys were willing to come along with a delineation, like the methodology by which you would choose to sort of.
Yeah,
like,
I'm gonna do that. Yeah, you're
clinical. Yeah, cool.
Okay,
right, cool.
So yeah, I think that there are gradations of evidence for things, right? And a scientific experiment is quite a high degree of evidence. Videos, especially videos where you don't know the provenance, are very, not very poor, but fairly poor degrees of evidence. But, you can have tons of these videos where you do know the provenance, and that's decent evidence. So there's gradation degrees of evidence. And, white papers, I think, are quite good. So I think that you can look at experiments that have been done, and especially in cases where there are many experiments done. And even without the scientific acumen to fully understand the methodology, you can at least, make a sort of informed guess, especially if you have some background or a good lay understanding, and try to figure out if you think that is something that the evidence is on the weight of. There's a weight of evidence there. So I think when it comes to those harder, questions, you would want to do the reading, you want to look at that, and you want to try to investigate what these people who have done a lot of looking into.
Yeah, why put it in a standard that you might lose that? So when it comes to just geography and Earth measurements, it's best put into a completely separate category that's completely devoid of the actual facts in the matter. Yeah, of course, they can perceivably win if it's in the category, Neil.
Can I comment on that? He's talking a lot, but he's not really saying anything, is he?
Who, Omni? Well, he's grading his standards of evidence that are unrelated to the subject.
I think there's a piece missing to how he justifies things, because when you look at how these people come into these conclusions, and you look at so my point of view, my worldview is epistemological. I'm looking at kind of what paradigm. So how are people determining knowledge? How are we discerning truth? And that's kind of my priority. And then I'll always prioritize experimental over the theoretical. And I think if something doesn't match the experiment, and we want to be empirical, we want to follow the empiricism paradigm in epistemology, which is.
I was just rattling off stuttery buzzwords, isn't he? It's just meaningless tripe. The epistemology of the scientific evidence. What are you babbling about? Bloody hell.
We have to deviate through what we say we think reality is, and we have to go in this mathematical model framework. And then we are in the realm of pragmatism, which does not
My God, how many more frickin' fat-sniffing buzzwords does this guy need?
In the philosophical.
Hey, Robert, welcome to our chat.
And that is so off-putting, honestly. It really ruins your trip.
Who's got the robot girlfriend, dude? She's annoying.
The channel does.
And this is the point that I'm trying to hit home. It's when you look at the universe and you see the order and everything in the universe, and we see that there is order, there has to be...
He's your girlfriend now too, Rob.
There has to be, to be organization, there has to be an organizer. And to have a coherent worldview, because...
Why does there have to be an organizer to have order?
Okay, let me word it this way. To have organization, there has to be an organizer.
Why?
Because we don't find organization come from anything other than intervention.
That's just begging the question.
Okay, can you give me an example where that's not true?
It's your claim.
Okay, I could build a house. We see an organized system. We see a business. We see anything that's an organized system. There has to be an
Let me sniff my own farts. You don't get order from disorder.
Not a claim, that's a fact. You're making a claim that chaos created order. He's not making that claim. He's claiming that order comes from order, which is a fact.
No, it's not. You need to justify.
I've just justified it. I've just gave you a real-time example.
They're building this argument now on the premise that we've got order. It's complete denial of entropy.
Example. There wasn't a repetition of the claim when I give you an example.
If I can show order coming from disorder, what does that mean, though?
It means the arrow of time's reversed. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Everything's moving towards decay. That's the entropic decay described with the arrow of time. So it's a complete violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
That's very simple to show, you guys. Sorry, Brendan.
No, go ahead.
Formation of
I just want to say that it's very easy to show chaos going to calmness and the other way around. This is absurd.
Yeah. I mean, so
go shake all you gotta do is go shake a bottle of oil and water. Chaos. Wait a couple minutes. Not chaos. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, are we
equalization?
We have a
That's equilibrium.
Put it in the bottle, and then the hurricane. Organize all that fluid into the bottle.
Yeah, so
I know.
Problem.
Always got to go some more.
Did chaos organize the bottle and the fluid into a bottle, Rob, and make the bottle?
That wasn't. Well, actually, yeah. It had to be molded with fire from sand into a bottle into a glass. Yeah, all that stuff had to be.
Wow.
We are so far from measurements. It's funny.
I don't know if it's
hurricanes are common.
Say again.
You know, when you're in you're just going on and on, just waffling.
Can I ask a question related to the
calmness? We're talking about order.
Order, calmness. What do you want to say? Scat man. Whatever, scat man.
I still haven't gotten.
Rob Noxious, just chill out for a sec.
I still haven't gotten an answer to why, if I observe order, I must necessarily infer someone or an agent that orders things.
It's the constant appeal to, I don't have to cite myself. I just have to appeal to quote unquote common sense. That's, that's a recurrent pattern, right? Just how things work.
It's an inability to understand how just basic reasoning works.
I think the thing that I
pattern, or maybe an anti-pattern.
The one thing that I constantly kind of get confused by is why flat Earth. For instance, Alan does a really good job, and a lot of people do. I think Papa Flurf does too. A really good job of defending geocentrism. That's a really easy argument to make, and it was made very, very well until just a few hundred years ago, for one good reason, and that was that there was no way to explain why stuff fell to the ground other than the fact that the Earth was the center of the universe.
We'll count that as number 13, but if you're watching, just look up at the clouds, expel some gas from your person, watch it dissipate in all directions. There is no bias down. 9.8 meters per second is solids through air. That's it.
And Copernicus suggested heliocentrism. That was crazy. That was crazy.
Galileo didn't suggest heliocentrism, did he?
Well, he did. He embraced not geocentrism. Did I say? I meant heliocentrism. Galileo and Copernicus embraced, as an idea, heliocentrism. So let me just say, because I think you'll like this. I've recently come to understand that was crazy. There was no reason to believe in the heliocentric model, because if you took the Earth out of the center of the universe, there was no way to explain why stuff fell to the ground.
Yes, there was. Yes.
Looks up at clouds.
No, you're putting the cart before the horse. Gravity was always understood as stuff trying to get to.
While these guys have a bit of audio chaos and get triggered about their gravity nonsense, we're still talking about downward vectors with respect to a plane. If you're going to suggest it's not true that all things move towards the ground in a downward vector, then that is perpendicular to a plane to describe that. So that is a flat Earth prerequisite that is being ignored. Now, we have covered it previously. I think a dozen's good enough for us to count off that there's plenty of discussion and debate that takes place with the complete ignorance of the axiomatic requirement of flat Earths that get discussed but not acknowledged when you suggest how non-heliocentric the world is, which is what's about to happen.
Yourself with the drink, yeah? You're getting aggressive.
You guys are all going to fuck off for a sec. Okay.
It does sound like you're drinking.
This is the consequence of people yakking through each other. Now there's a bit of anger ensuing. Shocking.
Right. So Galileo demonstrated that there exists a force called gravity, which acts on.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Well, look. Okay, fair enough. But the point is he had no explanation for gravity. No. Please, just a moment.
Fair enough.
Okay, go ahead.
I need a concession from you that you were wrong.
No, I wasn't wrong. You're not understanding.
Galileo, in his inclined experiments, rolling little balls down an incline and timing it right with a water clock. And with his wrist, showed he had also had arguments showing that there exists a force that acts on all masses equally. Right? That's what he showed.
Helium balloon cloud.
Okay, but the point is that the only explanation for that force was stuff trying to get to the center of the universe. That's what gravity was.
No.
Did Galileo think it was equal or proportional?
Galileo showed logically.
Galileo did not know math. He made no proposals. He had no idea of mass attracting mass. He just knew about the force of gravity. And like everybody for thousands of years before him, he would have thought that gravity was nothing more than stuff trying to get to the center of the universe.
No.
So downward with a perpendicular vector with respect to a plane, incongruent with things that don't go down, like gases, isn't mass attracting mass. So this is a nonsense waffle that whistles past the prerequisite. We've also got him asserting an incongruence with the axiom. So when he says towards the centre, no, perpendicular downward vectors aren't towards the centre. They're not in. We're talking about down. For them, and they're incongruent with the stuff that doesn't go down force, that's not a force that you can think of as a force, that was superseded by Einsteinian bent pseudo-geometry 111 years ago. That's what's actually happening.
He simply understood that it was not, he showed that it's not the case that heavier things fall faster. That's what he showed. It wasn't about the source of gravity. Everybody understood that gravity was a force that made things fall. And
there it is. A minute ago it was towards the centre. Now we've got back to the original assertion, out of date by 111 years, of a downward vector with respect to a plane. Make things fall. Fart. Watch how quickly it forms a puddle. Oh, it doesn't. So it's got mass, it's not falling, it's dissipating in all directions. Look up at a cloud to know this is nonsense that they're all talking about. Why? Well, it's just to mask the fact that this perpendicularity for what was also mentioned, that's weight, is perpendicular to a plane of reference. That's all this is for. Cockwaffle to mask the reality that this is a flat Earth prerequisite measurement of a perpendicular downward vector. That's all it is.
Both heavy, a 1 pound cannonball and a 10 pound cannonball.
Yes, of course.
There it is again. She gave it in weight. Why? Because that's what it is. This is all this is. Weight of solids moving through air that ignores that air itself defies this as a principle you can use with things like Newton's. That's weight downward, perpendicular to a plane.
Falling uniformly.
You see what we have to deal with, John?
Falling uniformly. No. If you expel gas from your person and how non-uniform it is it spreads out throughout the house and people at different sides of the building go, but at different times as it dissipates at a different rate through entropic dispersion. shout out to do. Shout out to Unisox Femu, who says, fishing school for shoe. A technician giving me right to say shoe is not a natural phenomena. Thank you very much for the super chat, Unisox Femu. Really appreciate the support.
Was the force kind of hypothesized? I'm not sure. I think that was Newton, weren't it, that hypothesized the force?
No.
What the bloody hell is this going? Do you hypothesize a force? Let's have a little break to break down this nonsense. So a hypothesis is a cause and effect prediction, a suppositional statement with two sides to it. If A, then B. That's a prediction. A will cause B is the prediction. It's an if statement because it's a suppositional causal influencer. A is supposed to cause B in your prediction. Doesn't mean it will. You're going to test for that later. That's half of a hypothesis, otherwise known as scientific prediction. The other half's called a null, zero difference result. If A, not B. Now, both can't simultaneously be true. You can't have A cause B and A not cause B, both at the same time. Only one is true. That's a hypothesis. It's a supposition yet to be validated. So to hypothesize the force, okay, we'll get to that in a second, you'd need to have a cause and effect relationship in an if A, then B statement with a mirror, the null. Zero difference result, if A, not B. Now, when you vary A, you see if it causes B. That's an experiment. Actualization of hypothesis, or actualization of scientific prediction. That's to say you put the hypothesis, scientific prediction, into actuality when you vary A and see if B happens. Now, B is the natural phenomena, the thing you observe to occur in nature. In this case, all things going down. Not all things go down. My God.
It's a theory. You're arguing with yourself.
Don't ever go against the family.
Newton gave us
Newton proposed
the laws
F
of
equals
gravity.
Go on, then. You carry on
F
talking all
equals MA,
afternoon.
F equals MA is a law. It's not a theory.
I didn't say it was.
That's incorrect.
That's it. You're out of here, fucking Pazza.
Right. So again,
we're gonna Fredo your ass. We're gonna Fredo your ass.
Galileo showed, right, that there is a phenomenon called gravity. Newton gave us the laws of gravity. Einstein explained the theory of gravity. It's all one.
He didn't attribute it to mass.
But would you concede would you concede that Newton was confounded by it because he couldn't understand how by definition of his own equation, he couldn't understand how gravity affected everything of different mass in the same mechanism?
So everything of different mass in the same mechanism. So it doesn't matter if it's the mass of a fart or the mass of an anvil in air. They're all going to go down. No, that's not what occurs, right? That is not how gas behaves. Obviously, we're going to whistle past this so we can all talk about downward vectors, ignoring the prerequisite flat plane that's perpendicular to that downward vector when we talk about this shite. Through convolution of three different things currently. Relative density disequilibrium, that's specific gravity. Newtonian downward force, that's mass attracting mass. And bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry just introduced by Brenda. That's a pseudo-geometry with a time dimension that bends, invented by a man named Einstein, superseding the idea that any of this has a force attached to it. Quote, gravity is not a force, George Musa, Scientific American, when detailing the bent pseudo-Riemannian space-time geometry that gravity currently stands for when it superseded Newtonian gravity in 1915.
I can't understand.
Galileo basically said, yeah, things fall. That's it.
Releases gas from person, looks up at cloud.
Very interesting that they haven't called on you yet, Nathan.
That's okay. I don't mind reacting to them. This is probably just as entertaining.
I agree.
Yeah,
it's very entertaining.
Yes. So not
like
just.
Well, that's it. Yeah. But there was no mechanism behind that. I think that's what Pazza was saying, which I kind of agree with. He's just saying that they all fall the same rate.
It was a step away from things want to be at the center of the earth, which was being said before, right? Which was wrong because Galileo had an argument, right, for why that's not true. He disagreed with Aristotle, right?
What was his argument?
What the fuck?
You said he had an argument why that wasn't true. Yeah. I'm asking you what his justification was.
How the fuck don't you know?
I'm asking you because you said it. I just want to clarify.
It was the cannonballs falling from the Eiffel Tower. It was a thought experiment.
So why would you get from that the world's not geocentric?
because it was a logical argument for why.
I'm asking you to explain that argument.
Holy fuck! This is like ninth grade shit. What the fuck?
Explain it then. Stop spurging. You could have explained it instead of just swearing all the time.
Imagine two cannonballs dropped from the Eiffel Tower. It's questionable whether he actually did it. He might have actually done it, right? You drop two
cannonballs,
right?
Same rate.
Yes, both the 10-pound and the 1-pound cannonball fall and hit the ground at the same time, at the same moment, right? This refutes Aristotle's notion that heavier objects fall faster, right?
Okay, but what's that got to do with geocentrism?
It has nothing to do with geocentrism. It has to do with the force of gravity, a phenomenon that he was able to explain.
Which they just described as weight.
So can we get back to our original?
That's not weight. That's not what weight
our
is.
thread of conversation then?
Well, that's what gravity is. Gravitas, it just means weight.
No, it doesn't.
It only has meaning when you're talking about the dynamics behind it.
Gravity isn't weight.
That's what gravitas means, and that's where gravity came from.
No, gravitas is a psychological thing of being something being heavy. You know, it's a psychology. Weight is the acceleration due to gravity.
Yes, but the point is, if you're not explaining what gravity is, then it has no meaning. It's pointless.
That's not true.
You just say it's gravity. Well, and I'm asking you what Galileo's interpretation was of gravity. That's what I'm trying to get to.
He said
so before Galileo, they thought that lighter things would fall slower than heavier things. That's what was the preconceived notion.
Yes,
he proved that. Yes,
he proved that to be right.
Yeah, he proved that to be false.
Yes.
Right. So why I'm asking is,
and then later he would perform experiments on ramps to slow down how things would fall to get exact times of how fast things would fall.
9.8 meters per second.
Use those calculations to determine that 9.8 meters per second.
Yeah.
His mistake was that he thought that things always fell at 9.8 meters per second, no matter where they were. Well, per second squared, anyway.
Yeah.
So what's this got to do with cosmology then?
Well, by thinking that things fall at that rate, no matter where they are, he was not able to calculate orbits correctly because the math just wasn't mathing. It took Newton to realize to come up with more formulas for gravity to show that distance affects the rate at which things fall.
Right, that was a good explanation, Brenda. That's learned from this guy.
Yeah, that's fine.
He explained it pretty clearly.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for Nathan Oakley?
Sorry. I'm sorry. I bet.
Ready for the clown show?
I want to do his intro.
I don't know.
Immediate ad hom.
Anyway.
Live from the British Isles.
That's not an ad hom.
Well, there goes the conversation.
My bad,
We got Aussies, we got Americans, we got Limeys.
Anyway.
Has anybody heard the most famous one of them all? Nathan the Grifter Oakley is coming on Riggy's show.
Don't give up your day job.
Yeah, Brenda's right.
He's got a sidekick.
It's not an ad hom.
His name's
He hasn't got a day job.
You guys
Shut up,
hate on
Bear.
Rob. You guys hate on Rob. He's a performer.
Don't hate the player.
There's 30 people in front of him, and he's dancing and singing, and you guys want to ridicule him. This is a real performer.
Why do I feel like I'm the only one who's excited for this, dude? I get excited for this. We're listening to, you're listening to Nathan Oakley. We want you, buddy. Get up in here.
That guy
Come on,
I think you're the number one fan in his fan club.
I am. I told him that all the time. No one believes me, dude.
Yeah,
I just got back, guys. Nathan, are you doing a show today, or are you just visiting?
Just visiting. I mean, I'm more than happy to back off and let you guys talk. If they want to talk to me, I'm more than happy to do that as well. Either way, I'm happy.
No, you're more than welcome here. If you're doing a show, I didn't know if a mod had helped set it up for you yet, but if you're just visiting, welcome. Yeah, no problem.
Every Friday, man. Where you been?
That guy was right, by the way. I am a trained performer. That's what I trained as. When he says he's just a performer,
Nathan, are you down with gravity?
Nathan, I was complimenting Rob. You are a trained performer, though. You go hard for hours, Nathan. But I was complimenting Rob in that moment.
Yeah, I have no training. I'm just naturally born this way.
Yeah, that's what I trained as. So that's what I did at college. That's why I'm a YouTuber now. But am I down with gravity? Down is perpendicular to a plane of reference. It's a flat Earth measurement you've all been talking about for about 40 minutes.
No such thing as.
Are you down? Are you down with little G?
Down is perpendicular to a flat plane. It's a flat Earth measurement.
Down is south.
There's no such thing as flat Earth measurements.
Down is a flat Earth measurement perpendicular to a plane. That's the third time I've said it.
Yeah, you can say things, but you have to justify them. There's no such thing as flat Earth measurements. They're just measurements.
Yeah, measurements perpendicular to a plane would be a flat Earth measurement because it's perpendicular to a plane. That makes it a flat Earth measurement because it's axiomatically tied to the horizontality that you measure a downward vector with. That's a flat Earth measurement of a downward vector perpendicular to a plane 4 times.
Is 2.3 meters a flat Earth measurement or a globe Earth measurement?
A linear measurement. It just as an isolated number. It doesn't really mean anything. You've got to reference it to something like distance. So if you're talking about, I'm answering a beta mute button immediately. Yeah. I'm answering you, Brenda. Yeah, I'm giving you a little tiny bit of respect. I know there's going to be a few cucks that now need to jump in for Brenda. Now, if you just talk about meters, they're linear. Unless you tie them to something. That's a cuck talking through me. Cuck, it's been here for about 2 minutes, got a cuck talking through me immediately. Cuck, I'm talking to Brenda. If it's just 2 meters, whatever you gave, as a distance, with respect to, I don't know, a map, then that would be a flat measurement of distance in that value because it's linear. But if it's just an isolated number, then it doesn't mean anything because it's not referenced to anything. It could be perpendicular. It could be a downward vector at that length, like a height, also a measurement from a flat Earth. Height is measured off flat Earth.
Right, so linear doesn't mean flat. You're begging the question.
No, it depends on the context. I think I just said that a second ago.
Right, so if it depends on the context, then it's not a measurement.
But it is a measurement if you measure it. If you measure a distance, like a couple of meters, with respect to the terrain that you are traversing, then it doesn't matter how short that distance is. The linear distance refers to the distance that you're measuring, therefore horizontal if it's in respect to the land. Distance measurements are horizontal linear when you measure a mile, like a map scale. That's a flat Earth measurement of distance that is linear because distance is linear.
That's false. That's false.
It's a fantastic rebuttal.
No, it is. It is because linear doesn't mean flat. It simply means along a line, and lines can be curved.
Yeah, they can be, but then they wouldn't be linear. And if it's a measurement of Earth's surface, third time I'm saying it, she's going to start yakking through it, then it's a distance measurement, like on a map scale. So I've said it again a little bit slower. So do you think map scales bend?
Doesn't make it any better.
Oh my God. Do you think map scales bend, Brenda?
Because the physical map.
Stuttery,
on a
do
piece
map
of paper
scales
flat,
bend? It's a yes or no question. Yes or no?
It doesn't follow that the Earth is flat because the map is flat.
That's how it's measured. It's been measured with linear distances. That's why you've got a flat linear scale horizontal. That's why it's flat when referenced to distance with the ground measurement in meters, kilometers, miles, inches, yards, furlongs. Doesn't matter what the distance is. If it's on the ground and on a flat scale, ipso facto, it is flat and horizontal and measured with respect to Earth. Flat.
That's called begging the question because the scale is flat.
Measurement. You think they begged the question of a map scale, you dumbass? They measured it. It's not begging the question. They didn't beg the question. Well, if map scale. No, they're not putting it into a logical consistency. It's a map. You're convoluting logical consistency with map measurement. That's cartography, not logic.
You're breaking up. I can't really understand what you're saying.
All right, well then, get a better computer with a better internet connection because the stunned silence tells me that other people can hear me describing map scales being flat and linear and measured and not a begging the question fallacy. I'll say it again. It's not logic.
You don't even know what
It's
it
a
is.
measure. Oh, you can hear me enough to talk through me, right? Brenda, cuck. Done with Brenda. She's been annihilated. Measurements of Earth flat, map scale. Done.
All right.
That's begging the question.
I got a question for you, Nathan.
Still talking past.
So why is it that when they did the Clarkson ellipsoid, they measured, like doing the same methods to determine the distance between latitudes, they got different results in distances at different parts of the Earth?
But latitude's a flat Earth measurement, though, isn't it?
No.
So why are you getting?
We're still hearing Brenda. It's a new guy. Brenda's cucking for you. Do you need Brenda to cuck for you? Do you need Brenda to cuck for you? Do you need Brenda to cuck for you or not? Do you need Brenda to cuck for you?
Need Brenda to cover for me.
Do you want to shut her up or shall I? Shall I tell her to shut up or do you want to? Do you want to tell her to shut up or shall I?
No, you don't need to tell anyone to shut up. I'm just going to ask you this question.
All right, I'll just ignore you then. Okay, I'll just ignore you.
Method,
I'll just keep talking through you then while you ask the question, because that's just as irritating as Brenda. So I just won't allow you to ask the question until we decide that Brenda's not involved in our discussion. Or you can say, nah, she's fine to interrupt when you start losing to me with latitude measurements off a flat Earth angle to Polaris.
Latitudes are measured in degrees.
There's Brenda again. She's cucking for you, mate. She's on the bed with you, watching.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
Latitudes are arc lengths.
Why is it that when we did the Clarkson ellipsoid, the measurements that was based off of,
I heard you the first time.
Measurement distances.
I heard you and addressed you. You ignored me. I heard you. Latitude's measured flat. It's an angle to Polaris. That's a flat baseline with a line along the ground to Polaris. It's a flat measurement. You've ignored me. Part of your question includes measuring Earth flat with latitude lines to Polaris. That's what it is. Now, you can repeat the question like I haven't addressed you. That won't mean you win.
Because you're not addressing the heart of the question. And
I am. The heart of the question is latitude.
The heart of the question is this. You get different results at different locations of the Earth. Why?
Well, because you've measured a flat Earth with latitude.
So you're saying that the measurements don't, would...
That's not what I said, no. You're already stuttering because you're trying to make up a response I didn't say.
Sense. You're saying because you're assuming the Earth is flat, that's why you're getting different measurements?
No, that's not what I said either.
Those measurements are wrong?
No, you just can't paraphrase back to me what I've said.
Explain why you're getting
that's not what I said.
Measurements.
No, that's not what I said. You just deaf. Do you want to move on to someone else? Because you can't paraphrase back what I've said. You're not listening to me. Yeah, now you're talking through me. You didn't listen the first time. You couldn't repeat back what I said. Now you're just talking through me. That's not what I said. Do you want to try again?
You're not explaining why they get different distances.
I did. I gave you a specific explanation. It's because Earth's measured flat for latitude. Specifically, flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's why. Without that flat measurement, with specifics to the measurements you're appealing to, we wouldn't have the measurements to appeal to. Earth being measured flat with latitude specifically in your question is my answer. Because Earth's measured flat with latitude, that's why. End of answer.
So when you measure Earth to be flat and you get degrees of latitude, you get different results, meaning it's not... You shouldn't assume it to be flat because you get wrong results.
No, we're measuring it flat. Nobody said anything about not assuming it to be flat. Earth's being measured flat for this system.
What system? How
latitude. Latitude. Listen. Pay attention.
Is this another thing?
Pay attention to the discussion.
Is this another thing
latitude.
You're going to claim you looked into that you never did before?
No, what latitude is. It's a flat Earth measurement from surface level. It's an angle to Polaris.
Do you know when the Clarkson ellipsoid was made?
I couldn't give a shit. We're measuring Earth flat. I'm here to prove beyond all doubt that I know for sure Earth is measured flat. And here I am immediately. You've come with a pillow. And on that pillow is latitude, a flat Earth measurement of Polaris. So I take that pillow and go, oh, thanks for giving me this flat Earth measurement. I'm a flat earther. Thank you so much for immediately proving Earth is measured flat for this measurement. Off a flat baseline, it's an angle to Polaris. That's what it is. That's what latitude is. Earth's measured flat for this. False. End of discussion.
That's false.
We can prove that. Brenda's on the bed with you again, mate. You like watching Brenda go for it now. Now your limp dick's kicked in.
No, I'm still here.
Do you want to shut her up? Or are you okay for her to cuck for you, right?
Still here.
Yeah, we measure Earth flat with this Polaris angle from surface level called latitude. Earth's measured flat. Do you understand how flat Earth must be measured for this?
It's not measured to be flat, though. That's the only
how do we
problem.
measure? How do we measure latitude? It's part of your question. How do we measure it then?
It's an arc length.
Oh, there she is again. She's on the bed. She's getting tucked right in. She's spooning with you now.
It's an arc length.
Spoon with you. You're
That's my
spooning with
line.
transgender Brenda, right? Spooning with transgender Brenda.
Oh, don't make fun of her like that. Come on.
I've got another
That's
cut 3 on the bed. Wow, this is getting a bit of a risque situation. Dude, you asked me about latitude measurements. Latitude measurements are off a flat Earth. They're angles from surface level. Facts. Don't have to like it. Earth's measured flat for this. 4th time.
Why are you getting different distances for the same degrees of latitude at different parts of the Earth?
But distances are also linear, like on a map. The distances you're appealing to, they're also linear flat Earth measurements,
That's
as
not
per
the
the map
question
scale.
we asked,
Maybe
though.
a few
We
cucks
asked
could
why the
mute me.
difference.
Maybe muting this will change how flat and linear distance measurements, as also went through with Brenda a minute ago, are. You're appealing to distances that are flat Earth by prerequisite also. So we've got distance measurements that are flat. I would expect, before this sentence concludes, at least 2 or 3 cucks will jump in. I'll just try. We'll see. We'll count off how many cucks. There's one. There's one cuck. Cuck number 1. We'll see if I get to this sentence. I would estimate, for anybody listening, the end of this sentence will come in about 3 minutes. We'll see how we get on.
These measurements are of a flat Earth, but you're not explaining why, when you're measuring these flat distances, if you want to call them that.
They are, that's right. Earth's measured flat with these distances. Unequivocally, Earth is flat. What this guy now wants to do is accept the flat Earth measurements and not recognise how that ends the discussion with measured Earth flat for distance.
You're not explaining why you get different results for the same degrees of latitude change.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth measurement of latitude and a flat Earth measurement of distance.
Why are you getting different?
Why are you asking me a question about it? Earth's flat. We've measured it that way.
All right. Can
we stutter? Yeah, we can stutter in the presence of Nathan Oakley. I got a great fanfare as an introduction. This, ladies and gentlemen, is why. Because he's offered me on a pillow 2, I count them, 2 flat Earth measurements, and said, please, Nathan, ram these up me while I bitterly moan about you not addressing some question that's irrelevant if we've got flat Earth measurements. It's measured flat in distance. It's measured flat for Polaris angles. So it's measured flat. Earth is measured flat.
That's a conclusion.
There she is again, spooning with you. She can detect how badly you're getting beaten, and now she's spooning up to you to help you out.
When you state your conclusion, that's begging the question.
Oh, no, it's just a map scale. We already dealt with this, Brenda, while you cuck for this fool with a limp dick. Yeah, that's just a measurement for map scales, Brenda. It's not begging the question, it's measurements. Yeah, the Ordnance Survey, they're not begging the question. They're not dealing in logic. They're measuring things. You dumbass.
Okay, fine. Can we?
Cuck number 2. Still haven't got to the same sentence. We're about a minute and a half in before I get to finish the sentence. This is cuck number 2, called Rob.
You were done. You were done talking.
It's just the same person again.
No, that's the third person. I am Brenda, Rob, and you. There's 4 people talking. I haven't concluded my sentence. I said it would be about 3 minutes before I got to conclude it, and we're getting pretty close to my estimate being right. Maybe this is the opportunity. We'll see. 3 cucks so far. To measure distance, cuck number 3's joined in. He can sense the blood. To ask this question, you require Earth be measured flat in linear horizontal distance as per a map scale. You require Earth be measured flat as per the angles from surface level to Polaris. At this point, can I hear a 4th voice? Oh, there's 4 on this bed now. Bunch of cucks. Beta muting me. Oh, it's going to go beyond 3 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, before I get to the end of this sentence. Do you know why? Because it proves Earth's measured flat in their own assertions. That's why they need to mute this. With 4 people talking through me in the same sentence that still hasn't been concluded. We're about 3.5 minutes since I started this sentence. I'll try again. See if a 5th cuck comes in. We've had 4 so far. So, in conclusion, after a lot of attempts to mask and hide the truth about Earth being measured flat for linear distances as per the map scales, measured not logical inconsistency, and measured angles to Polaris. That is 2, I count them, flat Earth measurements that were immediately offered to me on a pillow. I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. So you're done. So can someone reply? Because they're not flat earth.
Well, maybe you, the cuck, could do it for him. I was talking to a specific guy, Rob, that you're cucking for. Maybe the guy I was talking to, Rob. Maybe you could cuck for him.
As he rumpusing me.
It's not you I was talking to, Rob. You didn't put this to me, mate. You're not the guy. You're just cucking for him. Yeah, everybody else is cucking for him too, I know. You're all cucking for him. You're not the guy. I'll just keep talking till the guy I talk to starts again, Rob. You just go do audio chaos because you're not the guy. You're a cuck.
I'm not causing anything. You are.
Well, you're not the guy I was talking to. He offered me Polaris measurements and distances. Yeah. You're not that guy, you cuck.
I am that guy.
No, you're not. You're just a cuck.
Whatever.
Yeah, whatever, cuck. Yeah, whatever, beta cuck. Yeah, the conclusion's been and gone, cuck. Earth's measured flat with distance and Polaris angles, cuck.
So what Nathan does...
Another cuck. So anyway, still not the same guy. It's a different cuck. A cuck that thinks measurements are logic. No, Brenda, measurements aren't logic, you dumbass.
So what Nathan...
But they're measurements, dumbass. Cuck number 2. They're measurements of distance, cuck number 2, Brenda.
I'm just trying to get control a little bit. So Nathan was talking to Silly. Silly has been trying to get in, but other people are getting in. Let's see where this goes with Nathan and Silly. If Silly wants to back out, let me know, and Brenda can step in. But let's just have one at a time.
Yeah, let's just have one at a time, little cooks. Let's have one at a time. You listen to what the mod tells you, good lads and lads.
So Nathan, if you want support, I would suggest not making fun of the moderator who's trying to...
I'm not making fun of you. Far from it. I am so delighted that you just did that. I'm taking the mick out of the cucks that stepped in that you've told off. You are ace. I could kiss you. I'm not taking the mick out of you. Far from it.
There's the gay stuff.
Let's get another cuck.
Name the dog.
Fourth cuck.
Dilly, did you want to respond?
Fourth cuck. Still not the same guy. Moderator, none of them respect you, by the way. I do. I think you're ace.
So I want to kiss you.
Nathan, do you know what my question is?
With eye contact routes.
Yeah, your question included distance and flat Earth measurement to Polaris with an angle from the surface. You ignore both of the facts in terms of your question requiring flat Earth prerequisites, 2 of them. In order to ask your question, you require you, not me, in case somebody else decides that me steel-manning your position and pointing out how it's dependent on flat Earth measurements somehow makes it my claim. Definitely not. Your claim requires distance that is flat, as per the map scale, horizontal linear distance in miles or kilometres. That's what you've appealed to. You've also appealed to latitude, a flat Earth measurement of Polaris from surface level with angles. So at this point, given that the only reason I've done what I do for 12 straight years is to show people how flat Earth is, here we are with you offering me a question that includes Earth being measured flat.
Yeah, Nathan presupposes...
there's a sound of a cuck. There's a sound of a cuck, not the guy talking to me. Do I understand what your question is? I understand Brenda's going to cuck for you, mate. That's what's happening.
No, you don't understand my question.
Fantastic rebuttal. Earth's measured flat with latitude and distance.
So, no, actually... So the Clarkson ellipsoid was based off of geodetic measurements. So you're wrong about that. But let's just say that you think you're right and that they're based off of flat measurements. You're not addressing the question, which is why you're getting different results of distances for the same degrees of latitude.
Okay, I mean, you could just keep repeating the same thing, like it doesn't include flat Earth measurements of distance and altitude angles for Polaris measurement from surface level. You can just keep asking it, but I'll just keep pointing out that if I could move forward and explain this, not that this is anything I've claimed, not that this is my burden, not that it's incumbent upon me to explain anything to you, but when you've asked, your question includes flat Earth prerequisites in the form of distance and altitude angle to Polaris from surface level. So at this point, I could keep discussing it with you, but other than us relying on the discussion having foundational flat Earth measurements to discuss it, and that's the only reason I'm here, I see it as benign, insignificant, unimportant. I mean, it seems really dweeby to ask about this boring, incidental nonsense that no one gives a shit about if you're a dweeb. I just point out that you've offered me flat Earth measurements as part of your question. You want me to take a loss that I'm not going to answer your question, therefore you can perceive yourself to win with your flat Earth measurements of latitude and distance. Okay, you win. I didn't technically answer your question. I just pointed out how flat Earth was being measured in your question, which strictly isn't answering it. And I don't need to, because all I'm here to do is prove Earth's measured flat, and you've given me flat distances and flat Polaris measurements. So Earth's measured flat. Jobs are good for me. You can tell me that an individual that's got no bearing on these measurements of Earth. Can I hear a fifth cuck? Is that a fifth cuck I'm hearing? Am I hearing a fifth cuck? Is that a fifth cuck I'm hearing through the top of this while I've been demanded to answer something and I'm going into the explanation of why? I mean, maybe I need to hear another voice that cucks for this man. 5 on a bed's not enough for you, mate. 5 on a bed's not enough to contend with Nathan Oakley. I think you need 50. What you need to deal with me and my flat Earth measurements is 50 men to pile on me. I will still, like Neo in the Matrix, bash these cucks off one at a time with their own flat Earth measurements while they cause Discord rumblings. For my audience benefit, I estimate this Discord interjection to last another 2 minutes before we get back on track with the flat Earth measurements that we're all using.
I mean, I'm just waiting for you to finish your 5
Are you the guy I was speaking to?
I just don't know.
Are you the guy I was speaking to?
5 minutes.
Are you the guy I was speaking to?
Because he got.
We've got 5 cucks all at once. I'll let these cucks tucker themselves out. In conclusion, for my audience, while they think that Discord chaos will change how flat Earth is measured for distance and latitude, I'll just say it one last time without constant Discord rumblings. Earth's measured flat for distance and latitude. That's the end of my position. That's it. Earth's measured flat. I don't need to do anything else.
What style is one-on-one using to measure the angles for the southern protractor?
You can't explain why you would get different.
I wonder if they have people explain measurements.
Sorry, just one second. I just want to shout out D-Rose. Shout out to D-Rose65 who says, hey, been a while. Earth's still measured flat. Thank you very much for the super chat, D-Rose. Really appreciate the support. Go ahead, John.
I thought the mod said one-on-one.
Well, I don't know if it makes sense to ask someone to explain measurement. What's the explanation for an inch?
He's Googling the Clarkson loop. Sorry, this is what happened the other
what star would Nathan use to measure elevation angles for the southern protractor?
Oh, I wouldn't. I'm a YouTuber.
You don't
I
have
make
an
YouTube
explanation
videos.
for the south.
I mean, I've just started to answering, but maybe if you talk straight through the answer, it'll mean that I'm not answering. I don't make these measurements. They were offered to me on a pillow by somebody a minute ago, and I explicitly told the Discord server that there's a good chance that this will now be held as my claim when I steel man it and show how flat Earth is being measured with it. Immediately, I've got a Bev counterpart telling me how this is mine and what star I'd measure. I wouldn't. Now we've got another cuck talking through me. No worries. I'll just communicate with my audience because it seems like about 10 seconds into an answer, I was put to by Bev counterpart, and now here we are with another cucking for him. What a shock. No, I don't make these measurements second attempts. Constant cucking. So I don't make these measurements. I mean, maybe I'll just never be heard and there'll be a constant stream of interruptions in the Discord server. But so my audience know how unreasonable these people are when I point out that I'm not measuring them. I'm a YouTuber. I don't need to measure any of these things. It was offered to me a minute ago on a pillow, though.
Why can't people see the polar?
Oh, you got transgender Brenda cucking for you there, Edda Bear.
Why can't people
transgender
see
Brenda?
Polaris in
She's
the
cucking for
hemisphere?
You. How sad.
Yeah, why can't...
Yeah, no, it's not logic, Brenda. It's a measurement. Ordnance survey, distances on scales. You've proved yourself a dimwit. That's why I'm just going to yak through you like you are doing with me and Edda Bear currently, like a cuck for Edda Bear. Yeah, I'll just do that every time you open your mouth because I'm not talking to you, Brenda. You'll know I'm talking to you because I'll use your frickin' name. I'll say, transgender Brenda, it's not logic, it's measurement. That's what I'll do. You'll know I'm talking to you, like I'm talking to you now and telling you to shut up while I talk to Edda Bear about the straw man he needs to burn. I haven't made this measurement. It was offered to me on a pillow and I made it explicitly clear to my audience that I'm not going to have my steel man's position held as mine. It's not.
Like slang.
You're not Edda Bear either. Two people need to cuck for Edda Bear. Wow.
He sexualizes it in order to insult people.
Sorry, transgender Brenda. Again, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to somebody else called Edda Bear, who was asking me whether or not I'd accepted steel man position I offered as flat Earth orientated that was offered to me on a pillow, now being mine to defend when it comes to star measurement. That's Polaris and flat Earth angles to it. That's Edda Bear, not you.
You need to account for...
Do I need to... Do I? No, I don't. I don't need to do anything. I'll take charge here. That's what I'm doing verbally with this smackdown and flat Earth measurements. All we've had so far is a question that included 2 flat Earth measurements. So far, I win.
No.
Yeah, flat Earth measurements. That's all we've had.
You measure angles to Polaris.
Yeah, off a flat Earth. That's right. Elevation angles. That's straight line along the baseline. That's right.
That's false.
No,
Brenda's cooking for you, Edabear. Constantly, immediately. Brenda's cooking for you immediately.
The north.
Sorry, I didn't hear you because someone was instructing. Sorry, my bad, Edabear. You go ahead. Go ahead,
What
Edabear.
angles will you measure
Go ahead.
to have the southern flat Earth?
South is a horizontal orientation from north. South is a flat Earth direction. So when you describe azimuthal south, that's a degree in the horizontal. It's a flat Earth only measurement. McToon can't seem to wrap his head around this. He's measured azimuthal directions for things like the sun. So there's examples of people, not me, using this system, flat, horizontal, azimuth, for south. It's not me, though. I'll give you an example of other people who have.
South, north.
Oh, there's that cook again. It's the sound of transgender Brenda as Edabear's dick gets a little bit soft because he can't cope with how flat south is. So we've got to hear Brenda. Cooks for him.
The problem, Nathan, is that one of these measurements were made in the southern hemisphere.
I can hear two people talking at once. That's the effect I have on people. It sends them all a bit nuts. They all spurg out all at once.
South was the center. It was...
No, south's not the center. It's a horizontal degree from north. You're a moron.
Are the southern latitudes larger or smaller than the biggest circle of the equator you described?
What are we measuring? You tell me. What do we measure for it?
Well, you need to measure an...
I don't need to measure anything. YouTuber, X3, not measuring. You've brought it up. Your claim. You tell me. What do you measure south? That's a flat Earth orientation for my audience. He's ignored it. This is a horizontal orientation of south. You're asking me about south. South's flat.
1,544.
I can hear another cuck, so no worries. I can deal with that. Cuck stepped in because I've been asked about south. South, a horizontal degree from north. That's flat. Okay? What about how we measure something? Well, what are you measuring? Well, you need to measure it, YouTuber. Your claim, Edabear, what do you measure? You tell me.
I didn't make a claim.
Well, then why are you asking me? I haven't made a claim either.
Are the southern latitudes...
I didn't make this as a claim. Are you deaf? You tell me what gets measured, as you are definitely bringing this up. It's not me bringing this up. It's Edabear.
Right. You're the one who claims the Earth is measured flat.
It is. When somebody came to me a minute ago, they came with a pillow. And on that pillow was latitude measurement to Polaris with an angle and distance measurement. That's what I got. That's measurements of a flat Earth that I didn't have capable of being burnt. When you come to me with this system, I didn't appeal to this. Bev wannabe.
Because in this room, you're allowed to interrupt someone when they're.
Oh, good! I'll interrupt this dickhead. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to somebody else, dickhead.
When
I'm allowed to interrupt you. Yeah, shut up, dickhead.
I'm gonna interrupt.
Yeah, you can interrupt me. I can just interrupt you. It's amazing how audio chaos can ensue when it gets to South being flat. Suddenly we can all talk over each other. Yeah, I know. It's what you guys call a neutral platform, where you can just rumpus the truth of Earth being measured flat with South. That Edabear's appealed to. South, he said. I heard him. Yes, you can all talk through that being a flat Earth measurement. Yes, you can ignore it. Yes, you can cause chaos so that nobody in the Discord server hears it. Fortunately, I've got a show and an audience and they can still hear me saying South's flat while everybody piles in and cucks for Edabear, ignoring his use of South and suggests that I've got something to justify with a measurement. No, definitely not. Never gonna work.
What is
Meanwhile,
your claim
Earth measured flat
Earth
with
is
South.
limited to the north?
North is a direction in the horizontal. It's a flat Earth direction. You have now offered me on a pillow a flat Earth measurement. Oh, here you go, Nathan. Have north. A horizontal flat Earth only measurement. Thank you, Edabear. It's not my north, it's Edabear's north, and it's only capable of ever being described horizontal and flat. It's north. Horizontal, flat Earth measurement. Thank you.
You are imprisoned in the north.
A flat Earth measurement. As a flat earther, I welcome people bringing me these flat Earth measurements continually on pillows. I object deeply when they start suggesting that the ones that have been offered suddenly become mine because they've been placed in front of me. No, I immediately ram them back up the person that's given them me. In this case, Bevite, this dick, who's saying that South has got anything other than a flat Earth orientation attached. No, it's a horizontal orientation though, isn't it? So it's a flat Earth measurement. End of discussion.
On the pictures going by on your screen for your audience, is the bottom half of the ball south?
But the bottom half of my ball? It seems like this guy is continually going to take what I steal, man, from my opponent and suggest that it's mine. Let's just get this absolutely clear. I haven't claimed a ball.
You always show a ball.
Oh, right! I see. So when I brace against my opponent who's wrong, that makes them... must mean I'm obviously in favour of animal cruelty when I protest it with pictures of animal cruelty. People, dickheads, retards, should go up to the person in front of the stand objecting to animal cruelty with pictures of it and say that they're guilty of it and it's them doing it. You're a retard. No, the balls I present are what I brace against, you stupid clown. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat with south. I've put it to him 5 times. He said north, he said south, they're flat, they're horizontal. Has he addressed it? I've addressed every single thing he's put to me. He can't cope with how flat south and north are, though. And now we're hearing a cuck. Now we can hear a cuck. Cuck number 6.
When?
Yeah, you.
No, when will you?
So while this little Discord rumblings, yeah, they can talk through me and cause chaos. I can just talk to my audience when it happens and wait for it to die down. Yeah, he's not addressed south or north. They're flat. They're horizontal.
You still not addressing...
Stuttery! I'm addressing how flat south and north are, and I'm a flat earther showing how Earth's been measured flat.
You're built like Tommy Pickles.
Oh, sorry, is this a 7th cuck that's now stepping in for Edabear? Cucks! South flat.
All that you present is your cue ball.
Just while this guy isn't Edabear, I'll just talk to my audience again. No worries. So, audience, Earth's measured flat with south and north. That's why this little bit of chaos has now started, because nobody's going to address it. And hopefully, with enough audio chaos, a bit of distance, that's a flat Earth measurement, can be put between the fact that south and north are flat and me getting a reply from Edabear. Hopefully, he won't have to address it when the chaos ends.
You stuttering there? Was that a stutter?
So that's another little bit of a sidebar to the flat Earth north-south measurements.
There it is. Audio chaos.
Yeah, audio chaos because north and south are flat Earth measurements.
When will you have a southern flat Earth representation for us?
Right, it's north and south. You've offered it me on a pillow, and I've now rammed it back up you while a lot of cucks come to your defence and cause audio chaos.
We can see your north representation, but that's all you have.
Like, north is the only absolute direction. So again, this is me addressing the fact that north is a flat Earth directionality in the horizontal, and everything else is derived from it as an absolute direction, degrees from north. It's called azimuth. It's a flat Earth measurement. Now let's see if, given that I've just responded to his specific inquiry, whether or not he can understand and acknowledge, not accept, I don't care if he accepts it, how flat north and south are. Horizontal.
I accept your claim.
The problem is
it's not my claim, it's azimuth while the cuck steps in immediately after the person I'm actually speaking to finishes. He said it's my claim, I heard him, then a cuck stepped in. Meanwhile, azimuth's not my claim, it's not Nathan's azimuth. He attempted to burn this exact straw man yesterday while this audio chaos ensues. Only you, the audience, will hear it. That's why they won't get a response from the server, because it's being masked with audio chaos. No, he hasn't addressed his own north and south as being flat Earth horizontal directionality. He's now ascribed it to me as Nathan's azimuth. It's not Nathan's azimuth. Not Nathan's azimuth. It's flat though, horizontal
well, he's
azimuth.
Talking. That's all he.
Oh, now we got projection. No, while the audio chaos and discourse ensues, somebody, the guy losing, is suggesting that I'm causing it. No, there's a lot of cucks. The server moderator had to step in earlier and tell him all to shut up. I'm still just talking to you, Edabear.
South is the only absolute direction.
It's flat.
What your claim is.
So it's azimuth. Azimuth's not mine. We got there in the end, ladies and gentlemen.
Picture of azimuth.
Yeah, it's flat.
Show your screen.
It's horizontal.
In the picture of azimuth. Did you notice?
Sorry, come and paint my house and pay me to do so. You think you're going to make demands of me, you obnoxious little prick? No, you're not going to be demanding anything get presented. I will do exactly as I choose with flat Earth azimuth. You can tell me what you like. It won't get acknowledged. What we'll do is tell an audience how flat you're presenting me, north and south on a pillow, Edabear.
Well, that's your claim.
No, it's azimuth. It's not Nathan's. 5th time you've tried that. Stuttery! It's not Nathan's azimuth, Stuttery.
I'm saying south is the absolute direction.
Sorry, can you hear a cuck? Is that a cuck over the top of Edabear? Absolute direction in the horizontal, though, isn't it? Cat got your bitch tongue, Edabear. Cuck steps in again. Absolute flat Earth horizontal direction, though, isn't it? X2.
Not my claim.
Yeah, it's an absolute flat Earth direction called azimuth. It's not my claim either.
Prove it.
I don't need to prove it. It's azimuth, you dumbass. So suddenly azimuth needs proving because it's horizontal. Now, it doesn't need proving. It doesn't need burning as Nathan's strawman azimuth. It's just horizontal degrees from north. Flat Earth measurement of azimuth. Earth's flat. It's measured for north and south as presented on a pillow. Now, did I suddenly absorb this into my person, or did I take that fucking azimuth and ram it up Edebear? Yeah, I did. I rammed it back up him. Flat.
To mouth. Yeah.
Flat Earth azimuth.
So you have no south.
South is flat. It's a horizontal degree from north called azimuth. Are we going to keep doing this forever? Moderator, I've done this 10 times. 10 times is enough, moderator. Can we have someone else?
Yes, please.
Can we see the protract?
Can we keep burning the straw man? Is this all we do in this service? Do the same thing 20 times?
Elevation angles, please.
Yeah, it's north and south. It's azimuth. It's horizontal measurement.
Hey, Elderbear, how does your
Doesn't
own
the south have a different center point?
So center point, what, with the horizontal degree from north, the perpendicular axis, the north-south on a compass rotates with respect to. Yeah, the rotation point on the axis is also perpendicular to a plane on a compass, but the degrees are only horizontal when we describe north and south. It's a flat Earth measurement. Only capable of being a flat Earth measurement. It's horizontal. Can we keep doing this 20 more times, moderator? I've done it. Mod, we're just going around in circles. It's the 12th time. Mod.
Will the compass take...
Why does he keep asking me about compass? It's a flat Earth orientation. See? Silence. He's just looking for another crack at the whip. He's not actually responding to how flat this is. Just going around in circles. It's 13 times, Mod. Can we have someone else? Hello?
Elderbear didn't answer my question.
Oh, I thought he was addressing me. Oh, my bad. Shall I bugger off so you cucks can all have a little loving on your own?
No, I just asked him.
I don't mind if you don't want me watching. I don't mind. I'll leave.
How would you determine your ground position in the southern hemisphere?
So how would I, with a navigation star?
Based on off of what?
The almanac with navigation stars in it. We've got navigation stars in the south. Did you not know that? South is a flat Earth direction, by the way. So to travel south, we travel in a flat Earth orientation. Do you, now I've answered you, navigation star being the answer, understand that south is a flat Earth... cuck mute! I've answered you. Now I'm putting something back to you. So do you understand that south, the thing you just asked me about, it's the same thing I just rammed up Edebear, is a flat Earth orientation only capable of ever being described horizontal? Do you understand that, yes or no?
So you based it off of South Azimuth in the southern hemisphere?
Flat. I asked you if you understood that azimuth is only capable of being described in the horizontal. It's the second time I've asked. I answered you, navigation star.
No, that's false.
Oh, so you think azimuth is vertical, do you?
Oh, boy.
Dumbass. Azimuth's horizontal. You're an idiot. You don't know what azimuth is.
That's Muppets.
Idiot.
No, I'm saying...
Stuttery! Azimuth's horizontal, you dumbass. I don't care what you're saying, you're wrong.
Say is your horizontal...
You said I was wrong, you're an idiot. Azimuth's horizontal, you're a dumbass.
Say is your horizontal...
Yeah, you don't know when to keep your mouth shut. Edebear at least knew when to put a protracted silence.
Like, am I not allowed to defend myself when you don't understand what I'm saying?
No, you said azimuth isn't horizontal and you're wrong.
Your horizontal plane...
Not my horizontal plane, it's azimuth.
Same as a horizontal...
No, it's not mine. It's not mine. Stuttery! Azimuth's horizontal. You said it wasn't.
That's
you're
what
wrong.
I meant.
You're wrong. Azimuth is horizontal.
Yeah. It's not universal.
Stuttery! It's not, it is. It's horizontal. Unequivocally, you're wrong. When you say I'm wrong about it being horizontal, I'm not. I know what azimuth is. It is horizontal. Until you accept how horizontal is azimuth descriptions, we're not moving on. I will do exactly what I'm doing. No worries. We'll wait till a cuck comes to your defence, because you're saying azimuth's not horizontal. It is.
Locally.
Sorry, locally? What the fuck does that even mean, you dumbass? You mean you're going to have a tacit acceptance of how wrong you were?
Did you actually...
Do you stutter much? You're just wrong. Have some humility.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I know you're confused. You're a retard. You don't understand how horizontal azimuth is. It's a flat Earth measurement. It's a degree in the horizontal from north.
You don't want me to answer it. You just...
There's no answer. You're just wrong. I'm not asking you anything to acquire an answer. I'm telling you you're wrong. Azimuth's horizontal.
I didn't have a chance to answer the question.
There's no question. I'm not asking you something. I'm getting more and more infuriated with how wrong you are while you suggest there's a question being asked. There's no question on the table. There's a dumbass that doesn't accept how horizontal
Anyway,
azimuth
I don't know
is.
where you're from, but the way it works in America is when you have a sentence that ends in a question mark.
Sorry, while this cockwaffle goes on, azimuth is horizontal. Simple fact. That's what it is. A degree from the north in horizontal azimuth. That's what it is. Dumbass, you're just wrong. We're never going to move on from this unless you have some humility, because I'll just keep you here all day. Can I hear a cuck? Can I hear a cuck sensing the blood? Dude, we will not move on until either you accept how azimuth is horizontal, because it is, or you say locally, what a wanker concession while a cuck starts pointing out me summarising your pathetic Weasley attempt to accept how wrong you were about horizontal azimuth. It's a degree in the horizontal. Hello?
Local horizontal plane.
Yeah, so horizontal plane, yeah, that's right. Earth's measured flat in the horizontal plane of azimuthal degrees from north. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm in no doubt while I communicate this fact we've just had the concession to. Yeah, that's right. A locally horizontal plane. Like locally, a weasel word means anything. It doesn't. We're just measuring azimuth horizontal. Locally isn't necessary. It's redundant. Well, someone causes audio chaos. Somebody off mic.
It's necessary.
Sorry, we're hearing cucks, not the guy that was wrong. Guy that was wrong. You said it wasn't horizontal. You said it was my claim.
It's
wrong.
weird. You get mad at me for when I interrupt you when you ask a question, and then when I wait.
I didn't ask a question. I told you were wrong. Azimuth's horizontal.
When I'm waiting for you to finish, also.
I don't. I'll just talk through you and tell you how wrong you are about horizontal azimuth.
To people, it's
sorry, stuttery. You don't have to bleat about how you're being treated. You're getting absolutely annihilated by a flat earther called Nathan Oakley while he tells you how wrong you are about horizontal degrees from north called azimuth.
I feel like I gotta learn some
Oh, I've got snowflake feelings being discussed now. Snowflake. Don't really care about your feelings, Snowflake.
Like the way you.
Yeah. Now you're going to talk about how I described to be feeling about me. Yeah. I don't care. Don't care.
All right, fine. So you want to go back to it? Why?
No, don't ask me something. Except how wrong you were about horizontal azimuth. Then you can ask me something.
Yeah, there's different distances.
Distances are flat. They're horizontal linear measurements. Distances are flat also.
They released me.
I'm
like,
can I hear cuck rumblings? Dude that's speaking only. You said distances. They're horizontal. They're measured flat also.
Actually, yeah, I kind of want to get off of that because, I'm sorry, I got distracted. Why is it?
Why are you asking me something?
Because you brought this up about gravity.
Why are you asking me something?
Why is it that when
Why are you asking me something?
Same thing, same item to different locations on Earth, it weighs differently?
A weight is a perpendicular vector with respect to a plane. Weight is a downward orientation. You need a flat plane of reference to weigh things. Like when you level scales, that's you requiring an axiomatic flat principle perpendicular to the downward vector when you weigh things. Now, when you idiots talk for about half an hour about downward vectors, that's perpendicular to a plane of reference, simultaneously ignoring that gas distributes in all directions, not down. Like you got clouds that you all ignored while suggesting Newtonian and Einsteinian debunked gravity. Forces perpendicular to a plane in a downward orientation. That is another flat Earth measurement offered to me on a pillow. Down, you say? What, perpendicular to a plane kind of down? That's a flat Earth measurement.
I don't think you hear people's questions when you reply
do I not?
The question
really? I just take the flat Earth measurements out of them. Can I hear a cuck? Is that the cuck rumblings I hear? Can I hear cuck rumblings? I think I can. Can I hear someone spooning with this dude? Stuttery dude.
The question is, why? I'm stuttering because you're interrupting. The question is, why is it that the same item
I don't think you hear the
weighs
answers
differently at different locations on Earth?
Why does what? Who gives a shit? The locations are described with coordinates, correct?
I don't care what they describe.
Drink low.
Is that cuck I hear? Can I hear a second guy fucking for this guy? Can I hear the second guy fuck for you? Second guy, do you want to shut up like the moderator instructed you until we move on to you? You'll be told. Someone will speak to you and address you by name.
I was just telling Silly to drink mode.
Such a crybaby. Oh,
crying about directions. I asked about coordinates. I didn't get an answer. I got a cuck speaking. Coordinates, right?
I don't care about the coordinates.
Oh, you did not. You asked about locations. I'm done talking to him. I'm done talking to him. Done talking to him. Next. He wants to talk about locations. I bring up coordinates. That's locations. Doesn't want to talk about it. Now he's yakking through me. Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about it. So I don't want to talk to you. If you don't want to talk about coordinates, that's flat Earth measurements also. You just know where I'm going, clearly. Yeah, you don't want to talk about those. Are they scary? Scary flat Earth measurements, eh? Next.
You're just not going to address why something weighs
what, like with
differently
coordinates? Yeah, I absolutely addressed you. I asked you about coordinates. You said you didn't want to talk about them. So I'm now telling you to get lost. I'm saying next. If you don't want to talk about coordinates, get lost. You want to tell me I'm not addressing you? Yeah, I absolutely did. Locations would be described with coordinates, I say.
You didn't.
You replied, now yakking through me, that you didn't want to talk about it, end quote you. So sit down and shut up if you don't want to talk about coordinates.
All right, who's next? Who's next? Can I get up on the stage? Or what?
Just so my audience gets summarised, that guy got absolutely annihilated with flat Earth distances, elevation angles off a surface level, coordinate flat Earth measurements. That guy who didn't want to talk about it in defeat got annihilated by me. Next.
No, he didn't. Stroke yourself up.
No, he didn't. Now they can all stand around and cuck for him while they watch him bleed. Yeah, cucks, he did. He got annihilated with flat Earth measurements. He didn't want to talk about them. Next.
Correct. The measurements.
Yeah, the measurements, like coordinates. For the locations, that would be the measurements of the locations. They're flat Earth measurements. That's why I didn't want to talk about them. I annihilated him with flat Earth measurements of coordinates. That's what I did. Next. Earth's measured flat. Next. Okay, well, in conclusion, if nobody's got anything to say about this, Earth is measured flat with elevation angles, distances, locations. Everything that's ever measured on Earth's surface is flat. There's no exception.
Why am I getting muted all the time, dude? Why am I getting muted here all the time? What's the problem?
Because there's a lot of cooking. You weren't being spoken to, Rob, and you've been told by the moderator to shut your dumb mouth, and you didn't, so you got muted. Not by me.
I have not been told that. I have not been told that.
He told universally. I heard it. It was recorded. The mod told everybody you were here. I heard you being introduced by the bot.
He never told me.
The bot introduced you, and after the bot introduced you, the mod explicitly said not to do that. That's why you got muted. I'm answering you. I didn't mute you. You got muted for being a cuck. Simple. Do you want to talk to me now?
It's my turn now, though.
Yeah, it's your turn now. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's been my turn. That's why. Stop playing games, man. Okay, so listen here. 53 degrees north, 53 degrees south. The distance between the lines is the same. Explain that on a flat Earth.
Oh, south is a flat Earth orientation from north. So to have
That's
this
not what
question,
I asked you.
Is it just me, or I've got 3 words into this answer, and this dickhead has started talking? This is scary. So let's just take control of this man who now won't shut up and will incessantly talk because he knows what's about to be rammed up him. It's the same exact thing that was handed me on a pillow by 2 different people. That's north and south, horizontal azimuth. The one that the guy didn't want to talk about and shied away from, same thing. South's flat. You don't understand that?
That's not what I asked you. Okay.
Yeah, you asked me about south. I heard you. I heard the word south in it.
Question.
Yeah, I heard about south.
My question. Now you're rumpusing through me. Why can't you let people talk, but you want to talk?
While he bleats about his treatment being so unfair, I heard the word south in his question. So just for my panel, just so it doesn't seem like I'm being unreasonable and not answering, did I mishear him say south? Did I miss that? Was that me mistaking what I heard him ask me about? I'm pretty sure I heard him ask about south. Am I wrong? He's saying that I didn't listen.
Still can't get it out.
He absolutely asked about south. He's delusional at this point. Yeah.
Oh, he just ignored me. Oh, so it's projection when I'm being told that I'm ignoring his question that does have south in it. I see.
You are. You are because I'm the one giving the question. You don't get to take my question and decide what I'm going to ask. I'm asking you directly. Why are they the same? I don't want to hear it's measured flat. I don't want to hear any of that stuff.
Oh, I see. So you don't want to hear the prerequisites that require you, with your question, measure Earth flat. You don't want to hear it. Then I don't want to talk to you because that's all I'm ever going to do is take your flat Earth prerequisites you use in your questions and ram them back up you as being flat Earth measurements. Now, I get that you can chant your mantra about not wanting to hear it, but they're flat Earth measurements.
I'm chanting the mantra.
Are you scared of it? You're scared of south being flat. You're scared of it.
All right. Well, I'm going to get it out, or I'm going to get muted because I'm used to getting muted. It don't bother me. So I'll just get muted. So I'm going to get this out, Nathan Oakley.
I heard you the first 3 times you asked about it.
3 degrees south.
Yeah, I heard you.
They are the same distances in between those lines. How is that possible on a piece of Earth that everything separates as you go south?
I see. So when we go south, we measure Earth flat to do that. That's how.
Irrelevant.
Oh, so I see. So when you ask me how this works on a flat Earth, and I explicitly detail an axiomatic principle in your question that unequivocally requires Earth be measured flat to travel south, end quote, it's irrelevant. No, you're a zealot.
With the question.
You're a zealot.
No, you...
Yeah, you're a zealot. That's what you are. You're engaging in zealotry. No, anything that disagrees with my paradigm, regardless of its axiomatic flat Earth measurement requirement, is, quote, irrelevant, according to you.
How it was measured.
Yeah, south's measured flat. Cat got your tongue, bitch? How do my balls taste? South's measured flat. So, in conclusion, in order to do this, we would require south be an axiomatic degree from north in the horizontal. Now, the guy previous to Rob decided that he didn't want to cope with it either, that I was wrong, until I yelled at him a few times and pointed out how horizontally azimuth is defined. Rob Noxious himself has defined it with his own lips, twice, once within the last 24 hours, how horizontal azimuth is for south, but suddenly when he needs south, it being flat is irrelevant. Okay, I mean, you can say that it being irrelevant, a hand wave dismissal, is a win, so well done.
What is an axiom, Nathan?
Sorry, am I talking to Rob or this cuck, transgender Brenda? Rob, south is measured flat.
Rob is muted.
All right, well, I didn't do that. I can't help that people are taking him out of the discussion. As for you, I've already dealt with you. You suggested that the Ordnance Survey's measurement of distance was a logical consistency suggestion when it's a measurement. So I dealt with you. You're a retard. You don't understand the distance. Oh, can I cucks for Brenda? She's addressed me, and I'm replying with her own use of flat Earth measurements of distance. Now, apparently, map scales are logical fallacies. Now, that's the most retarded thing a dumbass could say when they're measurements of Earth and its surface for people to find their way so they don't die. That's not a logical consistency. Brenda is a retard. I've already dealt with her.
I
Next.
never said that.
I heard her say that's a begging the question fallacy when I pointed out map scales and distances. So now she's just going to lie about what she hasn't said. She's a liar also. Yeah. That's why I don't want to talk to her. Done. Okay, I've already dealt with you. Next. Someone else. Somebody else. I don't want to talk to her. I've already dealt with her. She demonstrated herself an idiot. Now I'm done with her. Done. Oh my God. Are we just going to have Brenda, who's already been dealt with once, step in the queue?
Axiom? Nathan,
I've already dealt with you. You don't know the difference between logical consistency and measurements, and now you're asking me about axioms. I'm not going to address you. I've already dealt with your stupidity once. Simple.
I do know the difference.
Oh, right. So you understand that a map's scale is flat and not a logical consistency, then? Do you understand that now?
No.
No? Then I don't want to talk to you, dumbass.
Begging the question.
No, it's not. It's a map measurement for a scale. Moderator, I've already done this. Now we're going round in the same circles again. We've already done this once. It's boring. I've already dealt with her once.
Well, I'm back. I'm back, buddy. I'm here. Rob's here. Don't worry. Me and you again.
Excellent. South's flat, Rob. It's an axiom in the horizontal. You defined it twice.
I've heard that 1,000 times now, and it's not.
No, you defined it twice, not 1,000 times. You defined it as being a degree in the horizontal yesterday.
Okay, you're talking over me.
But you described it as a degree in the horizontal. You said it was irrelevant.
Okay.
No, not okay. You said it was a degree in the horizontal when you defined it yesterday. Now you're telling me it's irrelevant.
No. You're twisting my words.
No, you defined it yesterday specifically. I'm not twisting anything. You defined it. Quote, degree in the horizontal. End quote, Rob.
You have Rob Noxious.
That's the quote from Rob. He's just yakking through me so you can't hear. I'm not twisting anything. He defined it as a degree in the horizontal only yesterday.
Of course, man. Hey, my show. Go ahead.
So I am. I'm telling my audience how you just defined degrees in the horizontal yesterday, within 24 hours. Now you're saying it's irrelevant, even though you defined it explicitly yesterday. Now you're saying I twist your words? No, I don't. You described a degree in the horizontal.
The way you're using it as irrelevant.
No, you used it. You put it to me. Burden of proof fallacy reversal much? Yeah, you're telling me that my south, you presented south to me, not the other way around.
You're afraid of me.
You presented it to me. Don't present flat earth measurements to me if you don't like it.
And these guys in here are afraid to let you talk to me because I expose you every time we talk.
No, you haven't exposed anything. You gave me a flat earth measurement of south, horizontal in orientation as you defined it.
Neil?
All right.
Appeal to Neil! Neil, save me from azimuth! Save me, Neil!
Hold on a sec.
Save me, Neil!
No.
I heard him giggling in the background.
There's a mod. Shush.
Let me get
mod.
Okay, so very quickly, just need to get this out. We are doing Nathan's show. It is his show, right? So there is an element of Nathan steering the conversation. If you guys are jumping in and thinking that you can just all dogpile and jump in, if he wants people muted, we are going to accommodate it unless we feel that it's unfair. Okay, but if you're going to keep shouting and getting into this back and forth where you're not letting him speak, I am going to mute you just so that the conversation can move forward. This is Nathan's show, guys. Don't forget that. Be cordial.
Oh, thank you very much. But just in conclusion, Rob used south. He defined it as being a horizontal degree from north yesterday, within 24 hours. Apparently it's now irrelevant and he's just going to talk through me and have to get told off by moderators. Just to conclude, Rob measured Earth flat with south. It's a degree in the horizontal. End quote, Rob. It's not me twisting words. That's me quoting him verbatim.
Okay, hello. My name is Rob Notches. I'm Mr. Polite Guy. I'm going to be very calm and cordial here, and I'm going to speak on a low tone, and I hopefully don't get talked over. I would like my time to speak, please. Thank you, Mr. Roots, for making the room a better place. And all I'm saying is everything that Nathan Oakley is saying about the Earth being measured, that's a direction. I'm not bringing that up, okay? That has no relevancy to the question I asked. The question I ask is simple, okay? If 53 degrees north and 53 degrees south, okay, on a map, if they have the same distances between the lines, that is impossible on a flat Earth.
South
nice
flat. Are you done?
Yes, sir, I digress.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
It only works on a flat Earth. South is a flat Earth only directionality from north. So without it being axiomatically tied to the principle of degrees from north in the horizontal only. So it only works on a flat Earth. What he has subsequently described as what now relevant? Well, if it's relevant, then we're measuring the horizontal degree from north. That's a flat Earth measurement that only works on a flat Earth.
Thank you, sir. Can I reply, please?
You can stutter.
Is it okay?
Stutter away.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much for giving me the time. And all I would say is this, Nathan Oakley, if you can reproduce a measurement between the longitude lines at 53 degrees north and 53 degrees south, showing that they are the same on a flat Earth model, I will become a flat Earther today.
Out south, in terms of a concept, would be derived beyond...
Again,
is it just me, or am I being cuck-muted within 4 words? I'm scared of this much. If you're going to describe south...
No, because you're deflecting again.
It's the third word, again, second attempt. What will happen in a second, Rob, is the moderator will just get tired of you yakking through me and he'll just pop you on mute because you're being unreasonable in terms of not letting me respond. He's still not letting me respond. You've described latitude measurement north and south. Now, you're ignoring what I've put to you. So the first attempt will be to see if you can acknowledge how axiomatically flat your question revolves around when you describe travelling south beyond an equator. Then we'll get to the measurement of the equator. If you can accept how flat south is. If not, I can't really carry on the conversation because you're not accepting one of your own axioms that you are reliant upon to ask this question. Now, can we move forward with you accepting... It doesn't seem like I'm being tolerated to answer him. Can we go with someone else, moderator? Because I'm just constantly getting interrupted when I try and respond to the things he puts to me. He's asked me about degrees of latitude measurement north and south, and now he's yakking through me, even appealing to the moderator. Even my appeal to the moderator is being chat skanked through. So I can't have a reasonable conversation with this cunt, this complete cunt. I can't do it. Next.
Oh, I'm the cunt now. Did I call you anything? Did I say anything?
So, a cunt. Yes, you are a cunt, because I was just in the middle of explaining how, if we're going to move forward to answer your question about degrees of measurement in the north and south, we need to accept how north and south works. Now, you're not doing that, therefore, there's not really anywhere I can go, and you having it explained resulted in you chatting straight through the top of this fact. No, you're asking me about what we do when we go south. Okay, so if we're going to go south... I want it established unequivocally what south is. And when we do, we'll have that flat Earth measurement you were suggesting we don't have, can't use, wouldn't work on a flat... No. South is flat. Now, irrelevant, end quote you. That's not going to cut it. Yak through the top of me pointing out that you haven't acknowledged it. That's not going to work either. Now, in a minute, the moderator will take you off mute, and I will again, for the 5th time, put it to you that to move forward in answering your question about how we measure positions in the south will require we move axiomatically in a horizontal orientation that only works on a flat Earth.
Okay, are you done with your fucking 10-minute fucking
stutter for me, bitch?
Now you're talking through me, bitch. Now you're talking through bitch. How about mute this guy? How about be fair? Fair is fair. I know it's his show, but still fair is fair. What is wrong with you guys? You need to get new moderators who know how to run a show.
So while this guy has a little Spurg session, Earth's measured flat with north and south while he Spurgs out for a bit.
And no, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But you will not address this because when we hold your feet to the fire, you run away, demand mutes, and have people silence people because you can't get into the meat and potatoes. It has nothing to do with what you're saying. It's a direction. South is a direction. Cool. Let it be. If it is a direction, then show us in that direction where 280 degrees south is. Can you show us?
Let it be, oh, let it be,
let it be,
oh, let
Neil
it be.
Costantino and Nathan
Whisper
Oakley,
words of
let
flat
it
wisdom, let it be. No, well, I won't let it be. It's a flat direction. Cat got your tongue? No, I won't let it go. Won't let it be. It's a flat direction. Do you accept that? Because we can't move on unless you accept that.
If it's
Speaking
a flat
words, I'm drifting.
Oh, sorry, Cook. Sorry, but can we hear the Cook? Can we hear the Cook? Cook can sense the blood. He's seeing you bleed, Rob, and he doesn't like it. Now he's cooking for you. Can you hear him?
Every day. Hold on, I got it. Ready? I got something for you. Every day at 9 EST.
So while he sings, not in victory, I do it because I've won. Let it be. What? Ignore it. Ignore the flat measurements. No, I'm not going to let that be. I'll sing about that all day. But meanwhile, Why has a little Spurg session and copies my original ideas. Earth's measured flat with north and south.
Then why is it like relatively?
Oh, is this the Cook? Am I talking to the Cook? Is the Cook limp dick? Rob, you limp dick. Your Cook's taken over. Earth's measured flat with north and south. That's called azimuth. Rob defined it yesterday within the last 24 hours. Horizontal degrees from north. End quote, Rob. Not Cook, Rob.
Yeah, that's wrong. That's not how you calculate it.
So why is it the same like distance relatively between each degree of latitude? Explain that.
In times of trouble, Neil cooks for me. Singing words with no wisdom. Neely see, Neely see.
Nathan.
It's amazing what measurements do to these people, isn't it?
Nathan, why is an inch an inch? Tell me why.
That's not the problem. That's not the problem. The problem is he begs the question.
Brenda, transgender Brenda, you've suggested that a map measurement is a logical consistency. I've already dealt with you. No, map measurement for scale distance is not a logical fallacy. It's not begging the question. You are a moron. Now, the fact that the moderators will constantly let you pipe up when we've dealt with you is beyond me. I don't know why they allow you to chat skank and cuck for Rob. You've now got a transgender Brenda and another dude cucking for you, Rob. Pathetic. Amusing, but pathetic.
Rob is muted.
Measurements.
I never said that.
Sorry, you said that it was a logical consistency, then I absolutely annihilated you, Brenda. You said that a map scale was a logical fallacy. You said it was begging the question. You're a moron.
No, I said you made a...
I don't want to hear what you're telling me I do when I refer to a map scale. I haven't done anything. I don't create map scales. I'm not a cartographer. It's not begging the question. You're a moron. It's a measurement. I'll just keep telling you over and over again. I won't allow you to interject when you've demonstrated yourself a moron already. You've already done that adequately when you said that a measurement for a map for a scale that's flat, when you said there's no flat measurements. What about distance and map scale? Begging the question. No, retard. That's you, Brenda, you retard. No, map scale measurement isn't begging the question, you dumbass. Now, I've said that 16 times. I'm sick of it. It's boring. Now, shut up.
You make the logical inconsistency.
So, apparently map scales are mine. No. Every single time there's a flat earth measurement that you guys use, you want to ascribe it to me.
Yeah, because you...
No, I'm not the Ordnance Survey, you dumb cow.
You made the claim of...
Oh, I made the claim of a fucking map scale, did I, you dumbass? No, you said it was a logical consistency. It's a flat measurement in linear distance. That's not me claiming it. It's a fact. It's a scale. It's a map. I didn't do it. I'm not going to take ownership of how flat scales on maps are. You, a dumbass, said it was a logical inconsistency, begging the question. Wrong. It's a map measurement, not mine.
It is your claim. You made a reference.
Do you think a measurement of a map is a claim?
Your claim of...
No, it's a map measurement!
Your claim is a...
Sorry, you keep saying it's a claim. Map measurements aren't claims. They're measurements.
I didn't say map measurements are claims.
I did. I said map measurements are flat, linear distances. That's what I said. When I absolutely annihilated you with your shite you keep going around in circles with. Well, you say there's no flat measurements? Yeah, there are. Distances and map scales.
You made claims about the measurements.
Yeah, they're flat, as per the map, as demonstrably easily visually identifiable and axiomatically required when you describe flatness.
That's a claim about...
It's not, it's a measurement. Moderator, do we have to do this? That's 17 times with her. 17! Seriously, is this how boring this server is? You just go over the same shit over and over again in here?
Yeah, because you make a...
Yeah, so I'm bored. I'm going to round out. Absolutely tedious. Comes to flat earth measurements, you don't accept them as axiomatically flat and horizontal. You start suggesting they're mine, like it's a claim. It's a map measurement. My God. With that, I'll say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Polaris at sea level, and then ask a question about something else after I've measured it flat.
These guys actually don't even really accept, or probably don't even know, the difference between round and sphericity and globular geometry. They don't even know the difference between that, or they don't accept it.
They don't even know what geometry means.
That's what I'm saying.
Define
Yeah.
geometry.
Right. You have a better conversation with a fourth grade, third grade, second grade class, for real.
D Rose.
Yes.
Hey, D.
What's up, Nate? What up?
Sky. Good to see you.
I'm off today. Yeah, I'm off today. So, like I was telling Neil, my lunch breaks, we starting at 12 now because of the schedule, the patient schedule. So by the time I get on, it's like nobody's in the server. So, or either there's like two people talking, so I just come in and get out.
Well, you notice that when measurements brought up, they don't start spouting spherical measurements at you.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
Because they can't.
No, it's hilarious.
They have to use the flat earth measurements to say it don't work on a flat earth. This 53-degree north.
And then that question about if something is such a south, such a north coordinates, how come they are the same? What was it? The same distances?
Whatever he was saying.
It's like it answers your question because it can only be measured flat.
No. What they're doing, D, is they're saying in their convention, in their globe convention, they've got a hole in their globe that they create south of a convention that's measured flat called the equator. When you travel in a flat earth orientation beyond a minimum angle to Polaris, they continue a system with a star that's no longer visible. Now, we all know that we could get into the wrangle-dangle of our maps are all wrong and they're all distorted and heavily distorted south of the equator. Who gives the tiniest of shits? That's what they're doing. They're saying, well, why does this system... It's like, whose system is this? Is it mine? No. So you're saying that this system fails. What Bev wants to do is show me how the globe system fails south of the equator. It's not mine. I don't give a shit if it fails south of the equator. What's the equator? A flat earth minimum angle to Polaris. Okay. What's south? A flat earth direction from north. Okay. So when we go beyond a minimum flat earth angle to a star in a direction that's flat earth in orientation, the globe system fails. Okay. Put that to a globe believer. Like that's my responsibility. But because I spend so much time steel manning their position, they suddenly think it's mine. Like Dan did with you and your reference frames are ruined. I steel man their position about their reference frames and how they fail. Suddenly Dan thinks that they're my reference frames. It's the same with this. All right, well, the globe failed south of the equator. Yeah, it does, yeah. Well, how do you explain? I don't. It's not mine. What, you've heard me explaining it coherently, so now you think it is and you can debunk it like it's mine to debunk. Feel free to debunk what happened south of the equator. But the equator's a flat earth measurement and so is south.
No. You tell me what south is, Nathan, right now.
It's a flat measurement, degree from north. Your son is felling to this trap, Neil. This relates... This relates directly to you and your son when you have your arguments. And he's like, well, how do you have the antipodal rotation in the south? What's south? It's flat direction. What is beyond the equator? Beyond the minimum flat Earth measurement of a star? Just because you've gone beyond a star in a direction that's flat doesn't mean anything. So how do we navigate? With navigation stars in the south? Oh, well, that system doesn't work. We don't even have a South Pole star. What, we? Suddenly this is we? Dumbass. You have a failed system that's shite. It's got nothing to do with me, but when you use a flat Earth measurement for your system, I'll be here to ram it back up you. Don't offer me a flat measurement on a pillow. But because I've rammed it back up you, it becomes my flat Earth measurement. No, it's a flat Earth measurement you are using. Where your system suddenly fails beyond a convention you've derived from flat measurements, that's the equator, there's no bearing on me. I couldn't give a shit. But that's what they want to do. They want to burn the globe's failures like they're mine. And they're never going to get away with it, ever.
Yeah, because you keep holding them just to the measurement. That's brilliant.
Yeah, it makes me laugh when they go on about latitude. How does it work? And they claim they've got latitude, and and then they can't explain it themselves. And it always makes me laugh, that one.
That's irrelevant.
How does it work then?
It's irrelevant.
I got a logical consistency for you, Nathan. All right.
Okay.
So you got an inch, right? But you got 12 inches in a foot. Well, if you have 13 inches, then a foot don't exist, Nathan.
That would have been perfect. That would have been perfect for that guy with his 53 degrees nonsense.
Well, I asked at one point Edibert when he tried to make it mine beyond the equator, and I wouldn't tolerate it. So then he had to introduce it. I was like, how do you measure south of the equator? Where are you getting this latitude from? And there was a total stone cold silence. Why?
Yeah.
Well, because he doesn't. That's the reality of it. What, do you think there's a Sigma Octantis used as a navigation star, do you, that forms a pole? No. That's not my problem. I couldn't give a shit. Oh, right, the south's all messed up. Yeah. South's still flat, though.
Exactly.
And you know what? You got to also understand, these are people, whether it be the people out in the world, regular, these are people that have seen all their lives, like we said, this globe thing. And then these are people that also have seen meteorologists, even seen in their classrooms with maps on boards or walls, always given that subconscious mind control visual of making you feel that when you travel from Maryland to North Carolina, you're going down south because that map is on the wall, on a vertical wall. It's not on a table like the cartographers created it. It's not like the way when you watch Game of Thrones or all of those pirate shows and they have it laying on the table and they're like, all right, we go over here and they're on a flat table because that's more of the realistic of it. But when you go into this contemporaneous culture and society and this time that we're in, everything has been put on the wall. The meteorologist is pointing up on the wall and saying, over here in California and up here in Maine, those things get embedded into a person's psyche to the point where whether they're the professional cartographers, meteorologists, or whatever, whether they're, whether they're Joe on the street, they can't let it go. They can't accept it. And then they don't even include, even though they'll say Earth is majority 70% more of water, seas, oceans, whatever. But then they don't want to accept that the waters are part of the Earth. So they don't want to look at that. Even though they hear we're 37,000 feet above, all of the basic things above sea level, even though they know that the mountains are measured by sea level, even though they know the highest peak of the mountain, everything, all the things that they know, still, because of that one graphic, that ball that spins in the classroom, that meteorologist on every single network pointing up at the flat wall that's vertical, those things, those visuals, they possess the psyche and they can't escape.
That's embedded in the language, D.
Yeah, it's embedded in the language too, yep.
I still say it. When I get ready to go to New York, I'm going up north.
Exactly.
It just happens.
Yeah.
It's always warmer down south. What do the birds do during the freaking winter time. They fly down south.
We're all victims of it.
Hey man, I still want to know why Nathan didn't answer my
Yeah, they
logically
did.
inconsistent retardation.
No. Maybe
Why ain't
you got to
an answer for that?
repeat. Refracted. Maybe you got to repeat it. Repeat it again.
No, you have an inch. There's 12 inches in a foot, but we got 13 inches here, so a foot can't exist.
Explain that, Nathan.
Oakley.
Yeah, still measured flat. They don't seem to get the point that in a flat Earth debate, if you're going to suggest there is one, at the point that Earth gets measured flat, that's it. Like if you want to say prove the existence of unicorns, and then someone walks in with a unicorn, you go, yeah, but you haven't answered my question about the digestive tract of a unicorn.
That's true. Yeah, and that's true with the measurements. Once you bring a measurement, that's it. It's over. That's why I loved it. That's why One Deck loved it. We didn't have to go through the wrangle-dangle of freaking what we were listening to this morning. That freaking fart-sniffing conversation of freaking density and freaking Archimedes principles and freaking Galileo and 9.8 per second. Oh, my God.
Neil, let's even break it down to the most elementary, simple thing. What was this guy's avatar name? His tag name? Rob Noxious. Okay? There's a word in there. Obnoxious. If you look up the word obnoxious, no, I'm saying he is what he is and he's proud of what he is. So yeah. Obnoxious is synonymous with chaos, confusion, disturbance. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's not about the truth.
Hold on, I gotta get this out. Sorry, Dave. Like I just got a second. But to hear them say, right, that you need to explain their measurements. I love it.
I laugh. Where are we now? We still there or we left?
No, I couldn't be asked to do a full show. The computer failed yesterday as a result of doing a 9-hour show. The hard drive overloaded. So what's happened, I think, is Windows has become more and more bloated, and I've gone over 32 gig of memory. So it's starting to hot swap memory with the hard drive, which is cooking that hard drive. So when it's running and recording, when I played a game and the game started to overload the 32 gig of memory, that hard drive just started to heat up. And then after 9 hours, it just shut off. It just failed. So after I turned the computer off for about 3 hours, so I stayed up to about 4 a.m. because I wanted to see it come back online. Because I'm like, shit, that's got like about 6 months worth of shows on it. So I contacted Craig and told him what happened, and he was like, well, just back it up quick as possible if it's come back online. So I spent all morning transferring all the shows onto a different hard drive and emptying it of everything that's useful. Now it's just got like the game and OBS and a few other things, but it's now down to about, I don't know, quarter of a gig or a quarter of a terabyte or something like that. I'm hoping when I get Craig's attention, I can end the show and then I can back up what's remaining on that drive in case it does actually fail. But I'm pretty sure it's just the, whatever, 42 degrees centigrade heat in here combined with 9 hours of show in a passive PC that's always been pretty unstable with a really fast, up-to-date drive that gets blisteringly hot, having been used for 9 hours and then used a game and then been overloaded with memory swapping. So that's what I think. I hope it'll just survive. It certainly worked perfectly all day today, but I'm not going to carry on in there for another 3 hours because I just don't want to risk the computer failing. So I've gone back into Flipside.
I'm going over there to see what they're talking about. I'll be back.
You little peeping Tom pervert. Pure projection, that's all we did for the whole first half of the show. I enjoyed that. I thought that was good.
I thought it was great. I keep thinking of it like how you could script it out so it was like a funny sitcom. I would just love for like when you very first started, when they very first noticed you, all that chaos and all of the ad homs and all the BS and stuff like that. Just let that roll as long as possible until finally one person finally gets through and quote unquote invites you in or whatever and stuff like that. And then just hello and just wait for more chaos to get over. And someone, what is it, probably Brenda or John Toon or whatever, the clone, asked a question. And like you were just doing it first, answer the question. Oh, that's a south measurement. Then silence. And then just wait for them to come up with another question or whatever, but just let them lead everything. And you're just there giving them the, oh, well, that's measured flat, silence. And see where that goes.
No? That word measurement is the guillotine. Yeah. Whether it's north, east, west, left, right, that word measurement, measuring, it is a definitive, irrevocable result. And there's no way around it. So that's why they just measurement. And they just try to come back with another way to ask. And then they say, okay, but I didn't ask you that. I asked you this. And you say, it's flat Earth's measurement. It's measured flat. It's measured that way. As it would. No, I didn't ask you that. They ask the same question because, like I said, it's,
All right, how can we do it? How can we do it? Like, do it to them, but using the globe. Like, how we ask a question to them, they give a globe answer. You understand what I'm saying? How can we flip it?
I do understand what you're saying, but I don't want to because I don't care. I don't seek information from them anymore. I couldn't give a crap. I tried to when I was being really vulgar about 4 weeks ago when we first sort of re-entered worldwide debates after a little hiatus because we were still welcome. I went in and I was vulgar to them. I'm not here to answer your questions. I'm going to be vulgar and vile. Why? Because I've lost all respect for these people. They are, like me, inconsequential in the debate because there isn't one. So therefore, what is it that we do when we engage with these people? Well, they attack us. They suggest that we have done criminal activities, abuse our kids, beat our wives, whatever. Talk about everything but the measurements. And it's irrelevant. I don't need them to confirm how flat it is. I already know. I don't need them to suggest to me how a globe works. I already know. Now, that might sound big-headed, but that's what you get after spending 12 years studying the subject. You get to the point where you're like, I'm sorry, but I feel like I've elevated myself above all of you. Now, that sounds really arrogant, and it is. But that's just the fact in the matter. There's very few people who are in this subject arena that have a more advanced heliocentric knowledge than most, if not all of us on this panel. We all understand their rhetoric. So what do we need from them? Nothing. And they don't have any consequence
but I'm trying
on
to
it.
get them to understand what they keep doing over and over and over. They keep taking a flat Earth measurement and saying, how does it work on a flat Earth? Maybe if we freaking show them it, us doing that to them I don't know. It's just frustrating after a while.
I understand your frustration, but it's because you seemingly want to appeal to them as individuals. But when you realise that other than us scratching each other's back if we're being complimentary or stabbing each other into the back, it doesn't have any bearing on the actual subject matter. I hate to say this, it just becomes what it is. It's just entertainment. But if you take it personally, it stops being entertainment and becomes, well, personal. And that's all it can be. A personal plight on you from some stranger who has no consequence on you or the subject you're debating about when they make it personal and make it an attack on you, the individual. So you go, other than to offer entertainment, it is to a degree educational if the people that come along aren't already involved in the subject, if they're new. Now that's limited. So when you go, well, okay, so there's limited education on offer, you go, well, there really is very little upside for us to engage with them in any way, shape or form. Converting them is throwing pearls to swine. I don't want them, I don't care if they're converted. Converted to what? The flat measurements they're all using anyway.
Yeah, I get it.
You said a key, you nailed it right there, Nathan. That's what I was about to say. You said 2 points about it's not that you're arrogant or you feel you're better than them. And it's something that we talked about before when I had said last time I was on here, the difference between some of the so-called self-proclaimed flat earthers who are really just in it for, back to what the last point you made, the entertainment point, enjoying the arguing, enjoying the dealing with the obnoxious people and just going back and forth. It's just mere entertainment. And then it gets to the ad hominems, and then you got to know how to not take that personal, because what they'll do is they'll hit it at you. When you hit it at them, then they'll say, well, why you got to call me this? So it becomes less than academia. It becomes like a little, I don't like a little girl circle shouting fest, because you are above them. You have ascended. I said the word ascended. The knowledge that you've ascended. You not only know you not only know the truth, you know their truth or what they believe in, and you know how to dissect it, bring it back to them, break it down, and why they still need the truth, which is the flat earth, in order to even conceive their belief. So you are above them. It's not about being better than them in a humanity way. It's being better than them in an academia and a knowledge way. Period. Point. The wisdom is different. And so they're just here for entertainment. They're just here to call names and make everybody tune in and be like, oh yeah, he called him. How do my balls taste? That's that's why I laughed. I said, they go Nate. They bring out the old Nate, but you gotta give it to them. But it gets down to that, because they're not gonna intellectually not on your level. Period.
You missed the show in the beginning when we were just listening in. You had to hear some of that stuff. How you can get order from disorder. Rob Knox just said, yeah, you could just take a bottle of water and then put it down. It's disorder, and then wait a few minutes and there's order. Oh, goodness. This is where we're at in 2026. I felt like I went to a time machine.
Absolutely, Neil. Tell me how order and disorder are in any way, shape, or form related to the nature of Earth's surface.
Well, I'd have to go to an experiment. That was the next thing they did. They were talking about how experiments, they took it out of geography and brought it to science. Well done.
That's like appealing to your neighbor's cat to, have your wife sleep with you. Like, well, what are you doing?
I feel like we're the only, not to sound big-headed, but we're the only ones that are doing this. I don't hear nobody else. Every time I listen somewhere else, it's what I heard on the pre-show. Guys talking about how things fall at a rate that they fall, and gravity and Einstein and goodness.
Oh yeah, I heard all of that. I was listening. That's when I was trying to figure out how to get back in, because I didn't see the I was hitting all the other ones that Nate had on the meats thread, but on the Master Beast. But yeah, and there you go again. Don't feel guilty for saying what you said. No one else is doing it, because everybody else is either still possessed, obsessed, whatever it is, with this globular thing and this gravity. So, like you said, there is another level. There's another level above us. But we are at the top level when it comes to articulating this, because we're not still talking about the same things from 2017, 18, and on. Period.
I think there's a lot to be said about how the conversation has been framed. And, there's a lot of confusion out there, and confusion opposes knowledge. You know what I mean?
I don't think you realize, Refracted, that from the day you came out with that bunk debunk, how everything has changed.
Yeah, there's been several key instrumental points in this discussion that have been governed by John's interaction with it. But bunk debunk was one of them. For me, it was
what came after that, though?
Well, the concession to Toon saying you can have it all. That to me was it's a turning point. There's multiple, right? But yeah, John deserves a lot more credit than he gets. I agree.
When it went from the bunk debunk, and then the next step was that conceding everything, then it was just everything just started to fall in place. And then next thing you know, we're only talking about how Earth is measured. And everything else, you could just check out the window.
What I do especially like, as much as we're probably embarrassing John by doing this, sorry, John, if this is also let me recognise how information, when you receive it, can be understood, but not the implications thereof might not be. So when Bunk and Debunk and the concession to Toon were being offered or put into the arena, let's just say, when we saw that happen, I understood what he was doing and why he was doing it, but the implications were massive. And in the moment, I did not see that, but I can remember what I thought about what he was doing and what I thought the implications were in the moment. Now, that basically tells me that, again, my own humility, I recognised how little I understood the importance of it at the time. You know, I might have raised my eyebrows and thought, that's smart, but I didn't realise that was essentially ending all debate. The implications were massive, weren't they?
I think I was saying it. I think I even had a fight with a few of you guys.
Oh, well, are you just a smarty pants?
Anything else about anything else? I don't need to know about heliocentrism. I don't care. If it's measured that way, I'm just going to stick with that.
We all find low ground, right? You want a simple life. Like, I can't remember, there's some saying about some people who are perceived to be lazy just know how to work efficiently. You know, they get the job done with the least effort. And that's what you want. You want efficiency. So because of that, people will take cognitive shortcuts that are presented to them by others that seem like they're making easy cognition of a certain endeavour, when in reality there's a good chance that that's actually being used against you, so you ignore the B and C of whatever subject's being covered. You just go straight from A to D, and D might be beneficial to the person that's brainwashing you with the information. But if there's a cognitive shortcut there, you go, I'll have that. That makes life easier. It's less processing. Whereas in this instance, we look at the information of Earth being measured flat and go, not only is this easy to understand, it means that I can now cross off quite a few other things from the list that don't need to be assessed anymore. I don't need to understand how one particular aspect of heliocentrism fails. When you understand that the aspect that's being discussed relies on flat Earth measurements, you can sort of go, well, I can wash my hands of all that stuff now. I can be a bit more lazy. I can, expend less cognitive energy on this stuff, because this is the shortcut to end all shortcuts. It gets you to a finish line. And you go, hang on, once I've crossed the finish line, I can now retrospectively look back on the journey and assess how many things were being debated that weren't necessary. Like today in the pre-show, I don't know if John was here during the pre-show, we were listening to what they did and saying, look how they've whistled past this flat Earth prerequisite to have an argument about something, I don't know, gravity or whatever they're talking about, and ignore flat Earth prerequisites. The flatty's flexing his intellectual prowess on how much he knows about heliocentrism and therefore can show it's wrong. And the globie's telling him how much he understands about heliocentrism and is not wrong. So they're both arguing about heliocentrism whilst continually whistling past the flat Earth prerequisites. Now, each time we highlighted one, it was an opportunity to end the discussion. Not have, they don't want it to happen. They're like, well, you still haven't answered my question. Like, what about a downward bias that requires a flat Earth? As a flat earther, that's where the end of the conversation comes, because what are we going to do? Carry on arguing when we all accept how flat Earth must be measured to have this argument? Seems silly, because it is.
I think it had to do with my upbringing as far as in the workplace, because if I could eliminate a few procedures to get to the final result, then that's what I would do. Especially doing flooring. Like, you can eliminate some procedures to get your floor down quicker. And when I just seen that measurement and that everything is measured that way. You need a plane of reference for everything that you're going to use. Then what else do I need to know? I mean, it's great. I do know it. I can't articulate it the way you can, but why do I need to?
There's a series of shorts where people will say, "You're telling me for 30 years I've been doing it with this way when I could have been doing it that way? You gotta be kidding me." And then they go and do it and go, "Oh my God," because they've been doing it the long way for such a long time. And they're like, face slap moment, this could have been done so much easier. That's where we're at. You're telling me for 10 years we've been arguing about how flat earth measurements work on a flat earth? Yeah, we have, yeah. It's just
Exactly.
silly, isn't it?
Yep. You hit it right in the head.
Yeah, it's kind of a like you got to laugh at yourself moment. You know what I mean? Like you'll go crazy if you don't.
Yeah, but being able to have that level of humility, self-introspection, whatever you want to call it, that's redundant, just introspection, means that when certain things arise that are inconsequential, you find it far easier to relinquish your lack of knowledge. As an example, yesterday, I think it was Edibert, or someone like Edibert, might have been Buck Sodbuster, was asking me about whether or not I'd used a bubble sextant. Now, in years gone by, you'd be like, I don't want to seem like I'm ignorant. So should I say, oh, I haven't, but I definitely know how they work, and I don't need to use one to know how I can argue about it. Instead, you go, no. Doesn't change how flat Earth's measured. Because they want to pin you and your experience on an understanding and comprehension of things like tools. Because then you can whistle past the flat Earth measurements that are used by prerequisite when the tool's applied.
Yep.
But if you've not used the tool, suddenly what, the flat Earth prerequisite that's applied when using that tool doesn't apply anymore because I haven't used it? Well, yeah, that is the roundabout way that they're trying to debunk it. By discrediting you, the individual, and your experience. When you go, well, this experience is irrelevant, it doesn't matter if I've used it or not. Who cares? It's inconsequential to how flat everyone is appealing to any measurement ever. And if I won't accept it as being my bubble sextant, you will eventually have to hold it up on my behalf to burn it as a straw man. In which case, I can just put it back on you. Okay, so this fails according to you when you need it to work globularly and it only works on a flat plane.
Buck Sodbuster did that quite a few times yesterday, appealing to his supposed, now, we don't know this, his experience in the field and using of the tools, as if to say you never used them. But look, people, I have. And because I have used a theodolite and a sextant, I'm telling you, it only works on a globe. That's basically what he's saying.
Do you know how much humility that man would have to have at this point to admit that he is mistaken?
Yep. That's correct.
He's heavily cognitively invested in it. On the other hand, the people that could more easily walk away when wrong are the people who have offered themselves up a nice little gimp mask and fake name to hide behind. It's like, no, mate, if you had some humility, it wouldn't be of any detriment to you, the individual. But these people have got such low self-esteem that they want to even defend their own sock account's humility, and it's pathetic.
Yeah, I found that interesting why he wouldn't just give us what's your name? Like if somebody pushed you, refracted, if you were in the server and somebody said, well, what's your name? Oh, we know what your name is. Would you not give them your name? Like, it's ridiculous. What are you hiding behind? Oh, you're hiding behind Buck Sodbuster.
Yeah, people knowing my name is John Shelton does not change anything about anything. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what that says about him as a person. You know what I mean?
It says that what he's afraid of, he is basically doing. It's projection. He doxes people. That's why he's afraid to give his name. Because he's afraid of being doxed. Why? Because that's his mentality. That was never my mentality. So I just used my name.
Like, if I didn't want people, right? Like, I don't want people to hunt me down and stalk me, right? I don't want that. But, you know, if I didn't want to deal with people, why am I talking to them?
Exactly. Good point. You want to
That's my
hide
fault.
behind this?
For YouTube entertainment, I can only take responsibility for that. My bad.
Yeah, but we know your name.
Did you like the little Let It Be singing bit?
My wife started laughing. She was doing something in the kitchen. I had the phone in the living room, and she started laughing.
And with that being said, then he started doing it. That's the same thing whenever you have everything that they project so in such a way that, like you said, the story of your path here, Nathan, as a guest, being rumpused, being muted, being berated. So they recognize you doing it, but don't understand that it was done to you beforehand, and then they started using, why you rumpusing me? It's like they literally use your terminologies with regard to the unprofessional, or whatever you call it, the unethical way of debating. The guy even sung the song back to you. Yeah. And threw Neil's name in it. It's really pathetic to the highest level.
It's a compliment.
If the word was patheticism.
It is pathetic, but it's also a compliment from I often used to hear comedians moan because they'd see another stand-up tell their joke, and they'd be like, that's my joke, I wrote that joke, and you've just nicked it, and now you're telling it. Now, to me, it's like, no, that's the highest form of flattery. They're imitating you because they recognise how good a joke it was, and they want it to be their joke. So occasionally I'll tell a joke, and if I can remember, don't get me wrong, it's not always the case, I'll credit the original comedian for that reason. So when someone randomly throws out a statistic, I'll say something like 63.47% of all statistics are made up on the spot. Short pause. Vic Reeves. Now, the reason I credit Vic Reeves with that is because it's a fucking fantastic joke. It's hilarious, right? As soon as you recognise the importance of what has been said, because if you say deadpan, you think that you're hearing like the person that's just rattled off a random statistic, another really important random statistic about how many statistics are made up on the spot. So that's funny. I did it the other day with the egg and the chicken, post-coital cigarette, and the chicken says to the egg, well, that settles that old dispute. Sandy Toxic. Why? Because it's a good joke. Why nick it? But I don't want to be accused of plagiarism when it's just as easy to credit the comedian. Whereas certain things that I do, specifically, like calling it, what was I call it, beta muting. Somebody in the comments was like, took me a while to figure out that beta is what we would call, or pronounce, beta. You're like, yeah, beta's just how I say it. I've got a Brummie accent. But beta, or beta muting, is just a new term I've randomly come up with. Why? Well, I was watching Jesse Lee Peterson, and every time he gets some mommy's boy in front of him, in the middle of him talking to him about something pathetic, he'll just start saying, beta! Beta! Right in the face of the person doing it. And he knows damn well that they're a pathetic little scrote and they're not going to do anything about it. So he gets away with it. I'm like, I really like that term, because that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with little betas, or betas as I say it, right? So when they start interrupting, I'm like, I'll just add the word muting on, and that can be a thing, right? Why not? It makes perfect sense. It's taken about a week, and now I'm hearing, are you beta muting me, Nathan? You're like, oh my God. Have you guys not got any originality? Like, literally, after I've heard Let It Be and then started singing it, and then you copy me. You're like, okay.
And they're not only wearing their beta versus alpha wardrobe, they're zipping it up, and buttoning it up.
Yeah, it's the pinnacle of beta behaviour. So what you're going to do is you're going to follow and copy and replicate the alpha, in this case me. You're like, that's sad. Why would you want to demonstrate your lower stature in the pecking order? I don't really get it. But they do, and they don't even realise they're doing it.
That's 7 times I counted. 8. Meanwhile, he's up to 12.
Yeah. That neck beard. I've counted how many times you say your mantra. You're like, oh, right. So what? The idea of counting off fallacies, counting off repetitions of arguments, counting off how many... That's something I do. Oh, right. You like that, do you? So you're going to start using it against me. I mean, that's sensible. You know, use the weapons that befall you against your enemy. But it just comes off as plagiarism. Like, you just want to copy what I do because you don't have any original ideas. That's how it comes off. I do like it occasionally.
They don't even do it right. It's like they're holding a gun and they're facing it to themselves.
So at the beginning of the interaction there, before we were being talked to, somebody was saying, oh, we've got the cream of the anti-flat earthers. And as soon as I heard it, I smiled. I'm like, I love that terminology's made its way into the lexicon of flat earth. That's fantastic. It admirably describes what they are. You're like, great, that's good terminology. That needs to be in the glossary.
That anti-flat earth term, that was one of the best ones at the time.
Just figuring out what we're dealing with. It comes out of necessity because of an assessment of the scenario. What are we actually dealing with when they're telling us Earth's not flat and then telling us how we're wrong about our globe debunk? Well, that's anti-flat earthism. But it's born out of necessity. And then, like I say, it's highly revered by me when I hear it. Not just because it's my terminology, but because it's apt, it's appropriate, accurate.
And that's why you have to embrace the ascension. You have to embrace that FED, hosted by Nathan Oakley, is above every last anti-heliocentrist, anti-glober, anti-flat earther, pseudo-flat earther, whatever you want to call them, and glober, whatever. Because there's even now tags placed on to be able to differentiate and separate FED from its own, I wouldn't say side, but own followers who still conflate and intertwine and misconstrue the whole truth. Whereas FED here, like you said, Neil, nobody else is doing it. Embrace it.
I have to retract. Nathan really hasn't come up with nothing. All he does is, start a show that millions of other people do.
I was about to play the angel sound effects. Ah!
That was funny when you did that. I was laughing. But yeah, Nathan hasn't done anything but, start a show, and millions of other people do that. I didn't realize you did come up with that term, anti-flat earther. That's used throughout every freaking room you go in where they're still debating flat earth. You'll hear the term anti-flat earther or anti-glober.
I don't know about anti-glober being prevalent yet because that's detrimental to our own side, because I'm demeaning our own side when I call them anti-globers. I'm saying essentially that you're not really a flat earther. So I don't know if that's going to get widespread acceptance. I doubt it.
Doesn't matter. Came up with the terminology and we put our finger on what they are. I mean, it is what it is.
I'm just going to bend over, expose my asshole. Can you all blow a bit more smoke, please? This is fantastic.
I walked away for like 5 minutes, and that was the first thing I hear when I got back. What is going on?
Are we just talking about how wonderful we all are?
Nah, we were talking about how every terminology you can hear now on every other server, even the little inserts that Nathan has used, the brands of anti-flat earth or everything, how, like Neil said earlier, everything that ascends or everything that spreads throughout comes from the FED. This is the core. And I'm saying it, and people could be like, man, they can suck their teeth all they want to, whoever's listening to this later one. But this is the core. Until you can bring me one person or a server or a group or a panel that's getting it in, and I'm not even going to say, no, they control the narrative. We just spew the truth. There's nothing more authentic. Matter of fact, we're even self-analyzing, self-critical, self-reconstructive. Everything here has even been cleaned out from the inside out. You know what I'm saying? That's damage control. You can't get any better than that in any type of entity. When you can clean from the middle, whereas Nathan himself, hard on himself, criticizes, corrects, admits, has humility. It doesn't get any better than that. and then it just spreads, and then it just goes everywhere else. So yes, embrace the fact that FED, hosted by Nathan Oakley, is where you need to be if you want to know the truth about the earth and our inhabitants.
Well, that's pretty cool, but I remember making fun of 10th. Like, well, I wasn't making fun of him, but you're talking about us daring the evidence, right? And like, it was about vertical, and like I was telling him that's the only line on a globe that doesn't bend, And he was so flustered with me because I didn't fully understand what he's trying to get across, I don't know how he didn't strangle me. And like he put up this stuff for a year.
It just is what it is. It is what it is. It's apparent. It's obvious. Self-evident. It's undeniable. It is what it is. And matter of fact, FED gets a lot of people still having subscribers, and that's another thing. Pay it forward. Forward pay.
I got a question for you, D Rose. If you're someone that points out something that goes without saying, does that make you annoying to other people?
Does that make you annoying? Yeah, it makes you annoying. So, yeah, some people don't like that. They hate that because you not only prove them wrong, but then they think you know everything. They can't just accept the fact that you're correct, and be like, oh, I was wrong. Oh, thanks. Thanks for correcting me. And pay it forward to others. Instead, they get annoyed at you because they're like, here you go again. I can't stand him. I think you know everything. Or they break their behind to try to prove you wrong. And that becomes that never-ending, perpetual argument like we had this morning.
Yeah, they were desperate. They were desperate to falsify those measurements they were going to use to create a spirit with, weren't they?
Thing is, though, they're never arguing for a globe or offering any globe proof. I mean, they're either talking about the flat Earth measurements on the pillow and handing them to Nathan, or they're talking about the elevation angle measuring equipment like theodolites and how they acquire an elevation and what the needs of the elevation angle is. Nothing ever to do with curvature, always using elevation angle measuring equipment and talking about how flat Earth's measured. That's all they do.
Yeah, they had no choice. They had to evolve without them even knowing they evolved because the measurements shut them down so much that to use those old terms and that old tactic, it's like even more evident that they sound stupid. So instead of bringing up theirs, they come and they change the terms and they just kind of metamorphosis into this new thing, but still don't know that they are still conceding still the same way. But now they think they're like they're advancing, or they're kind of like they're ascending in their arguments. But all they're doing is helping us more and more because we don't have to say nothing. We just have to say thank you. It's measured flat. You just said it, leveled. Thank you. Yep, plane. I heard somebody say plane.
But why do 53 degrees north to 53 degrees south? How come blah, 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 blah?
Neil, it's a good question. How do these planar coordinates work on a plane?
This is what they're saying, and that's what frustrates me. And I think I know they're doing it deliberately. They can't be that dumb. I'm sorry,
No,
you can't be that dumb.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I'm saying. Because it's like, so how come my big toe's not a thumb? And why is my thumb not a big toe? I got 5 on my foot, 5 on my hand. Why they not the same thing? That's their argument.
Or better still, I know a friend we called him Mikey Brain, and he had 6 toes. How do you explain that?
Well, therefore, 5 toes don't exist.
Yeah, but you're right, Neil. I think what it was, I think they do it on purpose because in the past, no, not so long ago, I'm thinking for myself, basically, you'd get wound up with these clowns telling you that level's fucking not level and, and all the crap they come out with and using theodolites. And it could get you wound up and they're getting a reaction out of you type of thing. But I think the way it's being dealt with, especially Nathan now, the way he's just going nice and calm and saying thanks for that element. He's not getting angry. He's not, yeah, all right, he's shouting them down when they're over talking him and putting them right that way. But he's as far as putting the point across or telling them what they're doing, handing him the flat earth elevation angle measurements, he's not getting wound up.
The perfect example, one deck, the perfect example is when they start talking about the downward vector. Nathan doesn't even get into that whole gravity shit. He just points out how you need a frame of reference, a downward vector for that. It's perpendicular, and that's it. You don't get into all the bullshit.
Exactly. You don't need to talk about gravity or Coriolis or where the non-physical horizon is.
Yeah, I'm glad those topics are not even discussed anymore.
How do you describe that downward vector anyway? What would you need for that downward vector?
Well, let me rephrase his question with the coordinates. Basically, he's saying that the Atlantic Ocean in the area of Maine and the Atlantic Ocean in the area of the Gulf of Mexico.
Hold on, I'm going to yawn. Is this going to take long?
No, it's not. No, it's not. His question was the altitudinal distance, or was he saying the equatorial plane measurement?
The measurements don't match up with a globe. That's basically what he was saying, D. Rose.
He was admitting to that. But he was admitting to that because it's measured flat.
No. He was trying to say it's not measured flat.
Right, while demonstrating it's measured flat.
Exactly. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Yes. By using planar measurements to assert that it wasn't possible on a flat plane. I can't make that up.
Oh, say that again. Say that again for me, please.
He was using planar measurements to deny the coordinate system working on a plane.
And explain, and now, when you get to the planar measurements, explain that in a graphic. That would be the boat in the Gulf of Mexico and the boat in the Atlantic Ocean at near Maine, the state of Maine. Okay, now go from there. That planar, go from there. That coordinates, which would be whatever the Gulf of Mexico, that boat there, and the one in the boat near the state of Maine. What is the numbers that he was saying? Did it matter what the numbers were?
No, the numbers are irrelevant because
the numbers are relevant.
Linear. Yeah, it's a linear function he's using.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all it is.
You see what I'm doing? I'm trying to simplify it for like a listener, like my child, to let them understand that if a boat's in the Gulf of Mexico, and in that colloquial heliocentric mindset of seeing the maps for the meteorologists and the globe ball, like I told you, you think the Gulf of Mexico is down there.
Is Jake still in the bathroom?
Yeah, but these flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, but the way you do it is the way Nathan. Sorry, one deck. The way Nathan did it, just kept pointing to the flat measurements they used. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what he's saying, isn't it? These flat Earth measurements aren't quite adding up on the globe. You bet they're not.
And they don't work on a flat Earth as they're using the flat measurements. They're saying they don't work. It's exactly, technically, it's how John said it.
The planar measurements that I have acquired from the plane of reference, when applied in the celestial sphere, don't work on the outside edge of that sphere. Or
that's even better.
Hold on a minute. No, that ain't how you said it. This planar coordinate system and these planar measurements do not work when I project a celestial sphere back onto a planar model. Not model, I don't like the word. A planar diagram. Right? So the measurements that I distorted to make the sphere with don't work when I try to distort them back to a plane. Well, yeah, you distorted them twice. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the flat Earth measurements aren't really working out on this globe. Yeah, no, they're not. Because it's not a fucking globe.
The globe measurements I'm taking with the flat Earth we're using do not work on the globe.
Have they given up living in Hades?
Yeah, and Nathan, we want you to tell us why.
But it's not the globe. The globe was never in it, right? They're saying that the planar measurements that were taken and applied in the planar coordinate system that we call the celestial sphere, when projected outwards onto the sphere and then projected back, show distortion. Therefore, Earth isn't flat. Kid you not. There is no globe anywhere in that.
You can't explain south to me, therefore globe.
I mean, that you could lock. Can you lock somebody up for this sort of behaviour of thinking this way?
One next looking to put people in jail.
It's crazy, isn't it? Absolute crazy when you realise what is actually happening and how people are responding to this and the things that they're coming out with. It. I mean, I coined the term psychological dilemma. They are in a psychological dilemma. They must be.
Oh no! You're right. That's a fact. They are. We've talked about that. They're in a psychological dilemma and they can't get out. You know why? Because pride has a strong grip.
Yeah, that and consensus, right? Like, they got consensus behind them, right? And
yeah, but consensus gives you a form of pride because you got consensus behind you, so that makes you even more proud.
Oh yeah, oh no doubt, man. It can't feel good to be, have an army behind you and then find out that none of them can fight or have a gun.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're like Maximus and Gladiator. Even if we didn't have an army behind us, we're kicking some ass because we're just using the weapons that they present back on them. They're presenting flat Earth measurements constantly. Go back and listen to the show yesterday and today.
Yeah, I want to hear the yesterday's show, but it's like they're loading the gun and then tossing it at our feet. And they threaten their lives, like, what are you doing, man? Come on now. It's like, do I really want to shoot a fish in a barrel?
Well, I had already said, just like the so-called war against drugs, just like the human trafficking, everything that is negative, corrupt, or whatever, and every force that's supposed to be against it, that is opposed of it, and that's supposed to be for the righteous, there always has to be some type of taintness to it, or something, or nobody would have a job. Okay, so same thing here. I mean,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I just thought of this and I got to get it out.
I get it.
All right, here's the sketch, right? The sketch comedy. You had Monty Python, the Holy Grail, the Black Knight, right? What's happening with Nathan is that there's an army of Black Knights charging at him. And as he goes to fucking turning these guys into quadriplegics, the other ones around him are agreeing that Nathan is not winning. And they're hyping up the stub dude. That's like wanted.
Yep. You got him. Aim for his Achilles. It's like seeing the little guy get beat up by the big dude and be like, get up again. Hit him with your face. That's Where you going? Where you going? I'll bite your ankles off. I got no arms, no legs. Oh, yeah. You can't knock me down no more. They still got I still got my mouth.
But I'm not horizontal. I ain't laying there. I know what you're talking about. Ain't no such thing as horizontal.
In fact, you're horizontal. You own that horizontal.
Okay.
You're claiming that. It's a claim you're making. It's yours.
You said that, Nathan. You said it on the other day.
Nathan's
the other show,
horizontal.
You said it.
John's horizontal. You're horizontal. Sign it. Therefore, it's yours. Now,
that's kind of messed up. They should be, we should be getting some fucking royalties off this shit. You know what I mean?
Especially with the equator. It's our equator. I mean, come on. We got to be getting some money out of the equator.
No. It's reached a point in the presentation of the argument where we no longer desire or hope, Neil still does to a degree, we don't want a win because there isn't one. There's
don't use me.
Okay, I won't use you again. There's just facts to be stated and understood or not. Now that is a strength in a position that's perceived to be a debate that is stronger than any real debate position can be. When it comes to debate, you've got to have the contentious nature of a subjective subject and an audience to recognise a perceived winner in terms of their rhetoric after discussion. That's what debate means. Well, with us, we're in the lucky position, if you want to look at it this way, where what we actually offer isn't a challenge to a debate point. There's only statements of fact. Furthermore, those statements of fact are held unilaterally by everyone. So when you're in that position, you can only then have your opponent fall short and embarrass themselves. Therefore, their best hope at this point is to allow someone like me to lose my temper, because then there's a small chance that the information itself is above cognitively the person watching, and they just go to the lowest common denominator with this guy's a little bit wrong, therefore I'll believe the other side because I wanted to believe the other side anyway. That's all they've got left. But if we can generally maintain a pleasant demeanour, all the opponent will ever do is make themselves look bad. We are actually at the point where, in years gone by, they say give them enough rope and they'll hang themselves. Well, no, because if you're not absolutely congruent with the debating points and what your opponent's position might be, you might fall short and be shown to be ignorant, therefore losing the view of the consensus who's watching. Whereas now we go, it doesn't matter if the consensus accepts what we say, or if we even say it at all, our opponent will always be just appealing to flat earth measurements, and when they do, they'll behave badly. And the audience will only see their bad behaviour moving forward as they attempt to, occult this information from the audience. Now, because the audience will unilaterally accept these principles, like back 5 years ago when I said my sister just accepted it when I told her about navigation. She was like, well, yeah, of course. When it comes to anything that people have any knowledge of whatsoever with respect to Earth measurements and the geography they've all been taught, they will instantly know how flat this axiom or this detailed explanation from one of us is. Because it is. It's not up for debate. Yeah? So when it's in a debate, all your opponent can do is limit how bad they look. So if you know that, that's really empowering. Because you go, okay, so long as I can keep my cool, all the opponent will ever do, so long as you lean into flat earth measurements all the time, is use those flat earth measurements and then try and occult their own use from an audience. That's the best. That is the lesser of two evils. I don't want to use the word best for that scenario, because for them it's all downside. But it's the lesser of two evils to just make the person themselves look bad to the audience, rather than concede their own use of their own flat earth measurements they're appealing to initially. Yeah? So it's all downside for them moving forward in the debate arena. So I don't know how many bashes it'll take with us going into these arenas for the general audience around us to immediately go, oh, I got it. So long as I just point out where they measure Earth flat, the argument ends instantly and all they can do is make themselves look bad. Yes. Golden bullet. Absolutely. All they can do is thrash around in pain.
Absolutely.
Beautifully put.
I was saying absolutely. That's exactly what they've always done and what they even did today. Sometimes you got to walk away from something. You know how when you're in the bathroom and you're taking a dump, it don't smell as bad as the person that comes in after you, or when you walked out to wash your hands somewhere or did something, you came back and you're like, damn, that was me. That's the same thing. Sometimes I had maybe this little absence that I've had coming back. I'm coming as that listening consensus audience.
But you're one step ahead in this metaphor. You're
hold on a sec. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
What they used to have is a debate that went nowhere, and there was an ambiguity at the end where no one could claim victory. They could only, at best, avoid an argument. Well, what are you left with? Yeah, where you started. It's a globe. But that ain't where you start.
I think Nathan summed it up beautifully. Nice one, Nathan. And yeah, I'm noticing it. Like I said earlier, you're just going in there nice and calm. You just, there's no argument, there's no debate. You just pointed out that everyone's using these flat Earth measurements, and they're handing them to you on a nice shiny cushion. Saying, there you go, Nathan. And there's some other flat Earth evidence we'll give you to use against us. And you're just doing it nice and casual, and the behaviour is changing with this. They don't know what to do with this. It's a new thing that, when an animal's introduced to something or that they've never encountered before and they don't know how to behave. That's what's happening. They're working out, how do we deal with this now?
They're all giving
going to
up.
come up with something else.
They're all giving up. I've never seen so many ballers. In the last 3 weeks, I've seen multiple ballers go, I'm running away. I'm going to go. That just never happens, does it? Where you can turn around at the end like they used to do to flatties when they were failing and ignorant. And they go, you got to run away, have you? Ha ha. Like, when has that ever happened to ballers? It just doesn't happen. Now it gets to the point where they get to their 15th interruption and they know that there's nowhere to go. So they can't come back with a twister or an obfuscate. So they run away. You're like, my God, that looks awful. 15 obfuscations, then I've got to get out of here. That's happened multiple times. But just speaking to what John just said a second ago, right? John was like, when you've got a perception of a debate, you can leave it with them doing badly against a point and then rumpusing the person who's got a good point, getting angry, and then at the end, there's an ambiguity in the audience's mind. So what happens? John's right, default position. So if I don't understand and there's still a debate to be had, then the consensus wins. That's the only best case scenario, to have the fat sniffers versus your hippies, right? Flatties versus anti-flatties. And that scenario does result in the default position being maintained at the end of the discussion. That's what happened at the Isle of Man debate. So how many years, 8 years ago, let's just say. The audience hears some good points from some flatties and enough to please the bias seeking of a flatty if you're watching, and ultimately leave the entire debate in ambiguity at the end of any debate, no matter how long. So any onlooker would go, well, it's still just a globe though, right? So that means that benefits the suggestion that there is a debate, number one, and that the consensus can rule through ambiguity or otherwise at the end of that process. If you came and look at it, then you, the audience, also feels well informed. Ah, well, flatties are just idiots. They always lose. Or whatever you've sort of cope with. So therefore, the process of having that take place, like Isle of Man, serves quite nicely the system that keeps in place a reification that cannot possibly exist from mathematics based on flat Earth measurements. That's heliocentrism that's been taught to these people, the masses, at school. You need them to feel slightly empowered and well informed, or even having engaged in the debate. Yeah? And the people who are opposing you, if you did happen to engage in that debate, because you'd be confident in your heliocentric knowledge, would be some stupid hippie that's saying there's a Mandela effect. And you can easily win just by shouting a bit louder than him, because everyone else will be behind you. They'll cheer because you're, winning in dominance over some stupid hippie fart snipper that you don't, nobody's wanting to win anyway with his open toe sandals and his big beard. No offence, Surf Daddy. But in the current scenario, total 180-degree turn, because now it's, as soon as the debate starts, when there's suggested arguments to be presented, they're identified as being measurements, not like, it's a logical fallacy, you just don't understand science, none of those things, just, this is how it's measured. Like with Brenda, right? Oh, you've begged the question of it being a flat. No. We're measuring distances. Let's not besmirch the good work of the Ordnance Survey. They have done a very good job and are very proud of how accurate their measurements are. And that is what we're going to be talking about moving forward. Well, that doesn't answer my question. No, it just proves Earth's measured flat. And that's what we're ultimately here for, aren't we? No, well, I'm going to just sit here indefinitely telling you you're not answering a question that includes a prerequisite flat Earth measurement that I now seem, in the mind's eye of the audience, to be scared of. You're like, that's going to make any audience onlooker go, okay, what's going on here? And what's the thing they're shying away from that's getting repeated over and over again? Oh, it's a flat Earth measurement. Let's just think about what he's saying. Map scale. They're not going to go, no, idiot flatty, maps bend. Nobody in their right fucking mind's ever going to do that, are they?
No, they're not. And oh my God. Hold on a second. Let me think how to say this. Hold on. Okay. All right.
Stop.
Why you gotta do the music, man? You made me feel
All right.
bad.
Go ahead. Don't forget your point. Go ahead.
If you point out the nature of the question is malformed, have you answered the question?
Well, you can't. That's their problem, isn't it? Because they want to whistle past the incongruence with a necessity to have the question at all by just demanding that you answer the question again. Again, looks awful though, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's like so if an elephant flew from here to Jersey, explain to me why it had to stop to eat in Maryland. Elephants don't fly. Why you been asking me a question like that?
Exactly. So
yes, they do.
Just going back to that, sorry, D Rose, just what Nathan was saying. Going back, let me go back a few months now. So when Jim was in here, sort of thing, and we was all getting to that point, and Nathan was pushing it home that, everybody must just realise the Earth is measured flat, and everyone was fighting against this. Yeah, everyone was fighting against this and thinking, where's Nathan going with this? He's not going to have a show. He's going to lose members, and he's lost the plot type of thing. What the hell is he talking about? But you see now, especially when we're going into these servers now, Nathan's putting this point across, and look what's happening. So Nathan, fucking great stuff, mate. Honest to God, I mean, you made a decision there at some point to go down this road that only leads to a flat Earth, and you're demonstrating how true your words were. So, fantastic job.
Well, don't thank me. Thank John. He was the one who did it first. He was out on McToon's, right up against the enemy's foothold, whatever you call it, stronghold. That's the one. Declaring this because he knew he had the win. Now, it took me a while to even recognise what he'd done after he'd done it, like I said earlier. So, John had already been persecuted prior to me doing it in any particular... I mean, it's quantity over originality in this regard, right? You're giving me credit because I'm doing it a lot at the moment. But if we just deflate our own fart sniffing at the moment, or you guys blowing smoke up my ass, or me now blowing smoke up John's ass, right? When you then step back from this, what we're doing, right? We're in debate. We're back in debate. Everyone's excited. There's blood on the floor. Everyone's cheering. We all fucking love it, right? Yes, because we're all quite vindictive. We're all quite manly men here, right? There's quite a lot of alphas. That's how it goes. So we see the blood and we go, ha ha, right? But then you have to step back from that and go, but it is just for fun. Because it's meaningless. When we say, okay, well, look, audience member, you'll never deny how flat it was going to be measured anyway, because it was going to be measured that way anyway. You're like, they could turn around to you and embarrass you immediately by going, well, what was the point of you saying it then? In a very nasally voice. And they'd be right, wouldn't they? They'd be like, well, so what you're saying is it goes without saying.
I never thought about that.
Well, I've said this for a while. We were inconsequential. Now, the thing that you're saying Jim was bracing against, you say it's everyone. It was a handful of people. Some of them have now been fired. But that didn't like the idea of me actually specifically saying it will be accepted in the way it's described as being accepted, as having always been understood to be the case. Now, when I put that into context to Flat Earth, people really recoiled because they're like, so you're telling me Normie Joe Public could turn around and go, in a nasally voice, I always knew it was flat. Obviously, we've got sea level. And the flatty, who's learned all about heliocentrism, his fucking blood boils. No, you needed me to tell you. That's what they do, right? They're furious because they've learned all this heliocentric shit that they got to lord it over people with. Like we saw at the beginning of the pre-show. We got a fat-sniffing flatty telling the guy how he doesn't understand about fucking dark matter. Going, I've learned all about heliocentrism. Aren't I a smarty pants? No, I'm a smarty pants than you. And you're like, you're a fucking bunch of boring neckbeards. Do you understand how boring you sound? Do you understand how repellent you are to women? No. But they are. Like I say, I saw Neckbeard on the video, and I almost spat my food out. I'm going, he looks exactly like he sounds. Unfuckable Neckbeard. I can get loads of pussy. You're like, whoa, okay. There's certain people who are pretty nonchalant about this stuff, right? Go ahead, sorry. I'm just going to start talking about women. It's probably not a good idea. My wife's just walked in. You're right, Paula.
So your mantra never changes.
But it's the fact that they will have always accepted for forever that Earth was measured flat, because it was. So when people are like, oh no, I want to be the guru, I want to be the one to have told them because I knew all about how heliocentrism didn't work, what, like anti-globe. Well, you didn't need to, because when it reaches that point where the onlookers eating the popcorn just go, oh yeah, I can totally understand this very simple principle of level. You know, if you're describing how sloped my back garden is, like Buck did yesterday, you're like, well, that's a slope with respect to a plane. Now, some people might be a step too far. They're too stupid to recognise it, and they only see the dweeb getting a proper pummeling from someone going, well, you're just using a deviation from a plane, and then going, it's got nothing to do with the ground. You're like, what? Even the Dumbo goes, what the fuck? You're talking about your back garden and simultaneously telling me it's got nothing to do with the ground. That sounds wrong. Well, that's back to even the dumbest of people when they're on looking now will go, that's just this person seemingly in terrible defeat, denying a premise of their own argument. Like what, when you go out and measure the ground in your back garden, nothing to do with the ground, level to nothing, height off nothing, 200 metres from nothing. You're like, man, this sounds bonkers, even to the most stupid audience member.
That was brilliant.
No, but that was great, that point. And unless you listen to it, you miss it a little bit. But yeah, because his height, yeah, that's from surface level, and or ground level. You know, he wasn't even getting it.
Depth.
They don't need the ground. They live in cloud cuckoo land. Come on.
Hold on a second. How many times we were getting mocked because we said that you cannot get perpendicular from the point of a sphere, something to that effect, and we were being mocked over that.
It's a confidence thing. Sometimes people can perceive to win just because they tell you're wrong about something. So 90 degrees is perpendicular. When they say to a point, they've really only got two options. It happened today, I think, or maybe it was yesterday. I lose track of them all. But I think somebody did this yesterday where they were suggesting that perpendicular was to a point reference to the centre of a sphere. Well, you've then only got... It might have been Bucky. There's a few of them that did it. But the point is that when they do that, you can either reference the equatorial plane or reference a tangent plane. It's like, again, we're all very well versed with the Dingleberry and Globeburger, right? We all know this shit. But that's still with reference to a plane for perpendicularity. Now, you can assume a dangling berry below you, in which case you're still measuring a plane, or you can suggest that you're in hell. Well, both of which result in the same outcome of a 90-degree measurement to a plane. So then they've got nowhere to go other than the plane that they absolutely require, and always will. Even the people with the best of knowledge of heliocentrism and how seemingly it could be thwarted by saying that you're in hell on a plane, or on the tangent, single point, on a plane. Like, they don't add the on a plane bit, they just say at a point, and then stop the sentence. Well, in my mind, when I hear them do that, I go, you know to stop the sentence short. To a point of the sphere with respect to the tangent plane that has the 90 degrees capable of being measured on it. On what? The plane. But they're never going to actually say the conditional requirements to get perpendicular, that's at 90, with respect to a sphere that's been assumed below this plane. They just say to a point. Now, in my mind, I go, that means you know to exclude the rest of this conditional definition you're giving to a point. But to a point isn't going to give you that second line for the 90. So it's nonsense because it doesn't have the conditional description of the plane that they've suggested with one word, tangential plane, that they'll say once at the beginning of this cockwaffle to a point. It's like, no matter which way you go, you might, as a normie, be confronted with this shit. But if that person already has within their arsenal a general understanding of sea level, maps, travelling a distance, anything basic that people use quite regularly just to get around, they can already instinctually understand how things like complicated tangent planes and equatorial planes are still just planes, because they'll hear the word. Now, it doesn't matter if that word's coming from a baller or from us, they're just hearing about the planes being described. John said it earlier, none of these things that they're describing are globular measurements ever anymore. Because there aren't any.
Yeah, but that frustrates the shit out of me. I get what you're saying. I get it. But there is no freaking tangent plane. That's only math that they're doing on a piece of fucking paper. That drives me insane. I understand. Yeah, you can fly plane anyway, and you could point that out all day long. Yes, but come on now.
Well, the tangent plane is...
Who's pulling a tangent plane out of their fucking boat?
But it's the plane that's being measured.
Neil.
And the tangential to what? A ball that you've assumed... That goes without question because it's suddenly being introduced for something that axiomatically, when measured, requires 90. So the after-the-fact not being measured bit is the ball they're assuming. And then the ball that they're assuming has a measurement from a flat plane to create it. So if you want to go, okay, so we're measuring 90 degrees to a plane, your line of attack if you're in debate is to say, well, either you disregard GPs because they'll be on the same plane and their ground positions. So then you can start saying, so it's not on your ball that you've assumed. Or they can take their already measured tangential plane measurements inside the ball. And then you just say, are you in a ball?
But, well said, Nathan. I totally agree with everything you're saying.
I don't know, I'll ask Craig. Sorry, I'm really sorry to interrupt one deck. So, Craig, are you there? Are we going for curry tonight? I don't think we are. He hasn't said anything, hun. I've got cash if he does. Is he there? I'm sorry to interrupt you one deck. Are you there, Craig?
Sorry,
I don't think we are going for a curry, hun. Okay. Why are you going to Asda?
I need to get to Asda.
I do need to find out though, because if you just say yes now, I want you to curry back.
Hello, bro. I don't know. It's Junior.
I don't mind being interrupted.
I don't think there are any plans to go for a curry tonight, but tell me that I'm wrong.
No, it was last week, wasn't it? We went.
Yeah, that's what I thought because we went last week. No, hun.
Yeah, next week.
Go, just take the car.
Friday.
Thank you. Just go. Yeah, it's fine. We're not going for curry. We went last week.
I had a plane ticket ready. You mean it's canceled tonight?
Sorry, one deck. Go ahead. Sorry, one deck to cut you off. I just wanted to find out before my wife ran out because if she did go and I needed the car.
No, I've just John's pointed out. I pointed it out as well that it's funny because I've highlighted it a few times myself, but you don't hear any conversation about the globe. measurements. And you've got Subbuster, who's tries to be crafty about things, just talking about elevation angles and the fact that it's nothing to do with the surface, and he can do it from the vertical and the perpendicular and all that nonsense, that 30 words that he shouldn't be using, and he shouldn't even be using the theodolite, and that shouldn't be coming out of his mouth. But you find yourself, they're never talking about a globe or a globe measurement. They're just talking about, the difference, your opinion and their opinion, and it is their only opinion about an elevation angle and whether he is using the actual surface of Earth, elevation is from the surface of Earth, or not. So you find yourself in this wrangle-tangle of nothing to do with a globe and just little bits of nonsense about a light or a bubble sextant or a mariner's sextant measuring angles. They don't measure curvature, never have been designed to. So we're just talking about angle measurements all the time. It's crazy, and they think they've got this fucking debate going on, or they're getting some sort of point across to prove a globe when they're just telling you how they think they are measuring an elevation angle, which has got nothing to do with the curvature measurement, about and how you're describing an elevation angle, which has got nothing to do with a curvature measurement. So none of us are talking about curvature measurements. All of us are talking about elevation angle measurements, and we're describing how the equipment measures these elevation angle measurements from surface level all the time.
Not one deck. But you can get perpendicular to a sphere. You just use a tangent. With that tangent, oh, wait a second. But Nathan blows it all up with the ground position, and then Buck runs away. Comes back 3 hours later and starts something all over again.
Not a quick enough kill for you, Neil? Neil wants a quicker kill. He doesn't like this. It's not a quick enough kill. Am I wrong? Am I right? You're saying it's not a quick enough kill, Neil?
Correct.
I thought you liked to play with the mouse before you killed it, Neil.
No, that's what Jin likes to do.
No, if you check out what I do, I just feed my turtles goldfish, quick kill, bang, they're gone. Not going to knock them out, get them dizzy, and hang it there and wait for them to grab it. I'll put them right in. Bam. I grab them, snap them, it's over.
Well, we could always argue about things like gravity. I mean, you them guys before they must have seen us all in there early on, and nobody. Are they scared to say something early on? And then they think, oh, Nathan's in here and the crew's in here. But we're not going to mention it just yet. And then someone has to mention it. But sorry, what
would you do by metaphor? You're out in Africa, and you know that you've got to nick the lion's food because you're going to starve if you don't. At what point do you stand up and walk up to that lion, taller than it, more dominant than it, less scared than it, with total confidence, and watch that lion just run away scared? At some point, you've got to get up, walk up to that lion, and let that lion know that you're going to be taking its food. Now, if you show that lion that you're a scared little chicken, do you know what's going to happen? The lion's going to eat you. So that's a decision that at some point they've got to make, right? I see the lion. He's sat there, he's eating his food. I want that food. Well, get up and come over then. Takes quite a lot of brave pills, doesn't it?
But they've got nothing. They don't realise they're supposed to be like demonstrating how the Earth is a globe and offering some sort of evidence. But the only evidence that all they're talking about, I'll just use book, is theodolite. Now, why is he talking about a theodolite? Does a theodolite measure curvature? Yes or no? No. Right? So it's not measuring curvature. What's it measuring? Horizontal and vertical angles. Okay, then? And what next, then? You want to talk about the shape of the Earth now? Or do you want to talk about the theodolite that measures vertical and horizontal angles?
Oh, he'll give you all. How come I can go 53 degrees north and then 53 degrees south and then this why is it bigger?
Who gives a fucking shit? It's an elevation angle measurement. Nothing to do with.
There's a greater distance.
Yeah, it's not a curvature measurement.
I started cracking up as soon as they started saying degrees and then distance and height and all of these other crazy things that can only be described from a horizontal plane of reference.
Right.
So it's
Maybe
funny
you
to
guys
me.
are hearing it differently to her. I hear it when I hear that. I hear, how does this distance work when you? That's how I hear it. I hear it very differently.
Yeah, I hear all the flat Earth prerequisites. So I'm not at that nerdy part yet, because then they could, like you said, you could turn around and say, well, then why are you talking about it? Which is true, but I didn't think about it like that. Why are we talking about it then? If it were irrelevant and it means nothing and everybody's measuring Earth flat, it was yesterday and it will be tomorrow.
Yeah, it will be always measured flat, and that's what they talk about all the time. They don't talk about anything else except for angles.
They're talking about it being a sphere.
But regarding the angle, all they care about is the vertical. That's what they fall in love with, the vertical.
Yeah, but they can't use the word vertical. They're not allowed to use that word.
I know they shouldn't be able to, but they'll argue because of the point. So a point can be 1 millimeter to an area that spans a radius.
You're falling for it.
No, I'm just saying though, a point doesn't prove anything. A point, you could put a point on top of a remote control, and above it is going to be a vertical. That doesn't make something globular or spherical.
Let me ask you, D-Rose, can you get perpendicular from a point on a sphere?
It's not perpendicular.
Okay, very good. Now tell them that.
D-Rose, I'm interested.
It's not perpendicular. The definition of the perpendicular is negated once you start talking about other than the horizontal. Then it's not perpendicular.
Correct. So we we answered that question 25 times yesterday.
We should have tried 26.
And we got mocked.
Hold on, just one correction. It's not horizontal. It's just hold on. It's at 90 degrees to a plane, but it doesn't have to be horizontal. You know, orientation might not necessarily come into the description of what's being discussed when you say perpendicular. Just imagine a cross, like you'd cross something out, you know, and a 45-degree angle cross. Well, that could be crossing. That's perpendicular. So it contextually might not necessarily be tied to the horizontal. Now, for them, typically, they are specifically tying it to the horizontal because they're only using this because they want to measure an angle. And the only way they can get the angle to point to hell is by dropping a plumb bob. Then you're referencing a downward vector. However, there's a multitude of different ways that they're trying to ascribe the angle that we measure from Earth's surface, which is always flat, even if it's from the vertical. It's still axiomatically tied to the horizontal when they're describing an Earth measurement. That's elevation or altitude angle measurement. So they are specifically tying it to horizontal in that instance. But perpendicularity just means at 90 degrees. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they've got to tie it to a horizontal, just at 90. Well, for them, they're like, okay, well, no, I can get this angle. Well, how'd you get it? Well, plumb. Well, then you need a plane. No, I don't. I can be perpendicular to a point. And you go, right, okay, points don't give you 90 and curves don't give you 90. Oh, no, I've got a plane at that point. Right, so we've got a plane then. Yeah, with a ball dangling below that, I assume. That's it. But I don't know why this would annoy Neil. They've got to go to the plane before they go to the ball.
When you're talking about perpendicular, you need a horizontal.
No, you need no. It doesn't have to be horizontal. I've just described one.
It could be diagonal. It could be diagonal, like he said, a cross out, just a straight.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear that. Sorry.
No, listen, it's one of the 30 words, and perpendicular has got nothing to do with curvature.
Exactly. As soon as you're contextually describing it with curvature, you're like, what 90 degrees to a curve? No. Immediately fail.
So they should be talking about.
Yeah, but they're not talking about it in that fashion. You know damn well they're not.
I know, you don't have to get angry, mate. What I'm saying is they're always using these words, perpendicular. Why are you talking about perpendicular? You shouldn't be using that word if you're trying to talk about Earth curvature, which is what we're talking about supposedly. You don't need to use the word perpendicular because it's got nothing to do with curvature. You don't have to get your theodolite out because that doesn't measure curvature. Yeah. You don't have to even mention sea level because that's level, not curved. So every word that comes out your mouth has got nothing to do with curvature.
Exactly.
Then why is there a foot and a half difference on the Golden Gate Bridge?
Because Earth's flat, of course.
I'd have thought that would annoy you more because in that case, you've got to catch that they're describing the deviation from the plane of reference to suggest that the ball, like being on a curve to get the angle that's from a plane, means we're on a ball. When they describe the Golden Gate Bridge, you're like, well, if you're saying it's not plumb, yeah, the suggestion is that it's built plumb, but it's not plumb. You know, immediately you should have red flags and alarm bells ringing. So you're saying it is plumb, but because it's different height at the top, it's not plumb. So it's not plumb. Well, how not plumb is already whistling past that what's plumb? You know what I mean?
You can't use the word plumb. It's got nothing to do with curvature.
Right. So a deviation from how non-plumb it is
still
requires
to the
a flat Earth
per mile
measurement.
squared formula.
Hold on.
According to the 8 inches per mile squared formula, that lines up with the deviation on the bridge.
Yeah, but the 8 inches per mile's got a flat mile in it. But this point is actually specifically to do with them describing the angle that the tilt is with respect to. So if you think, they're saying they tilt away from each other, well, how much they tilt is with respect to a planar measurement. You don't get the tilt from the curve. You're not on the edge of the protractor when you measure the tilt because the tilt's in an angle. So it's from the plane. What they always do, the trick is normally, when it's something seemingly complicated, all they ever do is take the part of the protractor that's being used when they say degree. So you listen out for the word degree, and then recognise when they're putting the degree, which is the measurement along the base, through the angle marked on the curved edge of the protractor. That's the actual measurement. That's how a protractor works. But then recognise when they describe you being on the curve of the protractor, when they say, well, it's curving to cause the leaning of the towers. You're like, no, the leaning of the towers is the measurement through a protractor flat from a plane. You're describing the protractor being on the curve of the protractor. As long as you recognise instinctually that all they've done is turned the globe into the curve of the protractor, but the protractor is still, as a tool, used to measure Earth's surface, hence the equidistant from a centre of a globe. Well, that means you're in a protractor. That's it. So when you hear them say the bridge is on a curve, at the point that they say that the curve bit, it's a non-measured curve. We know there's no measured Earth curve. So where do they conjure it from? The curve of the protractor they'll be asserting a degree with. So how much does the tower or bridge bend in a degree from a plane? Well, once we've got that measurement, we've got a flat Earth measurement. They then assert, after measuring Earth flat, that means it's the edge of the protractor they've used to measure the tilt with. Oh, God.
So then after that whole thing, which is well explained, well laid out, perfect, they'll say word salad. Or they'll ignore the whole thing and then go right back to it. Now, don't tell me that's not frustrating.
I'm sure it's frustrating, but you just say, well, where'd you get your measurement? You have to put it in a question. Well, where'd you get this angle from then? Okay, say it's not plumb. Plumb's a flat Earth measurement. Cockwaffle. Okay, well, you're suggesting you've got a degree, right? Where'd you get the degree measurement from? Oh, you know it's planar. It's a degree measurement.
Yeah, but Neil, it's a lot easier now because I think going back, and Nathan might agree with me, like 3 years ago, you would get into that cockwaffle and going back and forward and talking about gas go down, boom, boom, and Coriolis and reference planes. And you're not going into much of that now. It's just like we've cut a lot of that out. It's just getting straight to the measurement, and they're trying to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you're being told that it's cockwaffle or word salad. That shit gets me hot because Nathan laid that out perfectly about 100 times yesterday.
And they're going about the arc, this arc measurement. I mean, I don't know what this arc is all about. Is that the protractor is they talking about?
What's the shape of a protractor? The bottom of it is what?
D Rose, that's what I was going to ask you. D Rose. So you've been away for a while, mate. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been? I don't know if you've been listening to the show or not. Obviously.
Yeah, I get to hear it. Get to watch the premiere.
Right. Yes, you're aware. I didn't know if you'd not been listening and you've just come back into this new sort of.
No, not all of them. Not all of them. I am behind. Not all of them.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm not. I only mentioned gin early because that's when we were sort of saying, like, it's measured flat. It's for everybody, and everybody knows it's measured flat because that's just the way it's measured, and it's geography. And we've got that's all we're talking about now. And I didn't know if you'd left and had things going on and not and now you've just come back and thought, wow, things have changed a little bit. Nathan sounds a bit different, and things are just getting dealt with a lot quicker. And I didn't know. I was just trying to get your feedback on that. But if you've been listening to the show,
no, I'm aware of the departure of Jin and the Feast of Nonsense, Intolerance, and him saying, "Well, I can't be here because that's what I love to do, and I'm going to do that because I'm here to do this, do that." And it frustrated me, and I spoke my voice about it, and I'm glad he's gone because it doesn't need to be. I've been.
Hang on, no, I wasn't. I mentioned sort of Jin as the timeline, not
that's the timeline I'm giving you. That's the timeline I'm giving you. After that, I haven't been back on the show since then.
Right. So listening to the show today, then how are you feeling about this? Have you noticed a difference in Nathan's approach with the cooks?
It's exactly how Nathan said he was going to deal with it the last time we were talking about. It is inconsequential. It doesn't make it. It's no irrelevance about whether we're right, whether we prove this, whether we get a win. We said whether we waste our time going back and forth with cognitive dissonant individuals because the measurement is the measurement. It's irrefutable. It's irrevocable. And all you have to do is state that, brief and concise. And that's the guillotine. Period. So there's no more of that. Even though I enjoyed him slipping up saying, "How did my balls taste?" He said that one time because they were frustrating him. So he was letting them. That was like a rub in your face. I got you. But yeah, it's nothing new to me because this is what he said. This is what he said how it's gonna be handled. So I love today's show.
Yeah, it was great. And the last few shows have been like that. And I think, Nathan, just another sort of blowing smoke up your ass, because I know Bernard debates. I mean, you've spent a bit of time with Bernard debates today, and I know how you feel about him because of things she's said in the past about one thing and another. And so I just respect you for that, mate. You think you dealt with that eloquently.
No, I didn't hear anything about. I didn't hear. You talking to Nathan now or me?
Yeah, it's me talking to Brenda.
Because I don't know what Brenda said. I don't know what he said.
Sorry. Yeah, I call Brenda Bernard. I've been in debate. No, I've been in conversation with her in the past.
Okay,
but
no.
I always call her Bernard, and it winds her up. I say Bernard. Yeah. I'm not called Bernard. She don't like being called Bernard, so I call her Bernard even more.
Yeah, I don't know what Bernard was. I don't know. I don't really care what Bernard was saying, what he thinks, what he said. It doesn't matter to me. But
But what we're saying is, like, I know Nathan in the past has he'll just get rid of her, don't want to talk to her, and Nathan can get angry, and the actual debate or the conversation can sort of fall out of control. Like Nathan was saying before, that's what they want to happen.
Yeah.
And if Nathan has dealt with that, fucking fantastic. With her, especially her, because she's just a nasty piece of shit.
Yep.
So well done, Nathan, again.
I don't know, Brenda's just a weird one. We're guests there, so if Brenda's there and we want the server to stay friendly with us to a degree, you've got to accept that let's compare it to a bar. That bar has said, no, she's absolutely allowed in here. If you don't want to be around her, you can go away. So you've got to remember that I can't moan about her. I mean, after.
Oh yeah, no doubt, yeah.
But that means I'll talk to her. It's like either I can turn the tables over, in which case I'll get dragged out, or when she decides she's going to come and have a little poke, you're like, okay, no worries. Doesn't mean I can't immediately defeat her and her positioning, because all she's got to offer is I can't remember what she did today. What did she do? Oh, she suggested that there was a begging the question fallacy when it came to map measurements.
Begging the question of the map scale measurements.
Yeah, again, quick defeat, and then you can go, right, this just never let this lie. Every time she talks, that'll be brought up, because we're never going to get away from it, and I won't let her. So then it becomes, well, now we're just doing the same thing over and over again. What, like I'm doing? I'm the one doing it. But I'll quite happily cry foul. It's like, you guys have got your tactics. I see them and go, all right, I can do that then. So I can count off the number of times that you've done something when I hold you to task, and then moan about the fact that we're going around in circles 17 times. It seems really unfair, doesn't it? Almost as unfair as having the suggestion that your kid should be taken away, for which you should really have a metaphorical throat slit for it. You know what I mean? That's how I was with her yesterday. But, you know, there's no point labouring that point. If you don't know that I'm, you know, in that position, I've become a bit of a martyr if I keep moaning about one particular thing. When it's like, well, no, someone would turn around eventually and go, well, why can't you just address the fact that, you know, you've got these measurements from the centre of Earth, or you've got these begging the question fallacy bloody map scales. I mean, what are you, a flat earther? Can't you just address these? And you're like, yeah, occasionally it's no skin off my teeth to address her, and then just shut her down for the purposes of the argument that she's attempting to have. Because I'm sure at some point she's in her mind going, I can cry that he just doesn't want to talk to him because I'll annihilate him in debate when I've had my legs removed and arms chopped off on multiple occasions and just grown them back like freaking Deadpool.
And just going back again, though, before they noticed you was in there or highlighted that was in there to have a conversation, just listening to the conversation before that, you know, and Brenda was in there, just talking about the Newtonian gravity, and I mean, they're all sort of like, it is dweebish, isn't it? And you can see they love it, don't they? They're so like, oh, let's talk about this for a bit, and just talk a load of nonsense, fucking shite, and then we're there and talking about the measurements. But yeah, I just noticed before we was sort of highlighted and our conversation got going, this just seems so jolly. I'm talking about absolute garbage, nonsense, space and gravity, and Newton said this and Copernicus said that. It's fucking shite.
I mean, when you talk about the people who they look up to, right, when you take somebody who on the surface is relatively cool, so you go, right, Brian Cox, astrophysicist, D-Ream, in a band, pop star. Yeah, that's pretty cool. But then you hear the stories of how he was treated by his roadies because they fucking hated him. And one of the stories was he got gaffer taped to the lighting rig and then hoisted up while they all pointed and laughed at him because they couldn't stand him. They just hated him. I mean, like, what kind of person generates those sorts of feelings in people? Arrogant, self-absorbed, fart-sniffing wankers, little beaters. They really piss the men off. Right, the guys that are lugging the lights around and doing the donkey work, while this fucking pansy floats in and starts telling them how stupid they are. Really, lad? Let's gaffer tape you to this and hoist you into the ceiling then, you pathetic little scrote. I can see it happening. Like, I remember being on that side. So when I heard that story, right, I transitioned, not sexually, when I was in performing arts school, from performing arts, which is music, singing, dancing, you know the gig, being on the stage, to being in what the lovies called the dark side, which was technical theatre, lighting, filming, production, microphones, that sort of stuff. The stage itself, you know, the backstage bit. Well, that was occupied by much more manly men. And you can imagine the lovey side was occupied by the lovies and the homos. You know, the incestuous gays. That's what it was occupied by. Now, it got to a point with a certain particular production when I was like, I just don't want to do this. But you see the dark side of the manly men actually rigging the lights that are climbing up at great heights. You're like, how do you think those lights got up there? When you're at the stage watching the band, well, you see the fireworks, who do you think put them there? A manly man, not the guy in a dress on the stage going, ah! No, that guy didn't climb up the rig. But if you fuck with the guy who did put the fireworks behind the stage, he will tie you to gaffer tape you to a lighting rig and just hoist you up it if you start cheeking him. Right? That's how the world works. The manly men tend to dominate the little scrotes of the world. That's how it works.
Hey, that gaffer's tape is no joke. That will tie you up. It used to be great tape. And then back in the day when we did some, things, we would use the gaffer's tape because you're not ripping that. You tie people's wrists together with that, they're stuck. But then it went to freaking zip ties and then it was all over. But anyway.
But my point is that the person that gets hoisted up the lighting rig, right, is the annoying dweeb, the neckbeard. Those are the guys that your average Joe guy who's just a blue-collar worker just really gets really irritated by. Again, we did this about 6 months ago when we showed the guy in the gym that goes up to the big buff guy and just nicks his hat. He goes, give me my hat back. He gets the hat back and immediately wallops him. Like I was saying yesterday about Jordan Peterson, there's an unwritten rule when you're around other men that you might get punched in the face. You know what I mean? But dweebs don't seem to accept that. They're like, oh, no, I'm going to antagonise this guy. Oh my God, I've just been smashed in the face. My nose is now bleeding. And they're like, they can't quite freaking believe it's happening. Yeah, but because you don't know the unwritten rules about being around other men. You're a little mummy's boy. All of them are. They're all beaters. So they think they can behave like women. Like they can poke and poke and poke and poke and poke. No. A man will just never turn around and whack a woman in the face. Generally speaking, they'll get the fuck out of there before they get to that limit because they know that is definitely not something to do. But other men antagonise other men all the time. They end up punching each other in the face. That's fairly standard fare. But we're in a generation where we've got beaters that were raised by their mothers only. So they're all fucking snowflakes, aren't they?
Yep. Yes.
I don't know. No. I mean, my missus has got sort of used to my right jab, so I've just started the left uppercut now.
One day.
That's a terrible joke. It's a joke. Anybody watching, piss off. Shut up. He's just joking.
No, but you demonstrated yesterday how much of a snowflake most of them are. I mean, come on, that's common freaking knowledge. When your kids are threatened, you buck up and you take care of business.
My favourite bit of that was when one guy piped up. I don't know if he had kids or not. Well, if I was in the same circumstances, I wouldn't react like that. I'm like, you're the kind of guy that would have your kids taken away from you. Because you wouldn't be fighting to keep them. Oh, well, this seems perfectly reasonable. The government's come along and said that I should be taken away. I think I should just stand and watch this happen.
I must be a bad parent.
Exactly, I must be bad. You're like, you beater, you'd rather let your kids get raised in a foster home than fight tooth and nail to make absolute... I mean, I don't mean physically fight, because that's more likely to get them lost. But what I'm saying is, the type of mentality that goes, this will be prevented at all costs. And if it means I've got to stamp on your face, then I will. That's the mentality, yeah? I mean, there are guys that take it too far. Like, a perfect example would be someone like a fighter, an actual fighter. So if you take Mike Tyson, he used to beat the shit out of his women all the time. And it is tragic, right? Don't get me wrong, I like Mike Tyson, but I know his history. Now, some people can look past that. I'm not going to look past it. I'm not like I'm with Mike Tyson at the minute, but you know what I'm getting at. I'd always be 100%
He's not
aware.
like that anymore, though. He used to be that way.
Well, that's not the point. The point I'm making is there is where one deck jokes, next man can't control his temper, but those types of people are the type of people that end up in the ring because they get to a mindset where they can be an absolute animal. And that's to your detriment when you want romance and love and things that are, not congruent with, well, if I've got this argument and this bitch deserves it, she's going to get a punch in the mouth. And that's the attitude that Mike Tyson had for a while. Now, you're saying it's not the case. I don't know the guy, so I just know what his past history is. So there are extremes that you just don't want to reach. But in terms of instinctually, most males, I'm going to say that loosely, recognise or have an instinct, that's a better word, for protecting their children. Now, some people just don't have it. And then one guy yesterday verbalised it when he was literally in an adenoidal voice saying, well, I don't understand at all why you get upset about people talking about your children.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, you would freaking smash the person that called the authorities on you, but you're going to fight in a different way with the authorities trying to take your children. I understand what you're saying. But I think what happens with people like that is they realize to themselves they must be bad parents. And then you know what happens, Nathan? The responsibility is taken away from them. So they're all good with that.
Well, again, they're talking about, I've enjoyed these last few visits to these servers because, like I say, I know I'm repeating myself again. Nathan said he was going to do this, and everyone was a little bit shocked with what his suggestion was. Like, there's no argument, there's no debate. It's just measured flat for everybody, and that's the way it is. And it was a big light, but now you can see it's a brand new turn for the discussion, and they're not dealing with it very well because it's nobody's doing this. Even like supposedly, high level ranking flat earthers still want an argument, and once they can argue about gravity and Coriolis and the distance to a non-physical horizon and stuff like that, where Nathan's not doing that. He's just pointing out that you need Earth to be measured flat because that's the way it's measured. And you're going to explain to me how it's measured flat. I'm going to then tell you that's what you're doing and explain how you're doing it. The words you're using, like distance and height above surface level and elevation angle measurements, that's all they're talking about. They don't ever mention curvature, like I said before. And the tools that they're using and the equipment that they're describing shouldn't be coming out the mouth because it's part of the 30-word situation where it's got nothing to do with Earth curvature measurements.
You're just not seeing the curvature measurements, one deck, because if you have two theodolites at a distance, one will drop lower than the other, therefore Earth curve. What's wrong with you?
What sort of distance is it, mate? What's the distance? Is it a linear distance apart?
Does it not? We're not talking. Listen, that's irrelevant.
Yeah. So the theodolites are measuring angles, yeah?
That's irrelevant. When we measure the height of one theodolite at, say, 200 miles away, is a slight difference in the height of it.
The height above sea level and 200 linear miles away.
That's irrelevant. Why are you not getting this?
Yeah, so this is back to the same. You recognise what's happening. It's the same as the bridges earlier, the example with the bridges tilting away. It's the same, but with the theodolite, so it seems more technical. So it's a conversion from the flat plane that this angle. So a theodolite's measuring an angle. Okay, so it is ipso facto going to be a flat Earth measurement from zero. Plane that's parallel with either surface level or sea level at the altitude that you can measure with the tool after leveling it to a plane, so you can use it to measure an angle. So it's a flat Earth measuring device. Okay, so what's the problem? Well, as Neil points out, well, no, it's measuring the curve, because between the two theodolites, there's a curve. So immediately we're taking the curve of the measurement of the tool and describing it with respect to the curve of the protractor being the surface. That's all that they ever do. They make the curve of the protractor the surface of the ground that's being measured flat for the angle to create a protractor with.
I'm not using the ground when I get my angle. I get it with a plumb bob.
Yeah, elevation's got nothing to do with the ground.
That's got to be the most infuriating out of all of them. They're saying they're not using the ground doesn't exist in this, and then 2 sentences later, they'll be talking about the ground.
Yeah, what he said. What he said was navigation. He said, well, are you navigating? Yeah. He said, well, you need to know where the ground is. No, nothing to do with the ground. Well, if you're not navigating, then where do you need to go to if it's not on the ground?
Yeah.
Look, I'm not on the ground when I'm 200 feet above the ground. It's got nothing to do with the ground. I'm 200 feet above it. The ground.
That was brilliant.
Exactly, Nathan. You got it now.
But I don't even get it.
Where are you going?
It was brilliant. It was brilliant how Nathan. I'm just saying it was brilliant how Nathan did that, and I don't even think Buck realised what he was actually saying for a while until he had to run away and think, God, I understand what Nathan's pointing out now, because he was actually saying it legitimately. Well, I'm at a height. I'm at this height. Well, a height above what? You've got to have a reference for your height.
It's nothing to do with the ground. Height above the nothing, you idiot.
Yes, that's what they're saying. Height above the nothing. You got it.
Yeah, it's just a height above nothing. I'm not referencing anything. It's got nothing to do with anything. I'm talking absolutely nothing to do with anything about this elevation angle.
This is why
Taken
me
from
and Dad
nowhere.
always laugh about navigating space. Like, how the fuck do you do that?
I think D Rose was trying to say something. D Rose, do you want to say something?
No, I was just making it simple. Like I was talking to my sister just this past weekend, Independence. Everything's measured, whether it's below or above sea level. Level being the key
Mean
word.
sea level.
Mean, it doesn't matter whether it's mean sea level. Sea level, period. Mean is just another adjective for the level of the sea, whether it's still or whether it's active because of a hurricane or whatever you want to call it. But nonetheless,
well, we've got tides. We've got tides, mate.
Yeah,
we've got tides.
Yeah, below and above sea level.
Excuse me, mate. We've got tides. It's not level. We've got tides.
Okay.
Getting rumpus.
What D Rose is talking about, the 0 degree baseline. That's correct. Everything is measured from that. Your deviations and your heights.
So you're telling me, depending on the tides, Mount Everest can be anywhere from 14,000 to maybe 13,800.
No, that's
yeah.
steady
See how
measurement.
slick D is. Yeah, that's right. Every single vertical altitude ascribed ever confirms this axiomatic flat plane at mean sea level. That's right, D. Yeah, we haven't got multiple heights for Everest because of fucking tides. Yeah, well said.
You missed that one the other day, D Rose. That was who was that the other day? There's multiple mean sea levels.
Yeah. Some guy says there's multiple heights of Everest. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. That was very good. Very good. Exactly. I'm glad you all understand it now. And I'm glad you all caught up to me.
You got this 2 weeks ago.
You've never been the same, Neil, since you wrote that. What was that poem you wrote? The globe is measured. You've never been. You've changed since then, mate. Yeah,
exactly.
Think about the Greeks knowing it or something.
Funny journey. Good journey though. Where we are now, it's brilliant. You know, with everything that we've been through, and I've not been through it as long as you guys have. I mean, I think I was in the second phase of flat Earth, whatever that means. Yeah, this position now is fantastic, and I think as well as myself and Neil's poems and John and everybody else, we've got to this point. We've all contributed to this point.
It doesn't matter when you get on a boat, as long as you know that boat is floating nicely. Other people seem to think that the ship is sinking slowly. That is the FED ship.
Yeah, well, if you don't know the height of the star, mate, I mean, you're never going to find your way home.
Do you ever notice how ships sink? They don't sink slowly over the course of 12 years. They go down pretty quick.
Down, you say?
Actually, less than 30 seconds.
Down, you say?
I mean, the Titanic, it sunk in what? Half an hour? What was it? 40 minutes? Oh, you believe in the Titanic?
Yeah, it's just where the situation is now is like, once you realise what we're sort of saying and pointing out, and what Nathan's pointing out on a daily basis now to these people, and just pointing out their use of the words that they're using to explain how Earth is measured flat. It's like, wow, man, once you see this, once you understand this and get onto this, it's like, it pardon the pun, it's just another level.
One deck, I think we should do a treatment on show 1500. What do you think?
Who on?
FED show 1500. We'll just pull one out of the hat and we'll do a treatment on it. See where we were during show 1500.
Oh, right. Pull one of the past shows out and do a treatment on ourselves.
Correct. You'll see how many times we used it and skipped past it and didn't even recognize it.
Yeah, we should do that, Nathan.
I'm up for it. I don't mind. We've still got a video that we didn't cover today. I had it all queued up that Len had sent. We just never covered it. Right, I'm gonna.
Yeah, that'd be brilliant. That'd be brilliant, and it could be another one of those self-analytical type of self-critical things, just to share. Like, look, we were there. Now we're here.
But that shows your humility. You're actually saying, not like these idiots. It's like we can see where we've missed things and where we've been correct, and how we've grown.
Does it show you your humility or your pride? Look, we were there. Now we're here.
No, it shows you the journey and the journey. It'd be interesting, yeah. 1,500. How many years ago was that? Or months? Or
it's got to be over 3 years.
Yeah. So, would you say go back before?
Yeah, we might have to go back further. You're right. Might have to go to around 900.
Why?
Well, because if you go back 3 years, we may have been catching it back then. I don't know.
When did you come out with the poem? That's when it all started to change, mate.
I don't know.
That was about. I'd say that was looking at the globe is flat. That poem must be 5. It's got to be 5 years old.
Yeah, so I'd say right around that time would be a good time to do a treatment on ourselves.
I wouldn't have wrote that poem unless it was sort of coming in then about. I mean, the globe is flat. It's measured like that. Wouldn't have come into my mind unless we were sort of touching on that subject then, because that's what I was doing. I was listening to you guys and then writing things down for my own purpose, trying to make things a bit more simple for myself. So around then, we were just getting to that point.
Yeah, actually, it was the words you put together. It was a steady progression, but we weren't picking up on things like distance and height yet, I don't think. Well, we could find out by maybe Monday. Pulling out a show. I'll look for one. And maybe we could do it Monday. It's up to Nathan. It's his show.
I don't mind what we do. Just stressing the computer out by playing a game. Probably not advisable. Given it crashed yesterday badly.
Been red hot today here again. It's not been too bad though, because I've got a lot of the stores sort of. I've done a lot of sort of temporary alterations on the refrigeration units just to keep them from failing completely. So things are sort of, but it's took me a while to get to that point. I've had to turn compressors off to reduce head pressures in the system. I've had to turn a couple of produce cases off in certain stores. So some produce you can just turn off.
Pressure? How do you measure that pressure?
From sea level, pal. Mean sea level, sorry. It starts at a level plane, at 14.7 psi. That's pounds per square inch, and an inch is linear. And a square is a square.
I think we should be talking about big G and little g. I want to smell something. Let's talk about that stuff. It's way more interesting.
Yeah, let's talk about gravity.
And Nathan's right. They never tell you which one. They'll just say it, and they do that deliberately.
What's gravity got to do with anything? I mean, you can use its downward vector to a plane of reference if you want, but it's not a measurement of Earth, is it?
Ben wants to say something.
Oh, cheers, Neil. Yeah, I've been busy for a little bit, but I heard you talking about the bridge thing again. Is it not helpful bringing up the chin state tensioning? Is that being too geeky and dweeby or overcomplicating things?
I don't know if it's overcomplicating it. It's, to me, any description of it, regardless of the cause, because the tension on the chains is the cause, but the description of the deviation is from a flat plane. So for me, it's like that just takes priority. But if you start arguing about what's causing the deviation, it's not addressing that there is a measurement to describe that deviation with, and that's a flat Earth measurement. That's why I go to that and prioritize that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They want to take you into the wrangle-dangle of the cause when you're going right to the measurement.
Exactly, because then you say it's caused by chain tension, they say it's caused by Earth curve.
And nobody's talking about the measurement. Sorry.
Not
it's
me,
like Sogbuster.
Practical engineering.
I didn't hear you, Len.
What did you say, Len?
It's not me saying that. That is practical engineering.
No, I get that.
Yeah, even whoever it is. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Nathan.
No, I agree. I mean, it's not that I dispute that you're right. Far from it. It's just the dispute about cause will end up in you say that, but they're not actually citing. They also incorporate the globe of the Earth when they say they take the tension of this. It just goes on and on. Which is like, what kind of degree deviation are we talking about? Well, that's a degree measurement from a plane.
What's the height of the bridge above sea level, by the way?
476 feet.
Oh, what, from sea level?
I posted up that thing this morning, and it included the San Francisco Bridge being 2 inches further apart, the top and the bottom. But yeah, every measurement would indicate it was on the flat.
Correct.
And there's a measurement to the seabed from sea level as well.
But the reason I'm trying to hammer that down is because obviously when they build the towers, they build them plumb.
Down, you say?
They build them plumb, but then when they tension everything, it makes them deviate from plumb at the tops.
Yes. They have to. If they don't, they'll fall.
But they would like to talk about a bridge all day long. Like Sogbuster likes to talk about, what an elevation angle is, and how him and Nathan are disconnected in the way that they're talking. There's some disconnect about this elevation angle, which has got nothing to do with curvature, especially Earth curvature. It doesn't measure Earth curvature, but we're just going to say we've got a disconnect because Sogbuster's talking about an elevation angle in one way, and Nathan's telling him he's incorrect, and this is how an elevation angle is measured. And all along, all we're doing is talking about elevation angles and how somebody's got something in their mind about an elevation angle, and the other person's saying, well, no, that's not correct. I'm going to disagree with that and tell you about this elevation angle, which has got nothing to do with Earth curvature whatsoever.
Got nothing to do with a globe. You're right, One Deck. We should start telling them that. You can't talk about any elevation angles. You think we live on a globe. What was that? You's all talking once and then you's all stopping once. What's going on here? What are you, ballers?
Lily.
What happened?
Nothing. Everyone's just stopped talking.
I just said they are not allowed to talk about elevation angles at all. They think they live on a globe.
I want to know where they get their curve from. Because you can't have a curve if you don't have the straight line. Simple. Can't measure a curve from a curve or a wavy line or from thin air or someplace in the sky. You need a reference point. So you can't have a curve without a flat baseline.
You mean to curve away from?
Correct. Because you couldn't measure it. So how would you know it was there?
Well, I could draw a squiggly line just in the air, you know. Well, I'm doing it right now. I'm doing an imaginary squiggly line in the air.
And have you got a reference point, or are you just creating a tangent in the air from another tangent that's somewhere below your aeroplane?
Well, no matter what, your reference is going to be a horizontal base. It has to be.
Yeah, and if you want to navigate a place on the ground, then that would be a good starting point.
See, if you go back to the shows, you hear John constantly saying that. What is it in reference to? There's got to be some sort of reference. You can't just pull these things out of the air.
Well, that's why I say that they live in cloud cuckoo land, so they do it all the time.
Well, that's the whole point of measurement. You can't measure from nothing. There's always got to be a reference. There's always got to be a point.
Yep.
A beginning and an end. Every measurement has a beginning and an end. That's what makes it a measurement. I don't care whether 0 pounds or 0 degree, you know what I'm saying? You need a reference.
Yep. And without that point, you can't have a curve.
So you're saying, click OK, that to even have curvature, you must have a horizontal baseline to describe the curve of the Earth from.
Yeah, how would you know it was there?
How would you know it's curving?
If we live in a world of space-time warping, then it's, what is that? It's a straight line, but it's not a straight line. It doesn't matter. You can't describe it. You can't measure it. It's not there. It's just a figment of your imagination. Unless, of course, you've got a flat line to measure it from. Measure those deviations from a set point, those up and downs.
Well, level deviates from level, therefore go. How's it going in Discord? How you guys okay? Or has there been a deep sleep put on you?
No reply. I'm sure they're all right.
Surprised you didn't jump on me for the deep reference.
What deep reference?
I said, are you in a deep sleep?
Oh, right.
What Discord were you in today?
Worldwide debate.
Yeah.
Let me see. What kind of icon is that? Because I'm like worldwide.
It's like a gold boxing glove, I think.
Oh, I don't even have that. Oh, that's not even on my listing in the Discord there.
Well, hold on, I'll put it in Master B, and then you could click on it, and then you'll have it.
Okay, create a gaming school club study group.
Yeah, hi guys, this is Cafe over in Discord. I'm doing good. Hey, I've had I've been trying to listen for the last 2 days in and out. I got my kids with me all week and on vacation though. But something really interesting happened yesterday. I want to bring up, and from what I heard, you guys breaking down what happened today. First of all, it was awesome, Nathan. You did a great job as always. But you did something yesterday that was particularly interesting and awesome. And I don't know if you remember. I guess it was last week, maybe, or much earlier this week. You were talking about the idea of kind of creating the caricature of the FE hippie to tear down, And I had responded with this user that they're propping up, and his name is QOP or something. Do you remember that, Nathan?
I remember you saying about it, yeah.
So he was there yesterday, and you just tore that guy a new one, and you really gave it to him properly. You know what I mean? It was awesome to watch.
Oh, right, he was there.
Acknowledge his name. It was just awesome. It was just great.
Oh, QOP. Oh, right. I kept on calling him Q and P or something.
Right. And before, he engaged you directly, it was so gross. He was, I guess Brenda brought up some claim that, he had done some extreme behavior, ate a maggot or some nonsense. And he's
piss.
Like trying to prove, it doesn't have diseases or whatever garbage, right? And it just kind of reminded me of the guy from back in the day. What's that?
He's a piss drinker. Urine therapy or UT.
Yeah, exactly. It reminded me of that. And it's like this guy is such a tune creation. And I think that guy, Max, is kind of there to, to watch over him. But what was great was he couldn't even bring a legitimate discussion to you with appearing like a flat earther. Like, it was so bad, that in your responses, you were immediately calling him out for being a glober because his questions were just so ridiculous. You know what I mean? So I think you tore that guy down pretty good yesterday. Thank you.
I had no idea that was the guy you were referring to at the time, but like you say, he's like some engineered flurf caricature.
Before you, only 3.
So are you saying Nathan gave him a proper pasting?
Even better. I think, honestly, what happened yesterday, that dude's credibility is in the toilet now. Who would even listen to that guy? You know what I mean?
It's not a cheat. Yeah, it's just someone I have panic over the community story and coming from the farm.
I actually gave myself a pat on the back yesterday. I interrupted nothing yesterday. And today.
How about I just continue?
How long did that show go yesterday? I had to step away after about 3.5 hours.
9 hours.
You say 9?
9? Number 9? Yes, 9.
I'm here because I'm the citizens of this country, not the shadowy creatures who make the campaigns. I think the people need to know if their plans to strike back against you. It was a radiological weapon attack from the United States. How about you? What do you think?
Somebody got their radio on.
D-Rose, you off mute?
My bad.
I thought that was you, Nathan.
Nah, it's D-Rose with his copywritten material.
Oh, it was that chatbot from Discord again.
Hello, Craig. We are talking about reference frames.
Hello, Nathan.
Welcome to the voice chat, Neil Cosentino. I thought it was Tune. So, France is just stronger than everybody else, huh?
I meant to ask you, Nate, how's the I don't know how far you are from, but how is the environment where the Wimbledon is? I don't know what vicinity you are. Wimbledon championships.
Okay.
What?
You're asking the right guy for that. You're better off asking Craig or his son.
We don't care about tennis. No.
Not while the World Cup is going on.
Oh, okay.
D-Rose, let me ask you a question.
Victory Royale!
Have you sat down and watched soccer?
Oh, yeah, I have.
Oh, man. Speaking, these guys got me hooked, man.
I
used
watched.
to stay away
I
from
watched,
it.
I was watching. America got eliminated, right?
Yeah, they suck.
Yeah. I watched that. Once they lost, I was like, that.
No, I mean, have you watched soccer? Like, when the World Cup is not going on, have you watched the Premier League?
No, I don't watch regular season or watch it like that, man.
Okay.
It's gotta be like eventful, like Paramount Championship playoffs, things like that.
Okay, I was confused because I was like, I don't know what to watch. Because if you were to come to America, they got high school football, college football, you got the UFL. So I told the guy, Liam, Sensual Goat, that the main thing to watch is the NFL. That's the main thing. Now, what do I have in soccer? So I can watch it like I know I'm watching the best when I watch the NFL. And he pointed me to the Premier League, and I freaking became a junkie with it.
The what league?
Premier League.
Premier.
Right, I'm going to round up.
So it's bet Premier.
Sorry,
okay.
just going to round up. But it just means I'm going to be talking through you. I will be finished in a second. With that, I'll say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, smashing the coffee or PayPal link, keeping the lights on, all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, ESC. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.